wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm frozen over like I am. Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am. 'cause we're children of the sun.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Europe to hit the field as we start the fall open of the 22-23 season of the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leafex, and what better way to kick off Europe than with a North American takeover as Jorby and Achieves join me to get you guys all primed up. This is our territory now, Jorby.
Yeah, we didn't plan this, we promise, but it's okay. We love Europe. I think out of all the NA talent, Achieves and I are probably your best bets. So if you were going to get any of us, I think we're the ones, Achieves.
It's funny because you were like, we didn't plan this. And I was literally thinking it's all according to plan. So, we're just
got a memo when someone did.
Oh, no.
Either way, we all showed up here, so it's time to talk some Rocket League. Let's get ourselves prepped up for what we're going to experience on this weekend. We're doing the same thing that North America did in terms of format, so let's get into that real quick, give you a bit of a primer. Of course, we're starting off with a Swiss. Today is a lot of Rocket League, a lot of matches here. Achieves 16 teams are diving into the pit.
Yes, absolute chaos Swiss is, but it is good at getting us to our top 8 teams that we can feel good about. It's actually not as complicated as it looks. Everyone starts off at 0-0. However your first round goes, you get filtered into the next one, and you continually play teams with the same record as you. In short, win 3, you're through. Lose 3, you're done. Don't overthink it. It ain't that deep.
As we were talking before, there's a lot of octanes on screen. I feel like we need to represent some of the other hitboxes at some point. And get
Where's my blank?
We have like 4 different versions of the Octane hitbox now on different cars. Actually, it's all the same. That's fake news from me. But technically, Leaf, we're doing everyone a favor because all cars are Octane. So
off to a good start here. And just a reminder too, today we're just going to showcase some of our favorite matchup from each of these. A lot of good matchups, and your favorite team might not be broadcast here on this channel, but your org might be broadcasting themselves. A lot of team streams going on across the board, so make sure you're going, looking it up, try to find your favorite org, your team to support, and watch their team stream as well, in case we're not showcasing their matchup here. But this isn't it. Of course, these players are going to fight through this to play into our single limb Jorby. Tomorrow, top 8 are going to make it to that final grind.
Yep, that's right. The top 8 play single elimination, all best of 7 through the quarterfinals, the whole way up until grands. You get into that top 8, those 3 wins, like Achieves was saying, and you get in. I am curious how the first top 8 for Europe will go, because the top 16 qualifier and the close qualifier were they were not quiet affairs.
Smooth sailing, Jorby. Smooth.
Rarely does Europe have quiet waters, to say the least. But I'm excited to see who ends up taking the top. Obviously, you have your usual suspects, but we'll get into all the teams here in a second.
Well, let's see what they're fighting for too here, because it's not just playing Rocket League all weekend. Of course, we got something on the line. A lot of money to start with, $30,000 for first place coming up the end of the weekend. 3 days of Rocket League, $30K. Achieves, not bad.
I will take 30K for less than 3 days, if anyone is wondering, or maybe more.
Well, I was gonna say more.
Really
I
sold
think
it
anybody
to
would take it for less.
Yeah, but that 30K's
right.
got that 30K's got a skill unlock behind it, so unfortunately you're not eligible for it. Sorry,
I
buddy.
see. I'll take 15, 16 then and settle. But you will notice the slight points change.
Yeah.
We've changed the point structure a little bit. You know, it's not 500 for a win anymore and all of that. It's all essentially the same. We just scaled everything down, so it's a little more condensed.
It makes it a lot easier for my smooth brain to follow along.
Instead of 5,000 total points, you know, you can hit like 300.
Yeah, 5,000. It looked like they've been playing for like 5 years at that point.
So,
Anyways, let's take a look at the teams that are playing today. We'll just take a glance at the schedule because again, lots of teams, 16 teams made it into this point here, and I hope your favorite one did. Because there was a lot of mix-ups here. And just a quick shout out, just in case you're looking at this schedule and you're a little confused, Goldridge have changed their name to Quadrant, and Top Blokes are now Tundra. So in case you're looking for them, it'll be a little easier to find now in case you were confused about that. But just looking at these matchups, Joby, what are you excited about most here?
Well, I was going to say, welcome Tundra and welcome Quadrant. Lando Norris over on F1 having an org here. I think it's big in Rocket League. Like, we're having a lot of orgs come in, so definitely happy to have them. But as far as these first round matches go, I mean, pick your poison across the board. A lot of these you honestly could flip with how some of the results have gone. I mean, with how Guild have looked at times, they could beat BDS and Swiss. BDS aren't historically the strongest Swiss team, so that could be a starting upset. You have Endpoint versus Monkeys. That one probably going either way. Liquid versus Williams Resolve. Liquid also not historically strong in these group stages of any of these tournaments where you think they should be waltzing their way through. They struggle a lot, and Williams Resolve got so close during the top 16 qualifier. So I'm excited to see that match as well.
Williams Resolve 3-0 through the closed qualifier with wins over Solary and Vitality. Guild and Solary, my mistake, because I can read a format. But yes, I'm actually the most stoked about Williams Resolve. Can't wait to see how that one shakes out. Breezy and Flame, two players who I've really, really liked for a while, but haven't ever really found success at the top for a consistent period of time. They add in Noasaki. Hello, who is this guy? It's going to be spicy, and I want to see more.
Well, either you're going to have to watch a team stream or I'll just keep you updated. How about that throughout? Because our first match is not Williams Resolve. It's Solary versus K Corp. This matchup's coming up real soon here, so let's start talking about this one. Both of these teams achieves mixing up their rosters just a little bit here. One team in Solary specifically looks a little bit familiar, though.
Yes.
2/3 of that specifically.
The K-Dop Fairy Peak Reunion Tour has started. They've added in Chaussette to the mix. Picked up a pretty solid defender in him, of course. And the real question I have is, do you restart the counter for longest duo, even if they took a break? You know what I mean?
No, you don't. Well,
Wait, you reset? Okay.
Yeah, you have to reset it. It doesn't. Yeah, because it's all about.
I think it's
all about
playtime.
contiguous. It has to be consistent. You can't break for a couple years, come back and restart the counter. It doesn't work like that.
We're gonna have to talk to actual experts on that. I think it should be playtime, but coming in from the off season, there's lots to talk about, including the players. So let's hear from Fairy Peak on Solary.
The off-season for me was pretty interesting because I tried a lot of roster, and the one I ended up with was with Chaussette. So with Chaussette, I tried a lot of players too. Then we saw the opportunity with K-Dop. I told Chaussette if he wanted K-Dop, and he said of course he wanted it. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the off-season for me.
But Semper, they're not going to go out without a fight. Chaussette 45, a hammer to the back of the net.
K-Dop for me is still really good when he's in his day. He just shoot from anywhere and he's gonna score. You don't know how, but it happens sometimes.
Him, the player who's back, but no, the rest of the team not able to put it up. Cash and Arju, Vitality strikes first.
And Chaussette, he probably has the best defense still. It's been like this for like 5 or 6 years.
Then cutting across from the left side of the ball, getting as much power as he can. Chaussette 45.
Europe is definitely better than last season. There's so many teams who looks on paper really good now that this season is gonna be super tough. I can't wait to play them. I think the bench for me for Vitality is probably one of the best things that happened to me, because I could play a lot of Rocket League and I take some free time also, and now I'm back and I really want to prove again that I can do something really great. Like Solary right now is really good and not like just some friend who's playing for fun.
Fairy Peaks in the far side, pre-jump! Oh, let's go! Vitality have awoken!
Pre-jump off the play! You see Alpha going up early!
Well, it wasn't just these guys I missed. It was you guys in chat as well. So let's get you involved here. Let's get you on the board. It's time for the fan vote. You guys are pretty practiced in spamming already, so put a hashtag in front of it and we'll count it up here. Hashtag SLY or hashtag KC. Get your vote in who you think is going to move on from with a win in round one here. Of course, no one's getting eliminated, but I do. I just want to find a Chiefs if you agree with what Fairy P was talking about there when he's talking about his teammate Shazette being that solid defender there. K-Dop, he still has faith that K-Dop is going to land that ball in the back of the net. He said, sometimes it just happens.
Yeah, well, it definitely feels like sometimes it just happens nowadays for K-Dop, but he can still strike the ball, every occasion. Is he the golden era where I thought he was the gold standard of striking? Maybe not. Maybe this season they turn it around. I don't know, but I do think Chassette's still an incredibly capable defender, and I think he's bang on the money about that.
And Jorby,
Yeah, I was gonna say I do love Fairy Peak's mindset of being like, I'm not just an old head coming back like a friend playing Rocket League. No, I'm here for real. Like, I'm gonna put the grind back on and prove that I can still play in this league. I love that energy and I love that mentality from Fairy Peak, and I want to see it. It's time for the old heads to fight back. These young kids have had their run of the mill for way too long, and I'd love to see Solary give it to K Corp, but it's gonna be tough, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Body Goat's on the other side. I don't know if they can do it.
Chat, what are you thinking here? Let's get that because our matchup's about ready here. I want to see what you're thinking. No, wait, we don't get the results. We get the matchup. It's better.
You don't even have to worry anymore, Leaf. It just goes.
I wish everyone worked like that. We just get in. That's great. We're underway. European Regional. Number 1, the European Fall Open. And Solary achieves, talked a lot about it already, but certainly a story of a roster that you could have picked out in like season 4 or 5.
Yeah.
For all the players that are on it. But then you got K Corp on the other side with a lot of younger players. Vatira, Exotic, Itachi, a lot of young guns on the other side. Full French lineup on both halves. Very interesting to see how this one will pan out.
Yeah, if you haven't been paying attention to the off-season of RLCS, Vatira took a leave from Moist Esports, decided he wanted to explore his options, and has settled along with Itachi and Exotic. So that's a lot of a big question, because many people consider Moist to very likely be the best, if not the best, very likely the second best team in all of Europe. So break that up. It's a big risk from him. He has to perform well.
It's one of those questions you ask too, right? When you're going to be looking at both K Corp as Exotic going to get the first goal, but you're going to be looking at K Corp and Moist now, and you're going to compare. You're going to how strong are they with Astral versus Vatira? Was it all Vatira creating Moist's success, or was it something a little more team oriented? A lot of people go either way with it, but I think K Corp fans are hoping Vatira can be that centerpiece that he was for Moist.
One way or the other. His teammates do an excellent job of breaking out of their own half. Vatira with the save, and Exotic just poking it through a slightly over-aggressive Fairy Peak at the midfield line, and that's not too out of character for Fairy Peak or K-Dop. They do like to really get in your face at the midfield and really try and pressure you. And K Corp kind of on cruise control here at the start. Or I should say the restart of play.
Itachi also keeping it close. Enough boost to just dribble it towards the net. And Solary dive a little harder for each touch, even there. Fairy Peak cut off by Vatira. It's a free ball for Exotic. He put it right in the top. And you called it. She's rinse repeat for K Corp.
I was on Exotic's camera as he went for this one. He picked it out. He could see K-Dop going across the net and said, he's just going to fall into the net. The top right's totally open. Makes the adjustment mid-flight. Great shot from Exotic. Hello.
Nice start for, oh my goodness, Vatira.
I should have been
able to recover there. He probably should have put that one in for sure. You're a little upset with that one. How about Exotic? He's got the double, but defended by Fairy.
That hurts my soul. your shot set, especially if you're, I guess, Solary here, because, kind of a little surprised that you're getting walked all over a little bit, but a lot of time to work with, just a matter of getting possession as Itachi really trying to press there in the midfield, and Vatira is just going to waste time now.
Oh, it's just going down, and Vatira just gets the goal. Solary defense melts, and Vatira just has his way with the ball here. Oh, Itachi, he forced K-Dop up, and that put him in an awkward spot. Jeez.
Yeah, and K-Dop and Chaussette, right when Vatira started that air dribble, they both started heading for the same corner boost. So definitely a resource issue over on the defensive side of things. Just didn't have enough to actually go challenge him as quickly as needed. And then, you're right, add in the extra pressure on the goal line around the back. Just to collapse, Vatira able to dodge and dive around everyone. K-Dop denied by Itachi. Solary looking to finally start the offense going. Kind of been kept very quiet, only 2 shots so far with 2 minutes remaining. However, Karmine Corp at 8 already.
Both those shots coming from K-Dop. He's downfield for his 3rd, but he goes for the pass. Chaussette rips it on target. And Solary come back into the game, finally on the board.
Huge play from Solary. Nice clip from Chaussette. Actually kind of worked out that he got bumped off the ball as Vatira was expecting Chaussette to be able to follow that play, so he kind of leaped early. Chaussette, he didn't have a choice. He got bumped, so he was just waiting, and thankfully, Vatira didn't realize that Chaussette wasn't going to be able to maintain control of that, so went straight through it. Solary turned it into a goal back the other way.
Speed from Itachi. Was able to force the 50. Now Vatira keeps it close. That's been the one thing Solary, they've always had to come out for those challenges. K Corp have done a good job with their ball handling, keeping it away from Solary. Solid touch. Vatira actually turns off the ball before the touch happens. Not sure he was expecting Ferry to drop it right on his nose. But not a lot of pressure here for Solary. They didn't really get possession at all there, despite that ball sitting in the blue half for a little while. It was more so K Corp just figuring their way out around the rotation, and they're killing a lot of time off the clock to do it.
Yeah, the structure from Solary feels a little weird. They play very close to each other, but that only really works, when you're thinking that K-Dop, Fairy Peak, old school vitality, where they definitely have possession, and kind of feels like they're playing a little too tight for how little control they actually have over the play. And indeed, Exotic just going to pump in number 4 here. Good night, game 1.
Oh, Chaussette and Ferry both committing to the play. Not a bad recovery from Chaussette either to get the rebound, but the double ensures that no one will be available on the rotation, and Solary, this one gets out of hand out of game 1 for them. It feels like for K Corp, the game plan's pretty simple. Just control the ball, get those air dribbles, find the 50s, and Solary have just been in full response mode. They have not been able to conduct any drives of their own.
Got a great setup in the midfield as well over on the K Corp side. So not a lot of guesswork on where Solary's trying to clear the ball. I'm just waiting for him to bring it to him as Vatira trying to piece something together, and Exotic, he's up early and he's trying to make the adjustment to let Itachi hit it into him. Oh man, K Corp feeling it.
When you're up 4-1 at the end of game 1, you got to start going for the clips.
Oh, they knew. He's like, oh, we double committed. It's okay. We can make this work. And like that's when you know you've got a firm grip, as K-Dop probably should have turned in number 2 right there. Unlucky for him, and tough start for Solary here, but a lot of time in the series. Definitely not the way you'd like it to begin, but what can you do? Sometimes just get a little bit out-positioned.
Now K Corp will take game 1 out-positioned, out-mechanicked, and outplayed in that game. Solary got to get things figured out. The almost full French roster of Karmine Corp, plus Itachi, doing quite well at the start. Exotic picking up a hat trick. And the Vadigo picking up 3 assists. Like I said, on Moist, he was that guy, facilitating the offense, being the centerpiece, and he continues to be that for K Corp. Solary, unable to get anything going. Achieves. What do you guys see from Solary? We saw a little bit of play from them in the midfield, but they just weren't able to get anything going.
I don't want to spoil anything. I want Leaf to tell me what he thinks. He had to sit there.
What do you
and
think,
watch
Leaf?
So he didn't get to say any words.
I have more thoughts on another match. I wanted to come in actually and break a Chief's heart.
Why would you say this?
It's not looking good for Williams herself.
Oh no! Don't tell me that. What happened?
Well, game 1, unless another goal was scored, the last I checked, it was 5-0 for Liquid. in game.
Ooh.
Yeah, a little bit of rust there for Williams result.
I don't like that. That makes me very sad.
Maybe we'll have better news when we come back.
Liquid must have been sick of losing games they should have won. They're like, all right, enough of that.
No more.
We're not gonna have any of these questions anymore about Europe. We'll have some consistent teams, some more consistent teams anyway. Solary trying to get on this game number 2 as we're started on Aquadome. Fairy Peak will start off in the corner. They got completely stuffed by K Corp in game 1.
Yeah, that's a question of what I wanted to see out of Solary going into game 2. Oh, well, that'll work.
Well then.
K-Dop's just camped out here in the midfield line, waiting to see where the clear goes, and kind of sees Itachi getting a weak touch and says, neat, we'll collect that one for you. But, I mean, I'd like to see, to be quite honest, a little less aggressive positioning from the second man, because there's the person on the ball, obviously, and in game 1, they were so far forward, so aggressive, and they just didn't have the challenge superiority to really warrant that level of aggression. So I'd really like to see Solary make sure that, yes, we're definitely winning this. We can't just go because, we're us.
I mean, it could be okay to, continue if you want to position optimistically, as long as the third man is covering that option. But I mean, that's the thing about third man on Solary too, is that the positioning has kind of been optimistic on their side as well, and the ball keeps skating by them. But when K Corp, they're kind of forcing Solary into that position, aren't they? With how they've been playing with their mechanics, like every touch is this in midfield from Exotic. It just freezes the entire Solary defense.
Yeah, K Corp's got a really good idea going for them. I mean, it's all ball control, pop it into an air dribble. They're not really getting pressured at the point of contact, so it's not like they're, having to make a touch immediately. Of course, Chaussette trying to make just that type of adjustment. The bump came through, but not enough to really crack the goal line, as Solary will hold on to the 1-goal lead here. Solary
able to fight off one K Corp push. He's got to win that 50, and that's a perfect spot for Vladdy to sit. Here he goes on the reset. You had an Exotic jump in the air, hoping for a demo. Wasn't going to happen. Itachi pulled off. He didn't have a lot of boost to recover. Fairy Peak moving around the corner, but it looks like a dead ball for Solary.
Just kind of awkward again. You saw, unlucky. Chaussette's back in time. He gave up the corner boost to make sure they didn't allow the equalizer. Transition coming through, and Itachi waiting in the net, stopping a bullet of a shot to the top corner.
High ball for Chaussette. Oh, he actually gets the touch as Vatira ended up missing the ball, but Itachi just missed his pop. Now K Corp starting to lose some of that first touch consistency. Solary battling in the midfield, but they just can't come up with a 50 to get control. Even right there, Itachi, he's got full boost, heading supersonic. You're not going to win that in the corner.
I like the idea, though, from K-Dop. He understands ball control is what is needed right now most for his team. And even if he lost that challenge, the idea to force them to come take the ball from you and kind of do what they're doing to you at the moment with how much ball control K Corp has had. That one's off the bar. Exotic just trying to buy a little time. K-Dop trying to get in his face, and everybody jumping at this one for Solary. And it's the other problem that reared its ugly head in game 1. That structure not quite there for Solary every now and again.
K Corp fully going for clips here. Itachi tried to catch that one on the side for a reset. Couldn't quite get that one. But now he's got 72 on that launch. Has a little bit more, but can't get around it. Shot still off. And Vatira, that would have been a nice little double tap, but instead Solary still survived. But how much more life is on the monitor for him as it's taken away? The Fairy Peak has to rotate back. The ball's chipped away. It's just K Corp midfield. Vatira flip reset. 50 back to Exotic, and that's a goal. Maybe. Itachi puts it up. It was covered that time.
It might be go the other way.
Oh, he might get it. Fairy Peak. He's got Chaussette on the wing, and it's just too much on it. K-Dop actually got back. Vatira got the save.
They all left the ball, and I was like, Solary, what are we doing? But thankfully, well, I suppose unfortunately, they did make the stop, but K Corp kind of puzzled a little bit how the defense can be so divey and them not find anything. Chaussette going to keep another equalizing chance out of the goal. And now it's initiate full smash ball downfield, waste time mode for Solary.
Be careful about that, though. That'll work best as long as they can keep the boost tanks low for K Corp. Otherwise, they're going to have to defend a lot of airplay as Itachi slows it down. Has a pass out in front, but Vatira's way back. Not going to be able to contend. Now Chaussette on the one-on-one. He can go for two. Chaussette denied
Wow.
Vatira. There's a reason they call him one of the best defenders in the world. Showed it there.
That was a superior display of defense from Vatira. I mean, that type of approach from Chaussette where he's got that many options, go left, drop it down, go over the top, and Vatira says, there's only a small window where you can actually beat me, and you already missed it. And now if they want to tie things up, gonna have to do it in the air.
Corner. K Corp, one more chance at it. Popped up.
Okay.
Itachi launches it downfield, forces two up in the air for Solary, and off the board and down onto the ground. Fairy Peak protects the lead. Solary tie it up.
Solary. I actually got genuinely worried. They double committed for that ball that was headed towards the backboard, and then the pass, well, not really a pass, but the attempted clear that could have been a pass from the Solary touch. Thankfully, no one from K Corp close enough to actually capitalize on it. So take a deep breath. You got it done, Solary. You scored early. You held on to a lead for a very long time. One little mistake from K Corp, and defense got it done.
Leaf, what do you make of Solary's comeback here?
Yeah, so, well, it's making me just, compared to the other matchups having right now, it's making me really expect a wild ride in Europe right now, because there aren't teams that I thought might be the teams that just kind of dominate, the top four kind of area are kind of struggling as well. I mean, BDS was down on Guild just until OT there. Oxygen, Aogiri are 4-minute overtime in game one. Now they're 1-1 in game two. Very close matchup. So across the board, again, K Corp is a team I would think would take this matchup. And for Solary to have a win on it now is showing me this region is still trying to find its footing. And Jorby, you always like wild rides. I feel like they're going to give it to us.
You know me. I do love my chaos, and full chaos for me would definitely be Solary taking this, but I'm still worried for them. I don't think it was a convincing win for Solary. They still played a lot of defense. They had to manage their boosts for most of that game achieved. So game three, for me at least, I think they have to find a way to actually take control of the game instead of just surviving for minutes.
I'm absolutely with you. It was a good win, but you definitely don't feel super confident in repeating the process with how much pressure K Corp generally held. But you can be happy with the outcome. That's really what you're looking for from Solary here. A lot more sticking power in the midfield, and make sure you stay on at least in the middle part of the pitch, if not the blue half.
Vatira forced a bad touch, but Itachi couldn't get around it. That's actually a beautiful back pass to Exotic, which is saved by Chaussette. K-Dop couldn't get the rebound, excuse me. And Itachi going to take this ball himself. Not over yet for K Corp. What was that? Very Peak dropped that one back to Exotic.
It came off really weak. The idea obviously hit the flip reset out into the middle, but just came off the car so soft. And K Corp picking up right where they left off, camped out on this fatality hat. Not fatality. I see K Corp. I understand. Peak and K-Dop, and it just triggers something deep in the mind.
We're not that far removed from it.
I'm sorry.
Look, there's a lot of history there, Chiefs. You're forgiven. Ferry. Decent touch over to Chaussette. Exotic just sticks it on the backboard. Not enough to play that back wall with K Corp. Vatira steals the ball in midfield. Look at the soft touch to Itachi. Vatira, if he had boost, he probably could have went for it, but Solary get the clear.
They did steal away that corner boost from Solary, though, so I'm not really sure if this counterattack's really got legs. It's more worth it. Oh, it absolutely does, I suppose. It's one clear, and Chaussette just stuffs it on the sidewall, so that's not good enough.
Oh, Exotic turned up. Second man also turned up, was playing the 50 if it went down the side wall. Exotic, full faith in that ball going the other way, and instead he gets punished, ball in his net. Uh-oh. That one just saved. There's been some diving stops from not just Fairy Peak. Him and Chaussette seem to be the ones behind it. Now very scary situation across the goal line. But Solary now, you think the last, about 8 minutes or 7 minutes of gameplay achieves, and they've shut out K Corp.
So far, but they might run out here. Chaussette again. Not the first time he's been just in the nick of time to clear the ball away. Pressure continues to mount, and that might do it.
Oh, man! Chaussette, that was crazy.
So now what do you think, was Fairy Peak onto something?
He might have been on that play at least. Chaussette gets another one, but two commit. They got to stop the double commit. If they were a little more disciplined on defense, they might actually get some of these transitions. But Shawset, I mean, the man had the read as it happened. Excellent defending.
He's only got 2 saves to his name, and he's working overtime on the goal.
Feels like 5.
Doesn't feel fair sometimes on the stat line, but what a stop from Solary and K Corp. Now you kind of start to get a little bit frustrated, you know, because you can go through all of game 2 and you're like, okay, you know, look, sometimes it happens. You just don't put one in the back, and game 3 starts to happen. You're like, cool, we're still pressuring, all's well, and now you realize Shawset has set up a no-fly zone anywhere near the goal line.
Oh, that was actually excellent from Fairy Peak. He had Vatira bearing down on him, and he only had a small window to change direction and get to the other side. And look what it's done for Solary. Oh my God, Kata! The lobbers! Oh, these are the type of Solary goals you're gonna get, but Solary will take them. That's beautiful.
Just sat on it. Just trying to force the challenge because he didn't have much boost left, so what else are you gonna do except try and win the ball? Okay, Dop, you've outdone yourself. It took the perfect line straight into the net.
Shawset, K-Dop, and Fairy Peak carrying the Solary torch of, oh, that challenge just goes in? Ooh, Itachi almost setting the goal for K Corp. Desperately need one. Now approaching 9 minutes scoreless. Here's one, but no, Fairy Peak in the air with Shawset. It doesn't matter how many times you double commit, I guess, as long as you can get reset fast enough, but they're gonna have to get reset again because here comes Vatira. 2 and recommit. Can they finally score here? No, Fairy Peak just lands right next to the ball. So Solary get out unscathed, but Vatira's coming back with another knife, and he scores!
Nice. Look at the misdirection from Vatira here. He's going to catch this pass from Itachi, and he's going to turn his car upside down. I'm going for a flip reset. And as soon as that display is given to the defense, they instantly start to go up there and challenge. And that's when he goes, nope, full speed ahead, whip the car back around, hit it with pace, get above them before they can make the adjustment to the top of the net instead of coming out to get me. And that's quite a shot from Vatira.
Cool. Now Solary. Gate has been opened. And Exotic, thinking he had all the space in the world, but he got challenged there. Vatira dropped the ball down. Tachi around the side, but Solary's defense has been the name of the game, and it's worked. But they still gotta withstand so much pressure. I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable playing like this for 10 plus minutes. Solary, they somehow making it work. Another catch for Vatira, and K Corp will try again.
Nice part about it is they're pressing hard, but Shawset, K-Dop, and Fairy Peak, grizzled veterans, all of them. And they know what it takes to play defense. Even if, you know, their timing, their communication, the structure's not quite there, they all know how to handle a press from an offense without question.
I was gonna say, and it feels like all 3 of them also in their boost management, something that they've had to have S tier on, or they've had to be S tier at, if you will. Exotic, hang on a second. Oh, he just missed the ball! That could have been a chance, but Exotic with a misread puts Solary in position to win the game. Okay. One more chance for Exotic, a perfect pop. K-Dop's just gonna let it drop. And Solary, try as K Corp may, cannot buy enough goals to win against Solary.
Well. The underdogs are pushing. I would not have believed this. That's 2 games now where it's what's that shot differential? 5.
Have you seen this many
11
game wins with as many double commits as Solary had?
not in a long time.
Yeah.
Not since Flipside Tactics in like season 2, where they were definitely the best team in the world and just do that.
Hey, you know,
a long time.
You know what?
What about the Solary team, man? The defense is insane.
I think Fairy Peak talked about their double commits before, and he said it doesn't matter if we double commit as long as someone gets a hit.
Okay,
and
but don't make that the game.
Well, no, fair, but I think that Fairy Peak's onto something. He mentioned in that interview earlier that K-Dop just gets goals, and it's happening.
Look, if the meta's double committing, man, if that's where we're heading, I don't know how I'm gonna do it.
That's not a world he wants to be in.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, across the board, I mean, right now, even Guild has match point on BDS. Again, the Oxygen Aogiri match going to another overtime. Like the whole region could figure it out.
I always think that North America is the one that makes no sense now, and I always forget that Europe has never made sense from the start of RLCS.
NA only doesn't make sense on day 1, and then all the
it all irons into place.
Yeah.
Like that's the funny thing. Like it's such an interesting thought because Europe, everyone knows who the best teams are. No question. You know, it's like it's this one, this one, this one every time. We know who the best teams are. And yet, every single week, you have no idea what's about to happen.
That's been what's been fun about Europe, is you get so many teams just cycling through. And then you even get teams like Solary, a bunch of old heads taking another crack at it. And looking decent. I'm not gonna say they look great. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I'm gonna call Solary's gameplay great play. It's sustainable for now, maybe in this series, but I mean, can you do it consistently?
I was saying you can't call their gameplay sustainable.
Oh, okay. Can you believe I thought they were gonna save it. I was like, there's no way this doesn't go in, but somehow he got a touch on the ball. Itachi, a perfect read off the ceiling, and K-Dop just misread.
I thought Shasta had it. I mean, he knew that K-Dop was obviously going to be the first one to go for it. He was the contingency plan in the net, and I thought he got enough on it. Unfortunately, though, goes off the post and in. And this time, K Corp have the lead from the start. Now it's Solary who have to find an answer. And unfortunately, those have been tough to come by for him generally on offense. Getting outshot every game. A lot to ask for. And K Corp has just been camped out on that orange half for so long.
Nice little pop there. Solary gonna wait for K Corp. Didn't work out for him this time as Exotic just tracking Solary's retreat. There's nowhere to go for Vatira or Itachi. Vatira wanted to push up a second man in the corner, but he just didn't see any options for him. And now Fairy Peak sends it over to Chaussette. Back to Fairy,
nice.
But Fairy doesn't need it. Chaussette tying the game.
I like Chaussette going for the risky shot here. Like, it's so easy to just make sure you get it in between the post here, but Tira's got a lot covered. Yeah, he's in the middle. The only opening is to his back shoulder, and you gotta put it all the way over there. You can't think, let's just get it in between the post with power. You gotta beat one of the best in the game. Chaussette executed.
That's got to feel frustrating for K Corp. You know offense has been difficult, or at least it's been difficult to score. But Exotic just threaded the needle. Beautiful shot. 2-0, 2-1.
Just gonna slide this one on the floor. 87 miles an hour. That's what, like 100 and... Oh, okay, it tipped off a defender.
139. 130.
That makes
Chiefs,
sense.
you were on the European broadcast today. You literally have one job. It's to go into your settings and turn on the metric.
I know. I'm a slacker.
I got
What
you,
can
though. I got you.
I appreciate you. I see.
There's also the broadcast.
conversion.
The broadcast said 139 too. There are multiple places you could have looked. But
I
it's
have
okay.
no excuse. You're correct.
Get your freedom units out of here. Tachi. Oh, almost pushing that one across, but K Corp trying to get set back up. And Exotic, he saved his dodge to get the 50 across. Really smart play with not a lot of boost. He kind of planted his car on top of the ball. Nothing's really mounting on it yet, but they are able to build pressure off of it. Itachi, nothing there. He lost the touch. K-Dop on top of him. Shaussette in a really prickly position here, but Fairy Peak gave him space and made Exotic bite. Now he's got 250s. How about Shaussette there? But it's cleared out in the midfield.
Managing the game beautifully. Getting his team on offense with that push down the midfield line. That's a weak clear, and Itachi up nice and early. He knew he had to go because you can always expect Solary to be right there for that one. What do you do if you're Solary here? You still got a lot of time. It's not like you have to, desperation dive at everything that comes your way. But you do know how the past 3 games have gone, and it's been tough to break out of your own half.
Well, they've been able to get K Corp to bite in the midfield. Namely, I think it's Chaussette who's been most effective in that first man spot. Here he is again. Couldn't quite find it. Now Itachi has a breakout down the field. Fairy Peak feathering it. He's got the touch, but he misses the goal. He had to get over 2 defenders. Chaussette got the 50, but Akira makes a great touch. Exotic across and just too far off the ball. Itachi, no way he could commit.
Some tough asks for K Corp there in terms of scoring. Doable, but very difficult. Fortunately, not able to extend the lead. Solary lived to fight for another few minutes.
Itachi gets across. Vatira steals the boost. Even the little chips that Solary are getting. Really, it's K Corp forcing Solary to get chips because they're the one screening across and trying to get bump Solary out of the way. Excuse me, here's Vatira. Oh, he just dropped it down. Vatira, hello? Chaussette says, no thank you, none of that nonsense. Solary, need a goal. K-Dop not gonna get the read. Fairy Peak, he got caught flipping. It's total broken plays, one after another, and I can barely complete a sentence on it. Chaussette pops it back to K-Dop. Less than a minute left. Solary looking for the game time goal, and K-Dop sends it to the sky and plummets to the ground.
Just goes through two defenders here, Vatira and Itachi, sizing up this air dribble, and he finds the seam. I mean, they've got low covered, they've got high covered. No one expected him to just dive straight towards the middle of the net after getting on top of that ball. And Barry Peak again is correct about his teammates. Sometimes they just go in.
When we started this match, Guild had BDS on match point. Solary now in position to take out K Corp in 4. You thought you might have had a finger on the pulse of how Europe might go. Well, Europe had something to say about that. Good challenge in front by K-Dop. Barry Peak just getting to that touch. Chaussette slipping underneath. And the Chiefs in game 1 where you were talking about Solary's positioning and the second man being too aggressive. And we haven't actually seen them be over-aggressive anymore, but I don't think that's because the positioning has changed. They're just winning challenges now.
Yeah, now they're just going forward and they're not getting stuck on their own half trying to win challenges. Now it's just there's a lot of space and trying to go as far forward as possible. Vatira trying to avoid an overtime, needs a little help from his teammates. Barry Peak says, let's kick it off again.
Oh, excuse me. BDS has Guild on match point. I misspoke there. You can blame Leaf, because Leaf gave me that information. I haven't looked at the scores. Look at Vati in overtime. Oh, Vatira just could not make it happen. A beautiful save from Chaussette. Can you get by this man on defense today?
Nope, not possible.
Dunk? Oh, Barry Peak. I saw it, but K-Dop is on top of it. Chaussette right there waiting, hoping Exotic gives him a touch he can look at. Itachi trying to stop it now. Chaussette. Not a touch anyone can go for, but it's awkward for Exotic. They know K Corp are starting to get a little starved from the boost game. As long as they can keep the 50s going. Oh no, they just ran into each other. That could be disaster. Fairy Peak has to, or Chaussette, not Fairy Peak, has to get that read. K Corp on offense though, that bump completely killed their drive. Vatira drops it down, saved by Fairy Peak.
Man, and you feel like if the execution is there for Vatira, catches that flip reset the way he wants, he might just be able to go straight through K-Dop and beat the two defenders back, trying to get physical on that goal line and make it as difficult as possible for Solary to find clear, as Chaussette's going to cut another one down.
And K-Dop gets to Exotic in time. Fairy Peak no boost. Exotic kicks it away from him back to Itachi. It's starting to turn into you're only as good as your last challenge. It could just end up in your net. Considering Solary's gameplay so far, I wouldn't put it out for K Corp. They got to keep their cameras on a swivel, and it's open, but it's off. And Vatira can put it up. Chaussette, K-Dop, Fairy Peak in retreat. K-Dop fooled by Itachi. Itachi popping over Fairy. No bump on Chaussette. They get the clear out. Oh, but a big miss gives Fairy Peak a way out. K-Dop next up. He's denied. Exotic gets the touch. Itachi on the turnaround. It's not over. Right back into the action. Not touch to Vatira. 2 touches. Fall off the bar. And Exotic pulls off on the rebound. Pulls it away from K-Dop. Back for K Corp. Do they have another shot? Chaussette comes up for this. Solary trying to get him out. Goal! K Corp force game 5.
Little miscue from Solary on defense. Fairy Peak wants to take this one himself, but Chaussette comes and takes it away, throws it straight into Vatira, who is just diving to keep it in the mix. And K Corp finally able to block a clear, take away an opportunity, force a game 5 despite looking like the better team. Solary slowly but surely coming online, but still some of those little miscues on defense costing them big time here.
Chaussette, Fairy Peak, K-Dop, combining for 6 total saves on defense. Fairy Peak getting 3, but it definitely felt like Chaussette is still the guy on defense getting those clears. And it's been really tough. That one was tight for Solary. You can understand the thought process there. Like Fairy Peak, he didn't have a lot of boost on the back wall. He needed Chaussette to come and help him out. Fairy Peak gave him a good first touch, Leaf, and they just couldn't get a good clear after that. So that one not working out for them.
Yeah.
But this one's still close.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is like I wonder if we would expect this to be close if this was the old Moist rosters. The question is Rapid right? Because I feel like they shouldn't be this close.
Yo, this isn't first touch, man. You gotta save the save the takes for. Whoa. Hey, Moist haven't had the easiest run through Swiss in this regional either. So, you know, this is Europe. Who knows what would have happened?
Well, Jorby, if you told me that we were going to start off with a game 5 between Solary and K Corp, I would have kind of scratched my head and said, how? But now that
would've
I've
said
seen
that
it
makes
happen, it makes perfect sense. The Chaussette going to start it off with a bullet into the center of the net.
Ooh, this one slipping through. Itachi doesn't come up with a touch, and Exotic had to hurry up. He saw the challenge in front of him, had to prevent the shot, but had too much lateral momentum and so got really no real contact on the ball. Easy goal there for Chaussette.
Once again, K Corp have to find a way through this surprisingly stingy defense of Solary. I mean, it's got a few gaps in it to be sure, but those gaps are small and force you to execute perfectly. And to be fair, you pointed it out earlier on, they do a great job managing their boost. They don't get a lot taken away from them. They're never really caught too far out of position to where they can't do anything about whatever it is you're trying to do, at least in some fashion. So who knows if K Corp's got it in them. You can put all the shots on target if you want, but it doesn't matter if they don't go in.
Just right there. You get to the net, and it looks close, but Solary keep their net clean. And it looked a little awkward there for K Corp. Itachi, the ball just too fast for him to catch. Now it's K Corp being stretched on defense. Katira trying to punch a hole through Solary's offense. Oh, he makes a nice little cut in front. Back to Itachi. Oh, and Exotic was waiting for it. Gets the rebound. Oh, just off the post. Vatira turns around. One touch. Vatira, two touches. Does he have three? K-Dop gets in the way. Chaussette there. You can never doubt Vatira when he's in the air like that. For sure he would have got back to it, but K-Dop gets in the way. K-Corp still trying to find a way, but that touch was just to buy time back on defense.
Love the way K Corp moved the ball. They might be down in this game and on the brink of going into the 0-1 round, but not be surprised in the least to see them make a deep run and get out maybe round 4, because they're moving the ball beautifully, setting it up nice. It's just a matter of pressing the finish button, and Solary doing everything in their power to just hold them off because they've got the ideas.
Good read on the play from Exotic to steal Solary's clear attempt. Still thrown in front. They forced 2 to commit from Solary, but Itachi, probably better he didn't touch that. It would have dropped right down to Fairy Peak. Very possible that he did leave that, as Itachi doesn't really get the touch he wants out of it. But Solary, look, they all get frozen. Actually, he missed the boost. Doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, you hit your teammate, not the ball. Wrong object. Oh, he's still in front. Fairy Peak, hello. Oh, you guys gotta make it look so scary. K Corp doesn't even know what's going on, and Itachi has to dive back for a save.
K Corp had the dunk on lock there. That ball was never getting away from him. This one's off the wall, but Solary bumped into each other, throws off the timing. Like, talk about defensive miscue, looks like genius. Oh, man.
That's been every game. They just always come up with the touch that's away from K Corp. Just never get punished for it.
Well, it's not done yet. Minute 45's a while, and K Corp's not done. They've got a few more tricks up their sleeve.
This is just a simulator. Like, you want to get good at defending against air dribbles. Here you go.
Oh my God.
Chaussette gets the save, avoids the bump, gets a save. Vatira, can you pop through this defense? No.
Chaussette read that ball was off the bar and was going to deflect into the middle and covers the far post on the reset. The dude's lights out in net right now.
Fairy had the better touch. That was 3 straight double commits from Solary. And then still K Corp can't score because someone's always there for the touch. Fairy Peak wrapping around. They're going to get a second goal, which feels like an insurmountable lead if they pick it up. K-Dop doesn't get it. A chance for K Corp. Pati on the first. 2 touches. Oh, it's awkward, but Chaussette, he's never going to bite too early. Itachi coming around for Vatira, who shaded the approach. K-Dop bumps Vatira out of the way, but that put Fairy in a tough spot. And he's gonna get the ball, no problem. Just another stroll on defense from Fairy Peak. Exotic got 2 50s. Somebody from K Corp. Vatira gets chipped on his way. Gets chipped twice, and K Corp just can't seem to get a clean touch without an orange car ramming into them. Air or ground, doesn't seem to matter. They got targets on their back. Fairy Peak in the way again. He's in the center of this piece. Vatira flips it around, and there's nothing. Itachi backflips. It was too much juice on it, Achieves. K-Dop, no boost. No problem. It's in front of it. Itachi looking for a clear out. He's got it to Exotic. Last chance for Vatira. Vatira, 30 seconds. Underneath, he's got no boost. He shaded the approach for Itachi, but it wasn't enough. Still, Fairy Peak came up with a save. 10 seconds. This is it. K Corp It's fun. Itachi, pass to Vatira. Denied by Fairy Peak, who left the ground with 5 boost and still somehow made it.
Demo?
A demo to open it up. Itachi does the blind. No! 0 seconds and K Corp finally break through Solary.
They took out the one guy who could keep it all away. K-Dop try as he might. Unfortunately, a few pixels too far forward, and the ball squeezes behind him against the challenge on a Patachi. And to be fair, if you were a K Corp fan, you were going to be livid about this not going to overtime with how many good looks they had on net.
Solary can't let the momentum slip their grasp that easily. But man, that one set overtime. Vatira is going to be to the ball. Fairy Peak didn't even commit as soon as he saw Vatira jump for it. Now Exotic. No power on that as it's taken away by K-Dop, but it's right to Itachi. It's over to Vatira. K-Dop did cut him off, but did he help? I would say yes, as Fairy Peak comes down. Every time he seems to touch the ball, he's got nothing. This man has been starved for 5 straight minutes. Fairy Peak's got to eat, but he just can't seem to find any food. Trying to get a dump-off pass, Vatira with just enough to get a touch, but that only helps out Fairy Peak and around the midfield line.
Still making the touches, though, one way or the other. Solary trying to find a way out. This he slips through, and they're going to collapse. They missed a clear off the top corner. What? Oh, that was a Tachi. That wasn't even Solary. I assumed that was an orange car. And,
K Corp coming out the victors at the end. It doesn't matter how you get it. All people will see at the end of the day is the W next to your name, however ugly it may have been. And honestly, K Corp, it wasn't necessarily ugly. I think it was ugly on the Solary side, but the fact that Solary just kept coming up with touches on defense, it felt like it was only a matter of time before they finally figured out how to break through him and achieves it. Just, at least for Itachi's goal, it came down to the right 50, delaying your dodge, because the mechanics, I mean, Solary had those downloaded, but those challenges in front of the box were too much. And that last play, it sounds like you're still reeling.
I'm devastated, Leaf. I feel so bad as we go into BDS Guild. This is what? Oh, we're in game 5. Only 3 minutes left, and that's actually going to put a seal of get out of my way Guild Esports on it for BDS. 4-1 kickoff goal. What can you say?
Guild, always making it interesting at the very least. Just can't ever seem to get that the wins that they want. At least the old team from last season looked like they were on a good trajectory. But Leaf, more games in Europe going on. How are you doing tracking all the matches?
Well, it's a lot to track right now. I was watching this BDS Guild one on the side there in Oxygen. Fun fact, D-Rec pointed out too, Oxygen Aogiri had 2 overtimes at one point that were both exactly 4 minutes and 19 seconds. It helps us with 0 storytelling, but a fun fact.
I like fun fact. That's worth it to me.
Yeah, fun facts are great, especially for this stream with so much going on.
Yeah,
and you get so many matches at the same time.
Let me see here.
Aogiri,
Archie Oli Jurius. Okay.
Yep.
I need to refresh myself on all these rosters at the start of every season.
It was just chaos. I mean, I don't think anyone blamed you for accidentally calling out Vitality before, because I'm pretty sure we all did the same thing. At
the deep, latent seed of what I think to be true.
and what I think is really, again, back to what I was saying earlier, is how close this whole region is. Almost every single one of these games going to game 5 right now. The only one that was a 3-0 was the Monkeys endpoint one. But beyond that, every game's at least a 3-1.
You know, all I'm thinking about looking at this Aogiri squad is how Aslan told me he finally put a directional air roll on both his bumpers.
That's unleashed.
And then I see Aogiri up 2-0 on Oxygen, and I'm like, okay, checks out.
That's like every pro's revelation when they finally add something.
It's
like
just,
for years, Grub Killer played with air roll on square.
Bro, it's input copium
bindings, and he's like, hang on, let me put it on what everyone says is good. And he's like, oh yeah, that's really good.
You know what?
Literally took him 30 seconds in free play. I was like, yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, that upset me, because I remember it was at Beyond the Summit, and I'm like, what are you doing? This is weird. Try air roll on this. He did it, and within a day, he was like, I'm good now. It took me like 2 weeks to figure that out.
It's tough. Must be nice to be so. You don't even realize, like, we all think it's straight muscle memory, but They just play so much that they're like, yeah, I'll just
what a
press a
save,
different button as Jory is going to cut the lead in half. Aogiri not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, that was a great catch. Saw it freeze the first defender too. That was nice. This Oxygen team, like on paper, they should be one of the best teams in Europe. If they can actually be consistent, like that's team inconsistent right there. If they can put it together, man, like I really think they contend with anybody in Europe. That's a sick roster.
That's right.
Told you.
Sonics is
Everything's
Boy
going
and
Game
Mesa. Oh man,
Yeah. It's a different world, the Chiefs.
it really
We
is.
change every year.
Just put on the games and just watch sick Rocket League. Don't even worry about the nameplates anymore. Just all right, everyone's so mechanical anyways. Just it's all the same, right? Just team versus team.
Wow.
Okay,
oh.
with the juice.
Look at you, Yoris. As an old friend would say, someone put a hand up. Joy, that was nasty.
Do you have
What
to
the
put a
placement,
hand
bro?
up? Like, I'm
Yeah, right,
never
you-
thinking that's
yeah.
going in ever.
You're right. You should be on the ground for that one because that shot was dirty.
Oh, no,
Ooh, you're not gonna win.
You
Tux.
We had a production curse on that one. They're like, all right, this game's over.
Yeah, our producer
No,
went.
man.
All right, Sonics win.
Instant karma.
Instantly
You know,
over.
even the producer caster curses. It's amazing.
This is Europe right now. This whole first round is just game fives across the board, close matchups. I mean, coming into this, everyone just was like, oh yeah, no, this is BDS's region. Right? This is no one's gonna keep close. But even Guild bringing them to game five, right? Like
I
this.
mean, BDS could totally like flip
Oh,
out
that's
for
it.
like 5 regionals and they'll still win worlds somehow. So
Well, Mike Boy
Yep.
just absolutely smashed Evil Geniuses. They're like, that's a good touch off the ceiling. And he's like, no, it's not.
that was ridiculous. I don't even understand the trajectory of that ball. I mean, I understand after it hit the ceiling, but the speed of it off the ceiling, what?
It's called timing, Jorby. Something
Right.
which we
All
all,
timing.
unfortunately, on this broadcast team lack horribly.
Yeah, let's
well.
let's take a listen in on this. Let's get the hype from the casters.
The defender. Oh my goodness, this is getting hairy. On the goal line, Archie will keep it out for now. No boost, he's pursuing the play. Joriez, the touchdown to himself, he needs to block. Oli's got to make a touch here. He's not able to, but Archie dives back just in time. Ocelot with a shot. Archie and Oli double commit. Archie will get that corner boost. He has to get this out to a teammate. Oli there for the follow. Can he get it past one? No. 39 seconds in overtime. And Karma, this has been wild from the jump. Stizzy from his corner. Low altitude air dribble. Oli with a challenge. Awkwardly positioned.
Oh my god, how did he not get bumped?
I
Holy
don't
crap.
understand how he evaded the bump, but fortunately he did. The first minute has come and gone. Stizzy, great
Perfect.
challenge there in the
Perfect.
corner from Archie. Sends it all the way back to the Aogiri side. BK Salem, slow air dribble. Does get his flip reset. Uses it, not very effectively though.
Time.
Archie.
All right, we got time.
We got some time here. Oli, full tank of boost as well. Plenty of space to work with. The flip reset. Can he get the double? Not able to make contact. Stizzy with a clear out towards Ocelot. Stizzy's first touch not perfect. A shot to the far post, blocked at the last moment. Archie with a clear. Karma, my heart is racing. There is too much action for me right now. The Aogiri defense. Some absolute devils. Difficult to get past. Archie with a demo could provide some opportunity. Oli, no boost. BK Salem, a big pinch. Joriez getting harassed on the back line. This is a dangerous position to be in. Archie dunked. Fortunately, it is just a bit high. Ocelot with a bump on the backside. Stizzy with control. Shut down by Joriez.
You gotta remain calm here. Aogiri are looking for a bump or a double commit. That's what they're preying on right now. They're taking corner boosts. It's a lot of pressure, but Oxygen's handling it so far.
Ocelot, the flip reset, and BK Salem is there for the follow. Aogiri come up big in game 5, and they will take the first series off of Oxygen here in day 1 of the.
Europe's
Yeah,
full of chaos. Europe's full
Yeah,
of chaos. Europe's full of chaos. Europe's full of chaos.
Jorvy's waking up now. He's like, oh yeah, fuel me.
That's
Get this
what
in
we're
my
talking about.
bloodstream. Across the board, this is absolutely wild. Again, I was looking at Oxygen in this region to be one of those, hey, I expect them to float around that top 5, 4 even kind of region. But then again, Aogiri, not off my radar, but not a team I would expect.
Not on the radar.
Yeah, not finding their way into that region. So to get such wild results, I would have loved to see Guild take down BDS too. But this is a great start to round 1. I think you can't ask for much more, but we do have more. We got a lot more coming your way. We're going to find out what matches are going to be coming your way here in the European Open for round 2. So don't go anywhere.
Became a king from a common man, and I turned my first place to my staunchest fan. They say the grace always aim high. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Your eyes match the weather, raining under pressure. Oh, you say you wanna go, yeah. So let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Strangers
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're in the European Fall Open Day 1. I'm Leaf. Alongside me, Jorby and Cheese to continue on this chaotic day. We've had a good, fun start with best of fives, Jorby, across the board.
We have, I mean, a lot of game fives. Only two series going 4. All the rest of them going 5. I absolutely insane. Guild took BDS 5. Sonics beat Evil Geniuses. I don't know if anyone expected Solary to actually go 5 games against K Corp, let alone be in position to win. A lot of close games across the board. The only ones that really taken care of business, 3 games went less than 5 games. Monkeys, Moist, and Team Liquid.
Yeah, let's take a look at this here, Cheese, because again, lots of matchups across the board today, and I think when you look at the rosters, because we always come into this fresh. We haven't seen these teams play. We don't know how it's actually going to play. We're like, okay, we have to guess. So this team's going to be the best. This is going to be the best. Do you feel like it lined up to where you expected, or did you think it would be this close for the region?
I'm gonna say that roughly. Nah, not really.
No.
It kind of went the way I thought it would. It kind of didn't. I'm surprised a lot of those series went as deep as they did. But what are you gonna do? I would say that in general, the teams I thought would win would win one. So it worked out.
I mean, how about Monkeys, man? That's Arju and Matane. They lost Cash. They added Smokes, who hasn't really had a lot of RLCS experience, but Smokes is a quality player, and they're trying to make a statement. I don't think anyone expected them to be a top 8 out of the top 16 qualifier, and now they've gotten their first win in Swiss against Endpoint. So Aogiri, who ended up taking them down there, I'm curious how that match is going to go with Monkeys.
Hey, that's the thing, is we have a lot more matches to get to. Let's take a look at what's coming up in round 2 here. Remember, no one's kicked out in this round either. You need 3 wins to make it through to top 8 to the bracket tomorrow, and 3 losses, you'll be out of the tournament. We'll end up going 5 rounds today. But round 2, this is what it's looking like. Keep in mind, we're only showcasing one of these matches. The team streams from all the orgs are going on across the board. Make sure you're hitting up Liquipedia, find where the streams are happening, or just start searching on whatever platform you're watching on here for those team streams, because you don't want to miss these matches, especially with how close and exciting they've been. So go support your teams. But over here, we do have our showcase match, and it's going to be G1 versus BDS. And this, I think, achieves an exciting match to have on stream, because we got Mark by 8 up against his former team.
Give him the salty run back. Give him BDS. Mark by 8 going to be trying to absolutely dismantle his former team for sure, but it may not be the easiest road against, for the first time we get to say it, the world champions, Team BDS.
And BDS now in Swiss, they've always looked a little more vulnerable, and Guild certainly made them look vulnerable, taking them to 5 games. So I don't think that G1, they're necessarily the heavy underdogs in this match, but you do have to look at G1's qualification route. They didn't really play, I would say that their strength of schedule, not the strongest. So I feel like G1 haven't truly been tested yet. BDS will certainly be a good litmus.
Litmus?
It's the litmus. It's the litmus. It's the litmus. In Europe and Swiss, there is no proper standardized test achieves, because I don't know, IQs fluctuate. It just depends on your dice roll, apparently.
Do you want me to save you here, Jeremy?
That's fine. Achieves, go.
We'll get chat involved. This chat. We're focusing on you guys now. It's time for the fan vote.
Help me.
The world champion's going to be able to hold their ground here, as their former teammate going to get a little bit of revenge on them. Let us know. Hashtag G1, hashtag BDS in the chat right now. I do want to know, we didn't do predictions for the last one, but I do want to know at least how you think that, because BDS, again, going to game 5 against Guild last time might not be an expected result. You might think, okay, world champions coming in, they're going to dominate. The people are saying this BDS region. Do you guys think that's it? Jorby?
BDS in 4.
Okay. You're confident.
Jorby, I don't care.
You're confident.
I like BDS in this match. I like Monkey Moon. Extra is somehow continues to be underrated somehow, and I still think people highly rate him. And then there's Seiko. What more you want me to say about it? If I'm going G1, I'm going for the revenge arc. I want Mark by
you are going
to win this, because I'm all about the sauce. All right, and that's where I'm going. G1.
I will let you take G1.
You can have all the
You
sauce
have
to
my
yourself here.
permission.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry that I didn't realize I needed your consent. But
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no,
I'm a
it's-
strong, independent caster with my own opinions. Thank you, Chiefs.
You're welcome, buddy.
It's all yours. Because I'm gonna have to sit with Achieves on this one. BDS, I think they're coming in. Sure, a little bit of a slow start. Guild, held them up against the ropes there going to game 5. But we've seen that from BDS plenty of times before. They take teams to game 5s, but they still come out on top here. Maybe there's a fight. I think Achieves this guess of into game 4, so a 3-1 here is probably a good guess. I'll give
3-1.
Mark. Yeah, I'll give him a win.
I'll say 3-2.
BDS score. I'll
what?
say 10 goals total.
You're going
10
this
total.
granular? Don't go this
Yes,
granular.
but
You're
10
just gonna
total.
make yourself look like a fool, man. Come on.
But imagine if
10
I'm
total.
right. Like, 10
If,
total.
you know what? You can retain your Analyst King NA title, I guess.
I'll be excited if
You're not stealing that one in EU. I don't know if I can do that.
It's the real double-edged sword, though, because if they lose and like they score like 3 goals and they get blasted out of the water, then it's just like, oh, buddy, what are we doing here?
I'm waiting for 8 goals in one game, and the rest would just be 1 goal wins.
Yeah, they get 8-1 in game 1 and then 1-0-1-0.
Just
Maybe we can finally get the
Get out of here.
binary game for Shogun, the 1-0-1-0-1-0.
There we go. That would bring him joy.
Yeah.
We're just waiting on the match to be ready, but I want to check out chat's predictions here because I'm curious if anybody sided a little bit closer than I thought it'd be. Again, you're world champions coming into the new season here, and maybe that first round cast a little doubt into people's minds. But again, we've seen it before though that they go to game 5s and they still come out on top. It feels like BDS has always been the world champions for the past 3 years.
Yeah,
So-
and well, I mean, don't say that to everybody. No one thought BDS existed after spring, but they wouldn't have been completely wrong, would they? BDS came back big time at the World Championship, absolutely deserved the title. But it's a new season, it's a new look, and it's a new game. Gamers first, marked by 8, Dorito and Atomic. Spain taking on France, BDS, Extra Monkey Moon, and Seiko. This has the makings of a really good one, and I hope that's what we get, Achieves.
Oh, I want it to happen too. Obviously, I'm allowed to play up and big the world champions as high as we can possibly expect them to go. And I think you don't make that bad of an opportunity, saying G1 could win this one. I like the Revenge Arc take. I'd like to see Mark by 8 go, ha! I knew you messed up. Granted, he already kind of lost that fight considering, that his former team won the world championship, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
Today is a new day. It's a new season.
Stories don't care about your facts, okay?
Exactly.
Starts off with Dorito trying to reach Seiko. And BDS don't spend long on defense, but how do you get through gamers first? So they start in the first minute here with Seiko. Oh, 2 touches here. It's looking clean. Oh, what a save. There was 90% of that ball was in the net. But Dorito, a nice diving stop on the net. Monkey Moon gonna try for another pass, but he's cut off immediately by Dorito. One more for Extra. Has it read, got the reset, but denied again. Pushed off to the corner.
Pretty nice pushes from BDS. Well defended as well. Gamers first. Really good in how they like to move around and make sure that they don't allow more than they have to. They're forcing BDS to hit on their mechanics. Make sure that they play it perfectly if they want to break through. And Atomic trying to do the same thing to BDS, actually almost pulls them all out of position, and thankfully Monkey Moon there to bail them out.
Yeah, they did both bite, but like I said, the ball not really in an area for G1 to punish. Atomic doesn't get a clean catch. He didn't need to. Mark's shot denied, but it's a loose ball off the bar. Monkey Moon's missed it. Another shot too late. The Extra got bumped. Atomic gets the goal.
Really great press here from G1 overall. Takes an unlucky skip from the post. Also, Atomic got a little bump on Seiko, so he couldn't recover as quick. Dorito as well coming through and punching Extra out of the way. Great physicality from Gamers First to open up the scoring.
Marked by 8. The kickoff. Gamers First want to get started right away. Good square up on that 50. Drilled into it with his boost. Completely stuffed the ball, but BDS send it right back. Good defensive stance there. As both teams trying to find their pace of rhythm. Marked by 8, cutting it off in midfield. Continue to trade blows, but a pass from Monkey denied. Close to the net.
Wow.
Off the bar.
A lot closer than I thought it was. And normally you see a challenge like that, and you're just like, okay, we're fine. But that was a few pixels away from just slotting into the top corner. And BDS trying to regain a little bit of ground here in the midfield. G1 making a pretty excellent push overall. They've got a pretty decent stance at the midfield line. Nice demo as well. Takes away all of Monkey Moon's support. Dorito gonna see if he can steal some boost in the corner, but it's tough. BDS struggling to find a foothold here.
Seiko did get that touch. It forced everyone to rearrange themselves in G1's rotation. Look at that touch from Atomic. Avoiding Extra's challenge. Now he's got the reset, but fell too far under the ball. Next up, marked by 8. Challenge. BDS have the boost every time to challenge these high balls from G1. So they're able to keep the scoreline 1-0. With like a little more offense, then that would have been a nasty redirect from Extra off the corner.
Man, that's the thing I learned about Extra at the World Championship. That dude, he can play just about anything off any wall from any angle. Is what I figured out by watching that. And that's a massive stop from Monkey Moon, one-on-one with no options. Seiko and Extra combine on the goal line to buy some more space, but it's still not enough for G1 to break through. Seiko makes the stop, and on by a thread.
Atomic, he actually gets the 50, so it doesn't matter. I thought they gave up possession when he left the play. Dorito was expecting him to touch that ball, and they do eventually get out. I do think eventually that pull-off there cost G1 an opportunity. Gamers first, looking for a way out still. Atomic gets the demo, gets the clear, and it's BDS who are forced to respond. They have 5 shots so far. Maybe they can get set up here.
Ooh, nice. Dorito, great control. Press from Seiko will finally stick one through the goalposts. BDS tied up.
That's a perfect bounce for Monkey Moon. Dorito didn't even want to go up and challenge that ball, and you see just lost it as he came across. You have to be clean on that catch on the back wall. He knew the 50 was coming, but then he just went too far on the left side of the ball and couldn't actually get enough impact on it to keep the ball out.
Very awkward to handle as well, because it's not like you have the time to like hit the brakes and backtrack. So you're kind of just hoping it comes off your car a little softer than it did, and unfortunately, not the case. The immediate punish from BDS, waiting in the wings from Seiko. Late equalizer. But a chance here for G1. Actually, they're through almost cleanly. Seiko covering a lot of ground to stick that one back in the orange half.
Dorito could use some boost in the tank. He's been staying in the rotation. Look at that midfield boost now. Mark actually getting a favorable 50 back to Atomic. Full push here for Gamers first. Atomic drills the 50. Dorito next in the air, but gets too much lateral momentum and may have just given BDS the game. Seiko shot on target. Mark, what a incredible save off the bar. Scary, maybe not incredible, but he gets the job done. Mark, big clear. Overtime in game number 1.
Oh, Mark by 8. What a gorgeous save to keep this one in overtime. How long does it last? I think both teams have had some really beautiful pushes on offense. It's some great defense, but the only one there for it is marked by 8. Nobody on BDS thinking that was getting through for free.
On the corner, Dorito lost the Monkey Moon to get caught. And that's probably the only place that 50 buys Gamers first anytime to rotate. Mark lost the touch. Get back into Gamers first. Actually keep possession. Keep punting the ball away. Eventually, Seiko's going to make you pay, but a big whiff! Monkey Moon scores for free!
You can see Mark by 8. Goes and collects the corner boost. He's fine, he's fine. Teammate will clear it. I'm just dead. I'm just dead. Nice shot.
Drop your controller. GG. Drink your water. Game 2.
Unlucky finish to the game, but overall, I really liked that Gamers First approach. I mean, they had a lot of great pressure, forced BDS to execute. Finally, a little miscue from a G1 defense costing the game. But overall, your pick's not looking too bad there, Jordan.
Not at all, but BDS will always be difficult Leaf as they're able to punish Gamers First. What'd you make of that match?
Yeah, I mean, again, I expect these BDS matches to be close right now. I mean, especially with all these new rosters, a lot of it's you don't know what you're expecting jumping into this. You're like, okay, maybe you scrim them a couple times, but the real test is when you're actually in the RLCS, playing those actual matches. So I'm not surprised again that their first round went to game 5. Could it happen here? Potentially, now that we've seen them at the field, but most of the rest of the board's looking kind of normal right now. I did want to give Chiefs a bit of good news. They did get Williams Resolve did get a win off Solary, so a little bit of light as they head into round 2. They are losing to Solary right now in the next game, but just forget about that.
You can't give me good news and then immediately backhand it.
I can do what I want, and I will continue to do what I want.
Just because you drive this boat doesn't mean you get to be rude about it.
I will think it if I choose to.
Well, you know what? We're going to kick Leaf out of the booth for that one. And Seiko, we're going to start things off in Aquadome. For you, Achieves, you like how Gamers First looked. But
yeah,
I mean, what's the difference? You're probably splitting hairs if I ask you what the difference is here. As Gamers First might get the goal, but too weak of a shot from Atomic.
Yeah, no, I mean, generally, I think everyone played that game pretty much optimally. Don't think there was really any miscues. It was just, I think the biggest miscue for both teams, you could say, was BDS wasn't there to jump across that first missed touch around the backboard, and they had to reset the offense. But in general, everyone's playing really well. And Gamers First going to start it off with literally a bang.
Well, you know what they say. If you can't beat them, delete them. And an easy one. Monkey Moon's thinking, yeah, I defend that all day. But then he sees Dorito going right into him. Good luck. Easy demo. You know, Chief, some people say demos are cringe. And
yes.
What do you think? Do you think demos are cringe?
I think demos are
big cringe energy.
Amazing.
How about that?
Maximum S tier energy.
What if you combine it with an air dribble? That's true cringe right there.
That's max cringe. Air dribble bumps are just disgusting.
Good little
Should
pop
be
from
fined
Seiko.
and suspended from the league for 1 game.
Mark tried to get the ball out for Gamers First, but it's right into Monkey Moon, which forced 2 to commit. Now Extra was just waiting for it, and no touch. Maybe a clear. Oh, the pass! Mark denied. Monkey Moon had it red.
But yeah, you weren't kidding when you're saying you're trying to split hairs, really, because I think pretty much everyone had a really good handle on how Game 1 was playing out. It was really just a matter of execution, and that's kind of the joy about seeing some of these top European teams. I mean, you all know that everyone's playing it how they want to play. They're not really being forced to react. It's just execute, 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 and it's the real skills challenge when you get some of these matchups in Europe.
Oh, Atomic. You saw him dash to try to position for that, but it actually took him off the trajectory. That's a huge win, and Monkey Moon is just gonna
all over it, man.
Now Solary, BDS, double commits are just strategy.
He is not Mickey Moon today.
He hasn't been Mickey Moon in a while, let's be honest. Oh, Atomic has a nice one-on-one against Monkey Moon, but he can't make the grab. Atomic puts some lead behind it. 2-0.
Close call. They try and steal away the corner boost, and just the challenge goes perfectly wrong. Monkey Moon thought it was going to be staying on that orange half. Instead, came back over his shoulder with a vengeance. Atomic going to close it down. 2-0 lead. Gamers First here at the start of game 2. Actually, already almost halfway through, but they might have caught Mark by 8. Just able to poke that one out to the corner.
Oh, that's a great touch.
Whoa.
Too committed, though. Monkey Moon's touch saved, and a great follow-up touch from Atomic. Surely would have been a rebound shot towards his net. Seiko non-touch, and the whifty comes to bite for BDS. Monkey Moon actually gonna get the touch. Gamers First. Bit of a stretch here on defense. Marked by 8. Makes his way across and gets a fantastic touch. Forced Extra to commit in midfield. Now Atomic keeps it close. Just can't force Monkey Moon up in the air.
Space here for Monkey Moon in the midfield. Seiko as well, and a great cut down from Mark by 8. I loved the idea to try and cut that ball to the right, force the defense to be in the 1-on-2, maybe the 1-on-1 if you dodge the demo. Great adjustments being made from G1. Bounced it around, off and around the post. I love a little pinball in the morning. And just able to get away from danger is G1 still.
Monkey Moon didn't expect to just have the ball come down for free. Was boosting fully, thinking he was going to find a challenge in that ball. Smart for Gamers First to leave that and just let Monkey Moon waste his boost, drive it down. And they're doing a great job wasting time on the clock. Sure, losing possession here. As long as you keep that ball out of the net, as Extra tries to shuffle him out. And that was a good draw up, but it was better defense by Gamers First. Yep. BDS even had the bump, but the follow-up was better. They had the fail safe, and they almost score again.
And that Gamers First defensive structure, really, since this series began, been getting tested. BDS has kind of been pressing, but also on the same side of the coin. Seiko trying to cover up. Look at this push from G1. I mean, they get the ball here in the midfield. Dorito slowing it down, marked by 8, recognizing just getting Monkey Moon's face. Seiko, I mean, that's a valiant effort, but you are getting handed an incredibly tall order to try and fill. There's no chance. G1, they're going to tie up the series here in game 2, and they kept BDS on lock. Just kidding. Ooh. Wow, I hate that so much. Kept them on lock. Cue the ball rolling slowly into the open net. Like, just threw the ball straight at Extra. Everybody on G1 like, that's not where that was supposed to go.
Just a little suspect there. And this actually bought BDS a decent chunk of the clock, as long as they get this kick.
Yeah, it becomes doable now.
That's a decent touch for Monkey Moon, but BDS just gave the touch up. Marked by 8, gonna have to... Marked by 8 actually just gonna stay downfield, but the cut off. Gamers First, getting the last laugh on these touches. Positioning just a little bit better. Dorito pops it up and Extra immediately up in the air for it. But they've chewed off all the extra time that BDS have bought. And now it becomes crunch time again here for BDS. Marked by 8, gets the touch and lets Dorito take it, but BDS don't want to let them have free space on defense. Love to push the issue, but they've just wasted more time. Atomic got the reset, and it's saved. Maybe a quick clear here for BDS.
Oh, the time, too much of a factor. Gamers First. What a beautiful game, too, honestly. I mean, great pushes, and more importantly, the immaculate defense, I think, is really what led them to the victory here in this game, too. They don't keep out some of those chances with some big efforts. This one's probably overtime or maybe even a loss. So great show for G1 there.
Fitting for me that Atomic gets MVP. Opened up a lot of opportunities for Gamers First with his mechanics. Even we'll see some of it on the replays, Leaf, as what else is going on in the league right now?
Yeah, you know, I got some info. We were talking about Monkeys a little bit earlier, but not a lot, and I feel like that's going to be a sleeper team. They got a game up on Aogiri right now. They're going in overtime in game 2, but the fact that, you know, Oxygen and Aogiri went head toe-to-toe, and Monkeys is doing the same, I think that's a team to definitely watch out for. Also, Sonics have a game off of Moist right now, too, so shout-outs to Sonics.
Just throw all of it. Everyone who like wrote notes and, you know, was doing the prep when roster changes were happening. Well, everyone wrote notes during Roster Mania, but after it was done, you're like, okay, I got these teams. These teams should be good. These teams should be bad. And I'm sitting in the back. I'm going, it's Europe. I don't have to take notes because none of it's gonna matter. Just enjoy the rest of the season. Game number 3. I told you, we don't need to take notes. It's the kickoff merchant, marked by 8. Gets another one, 2 seconds in.
Oh, this kickoff goes perfectly wrong for BDS. A slightly more aggressive cheat up, playing a little closer to the challenge. Mark Bay gives himself a little space, takes that little pop up. Devastating for BDS. Starting off all kinds of wrong here in game 3.
Cool. Skips across on the 50. BDS, I mean, they've had good pushes. They've had good looks. To me, the right idea in the positioning. I mean, Monkey Moon is in position for pretty much every ball. The only times they've really gotten by him is by demoing him. But even then, it's just not enough for them to actually generate enough offense to get by this Gamers First team since that game one achieves.
Game is hard. That's what I've figured out, even for the world champions, as that one needs to be in. Extra will poke it in between the posts. Tie things up here. Dorito, honestly, that's not a bad clear. Seiko just timed it perfectly and threw it in the right spot on the wall to get it to bounce back into the middle. Right.
Do you think Mark should have turned towards net instead of the corner, or he just didn't have a good idea on where that? He knew the challenge was coming.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knew how close he was.
Yeah, it's tough. I'd have to watch it from his camera to have a better idea of what he was thinking. But either way,
that was actually a tough shot. Dorito had to use his flip to get to it and drilled it. It's so easy to own goal plays like that when you don't have any boost. working out for Gamers First on defense after that last goal, marked by 8. Clear denied by Monkey Moon, who just drills through 2 defenders. Doritos left by himself, waiting for Monkey Moon, who lost control of the ball, just didn't have enough.
Dropped the flip reset. Was never a real threat, and Atomic did a great job picking up on that. Knew he could let that ball come all the way down to the floor. This one extra does connect on and marked by 8. The exact inverse is that one's dangerous. I'll go take that away.
We'll touch over to Monkey Moon. Trying to find his team, but Seiko was cut off. What about the follow-up? They're not catching him out on those hard, like, sidewall touches to try to generate space. Gamers First have got their pulse on that. They know how to position that second man so they're at least able to challenge BDS, the second man. Really a battle of that kind of positioning, and when it is that battle, it always comes down to that 50-50 in the end, doesn't it?
At the end of the day, everyone wishes they were Firebrand. That's all I'll say.
Dude, I think most people wish they were like Justin or Vatira.
You know what?
Joyo.
You make an excellent point. I take it all back.
I wish I was.
I think a lot of people want to be Alpha 54 too. How about him? Monkey Moon? Any Monkey Moon? If you're in chat and you want to be Monkey Moon, press 1. Here's extra. Looking for a clear out as Gamer First get it going at Chiefs.
Good push from Gamers First. Giving a lot of space here to BDS and bring us the ball. Got to execute if you want to get it by us. More than happy to sit and see what's coming at them. And actually, they'll go a little too far forward. BDS all of a sudden going to shove back into the middle field and well-positioned defensively. Our G1 on the retreat, I should say, and get some nice, strong touches defensively to not allow BDS any extra room.
Oh, but still, the structure's good. That was a perfect 3-point pass to get out. But then look at Dorito. Totally stuffed the challenge in the corner. And then Monkey Moon stuffs the play for Gamers First. It really is coming down to that follow-up touch. Like, both second men just have the read. It's a mind battle in that respect.
Always knew it was going to be the skills test here in this one. Everyone so far executing flawlessly. Seiko, big answer on the backboard there. Tough play to make over the shoulder. And BDS now struggling to really kind of falling back to how game 1 looked. Where, yeah, they've got some good pushes, but in general, they're really struggling to find a consistent setup opportunity because that midfield is just kept so tight. Dorito just missing the dunk.
Almost got it. I thought he was going for the bump, but no, he saved his dodge just to stuff the attempted clear. Now Dorito not going to give Monkey a free touch, but he gets deleted for his effort, and the shot denied, but Mark gets demoed, leaving Dorito all by himself, and he gets demoed. BDS, all these demos, and they still can't buy a goal to commit for Gamers First. Nothing's working for BDS here to get it. They don't get it on that double demo. Are you going to get it at all? Really, it was a triple demo. Dorito spawned, and he was removed again.
Atomic was last man standing, and he knew that all he had to do was figure out who was actually going to try and put the shot on target, and he made a great play to keep this one tied up. Extra has to give a little ground wisely, stealing the boost, but with adjustments from Atomic, and that's a massive 2 challenges. There's nothing better when you get your boost stolen, and your teammate's going to buy a good 5-6 seconds by just winning 2 straight to have that not be a factor as this game comes to its conclusion.
Might be another overtime or another 0-second goal. We've had a lot of those at the start of this season. Monkey Moon denied, and we will go to overtime once more.
Well, Jeremy, I hate to say it, 10 goals for BDS in this series, looking less and less likely.
I thought that one was a stretch, but
I wanted to go big.
They could still score like 6 goals in the next game.
I am pleased to say that the reason it's not going to happen is because Gamers First playing beautiful defense. Look at that! And 2, and they actually end up finding a clear. Oh, you're kidding! What? That one's pinched off the post. Monkey Moon gets denied. You can't get through him.
Oh, Dorito gets a free clear. He had no boost. Nobody could get him on the challenge. Now marked by 8. Almost found him. Monkey Moon got the save. Rebound. 1 touch. 2 touches. 3 touches. Off the post. They can't score.
Just neither team able to get that final piece of the puzzle to drop. Huge game here. Advantage on the line. Give yourself 2 chances to go to the 2-0 round.
got to be a little more careful with the way this ball's going across the net. BDS, Extra. He's not going to get that touch. Dorito, does he get another 50 here against Extra? He does. Monkey Moon's ready for it. BDS, only 2 boosts for Monkey Moon. Still sent it on target. Atomic, trying to find Mark. Well, that's successful. Gamers first get out. Monkey Moon still working on small pads. And he'll pop it. That was actually a great touch for Monkey Moon. Allows him to protect the boost and get right back into rotation. But Mark completely blows apart everything that BDS were trying to get set up. And Atomic drills on the side flip. Try to get the 50 in front. And how has Atomic looked today? He has been on form. Dorito, a couple of touches. He's looked good as well. Really, the whole Gamers First squad looked great against BDS. But, get around the corner. Mark by 8 slips it across. Barely, as he was out of boost and a big clear.
I mean, I love that idea from Seiko. Like, the presence of mind to realize the only way you're getting this mid is to just throw it off the corner as hard as you can. Willing to slip between 2 defenders and just try and make something happen, even when not a lot's there. You love the ingenuity as Mark by 8 denied by Extra on the backboard. Now it's G1 who's struggling to really hold on to the ball. They were doing it earlier, and while they're obviously playing immaculate defense, the offense has had to take a bit of a back seat.
Seiko getting away from Mark, and Mark made the grab. Atomic gets in the way. Monkey Moon couldn't make it happen. Seiko's missed. Not going to be enough to make it too awkward for Extra. And he's got the touch and the reset and by Mark, but Monkey Moon not going to get the touch.
What?
And now the ball's loose in front. This
What?
shot not going to get anywhere. I don't really know about that touch. Maybe to keep it away from Monkey Moon.
No,
But then, no, yeah.
he was trying to adjust because BDS just missed the ball, and he was trying to size up a challenge and realized he had an open net, so he had to try and make the adjustment to get all the way around the ball and just didn't have the time to make it happen, so throwing it towards the side is just like, man, unlucky, to be quite honest.
Good soft touch to start from Atomic, back to Mark by 8. And they get stuffed. Nice catch from Seiko. BDS pushing. All sitting pretty low here, 40 or under, now 30 or under. Monkey Moon, that's a good touch for Seiko. He's retreating, and that would have been crazy had he been able to generate something there. But now, Seiko deleted. Extra buys plenty of time for him to get back in the rotation, and Monkey Moon is given a perfect bounce for a big BDS clear.
Could have been a goal for BDS on that last push. Seiko rips it up right. Dorito equal to it. Seiko just trying to keep it in the mix. Monkey Moon's too close, and Dorito up nice and early to prevent potential disaster and get demoed for his efforts. Back on the other side is Extra. And overtime continues, pressing 4 minutes. This one is tough for both teams.
It's been a battle between the thirds and a couple of heroic stops in the corners. Monkey Moon forces the 50 out. There's no way in for BDS. Oh man, Seiko just got bullied out of that play. He gets ran into the side wall, only to run into another orange defender. Now Extra makes 1 miss, but this just isn't really working for BDS. There was plenty of time for Gamers First to get downfield, and an awkward touch, it forced 2 to commit, but none of BDS can really commit. Everyone's in the area for Gamers First. The BDS don't want to take themselves out of position, because we are almost a full game of Rocket League played in just this overtime. Another clear denied. BDS starting to get control of midfield. I thought maybe that touch could have put BDS under some real pressure, but now Mark going to leave the play. Atomic having to contend with Monkey Moon in the corner. Dorito next up. Extra was ready for it. That's a big clear. Maybe a breakout for Atomic. One more over to Dorito. They run into each other. Not exactly how they want to draw it up, Achieves.
Not at all, but they do have a pretty good push here. They've backed BDS all into the same corner, and now it's just, can you get through them? Dorito trying his best, and Seiko's going to make every stop under the sun. Last-ditch effort. Dorito couldn't find the pass down to Mark by 8. Now the counterattack is on for BDS, and that's a big demo to blunt the spear.
Dorito falling back onto this ball. Deletes Extra off the play. Seiko, no boost, had to give it up. Now Extra runs into Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon's gonna be late to the touch. Extra with nothing in the tank, trying to stay on top of this ball. It works out. Inertia in his favor. Another 50 in Seiko's favor. Dorito trying to figure out how to get out. And Monkey Moon gets it back over to Extra, and a dead play is Gamer First. Throw it back. Atomic looking for the play, and patience from Seiko. You saw him think for a second to come up and challenge that ball, but at the last moment, he pulls off and gets the 50.
scary clear as well. Went straight back into the waiting arms of Dorito, and Dorito just didn't think he was going to try and clear it right at him, obviously. And BDS almost squeezed one from the corner, dumped into the middle, and Extra not expecting it, playing a little too close.
Mark up for this touch. Gamers first. Hunting for some offense. BDS, they've had the better of them in the last minute or so. And mounting 14 shots total on net. Dorito wraps around one. What's the pass? He didn't get the bump. I was hoping that would give the space to Mark by 8. Atomic, that is not strong enough. Monkey Moon pitches it back. It's right in. BDS score! And overtime cannot end unless it's a Mickey goal from Monkey Moon himself. That's not Mickey at all.
Yeah, he had that one lined up.
Nasty.
Could see the guy on the wall. Obviously, we can't say that he was trying to put that one straight into the net, but he did have that challenge absolutely on lock. Could see the line, could understand how that was going to play out, and just a little bit of luck involved in making sure it went straight between the middle of the uprights.
What do you mean? There's no such thing as luck in Rocket League.
Not
Monkey Moon.
That pitch was so silly, dude. Oh man.
Yeah,
but,
that's a way to end it. That's for sure. How fast was that? Did you guys see? I didn't catch it by the time
fast.
it went in. But yeah, really quick.
Not
really,
slow.
Really super fast. I just wanted to just mention how this round 2 is a lot less game 5s. There are a couple of them going, but a lot of 3-0s across the board. Karmine taking down Team Liquid 3-0, Oxygen taking down Endpoint 3-0, and a Quadrant taking down EG 3-0. So quick.
But it's
quick,
EG 0-2, right?
Yeah, it does. And Dirk pointed out, too, they had 4 OT losses in a row, and then they lose 2 more to lose that. So they're not having a happy day right now.
Devastating.
That's just Europe, baby.
No one's allowed to be happy here in this region ever.
That's the thing, is they're all happy anyway. Oh, Dorito puts it in. It's actually not true. I think they're all sweaty gamers, and of course you got it. Mark by 8 sets it up. And no one from BDS gets that touch. They weren't expecting Mark to put it so lateral. They were expecting something towards the back wall at least.
How about straight across? That's the same thing.
And that's how you deliver the pass. Monkey. Ooh. Wow, straight line.
Not wasting time, not mincing words. Pass is coming at me. I'm putting it in between the middle, and you got to go get it.
Monkey plays it downfield. I feel like what did gamers first in was like they had the mechanics, right? They were trying to break in multiple ways. They had the passes, but I felt like they actually got away from the physical game, which was really helping them early on against BDS. That was the only thing that really wasn't clicking for them. BDS, they took control of that game in the final 2 minutes of overtime. Not saying that they have to get physical in this game, but I do feel like that was maybe their missing component, because these passes were like those were happening during OT.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, Mark got the 50. Atomic swifts around, and wow, Seiko somehow comes up with a touch.
Oh, there's the little physicality. Unfortunately, Monkey Moon lives to drive at least a few more kilometers, but G1, they're hearing what you're saying, Jorby. They understand the physicality got them a lot of opportunities, trying to bring it back here in game 4.
Bounce, hoping. Yeah.
You know, it's going to waste a lot of time and force BDS to make maybe some awkward clears into some suboptimal places. And, you know, in a 1-goal game where they've played incredibly tight games so far, that might be enough to just squeeze out a game 5 appearance.
Mark hoping for a bump against Seiko. Already left the wall. Gamers first do stick here on the blue half for a little while. A Monkey Moon a little far off the ball. Extra. Good touch. Or that could have been a little awkward for him, but he always is perfectly timing his jumps. His timing has been pristine, even in situations where you think he's going to get caught out. And Monkey Moon was given a free shot in the 3rd, and he nailed it to the wall.
Free shot, but no guarantee it goes in. He's got 2 people in the goal right here, and I was thinking for sure the ball was going to be off the backboard, set it up for Extra, but Monkey Moon proved me wrong. He says, nah, I can hit it hard enough. Top, well, not quite top right. Top right, it would have definitely been in, but
high enough nonetheless.
High enough and quick enough. That's what matters.
Ooh, cut off here. It's going to give Monkey Moon good clearance lane. Cut off by Atomic. Gamers first. Back to that touch, and had it been another ball that just skates from BDS's corner to the net, surely that would have been a tilter. But that slows it down and almost got him. It gave Monkey Moon a free shot, maybe. Nope, taken away. Seiko's going to wait, but I don't think he's going to get the angle he wants. Marked by 8, getting 2 touches off of him.
Trying to steal away that Gamer's first corner boost as well. A little miscommunication in the midfield, though, and BDS to spend some valuable moments and a little bit of map pressure to reset themselves, and that should allow G1 to stabilize here.
Over for Monkey Moon, but Seiko was hoping to get another touch. Atomic ended up ripping it away. BDS kind of threw that ball away too. Some diving stops, now a demo. Atomic's got enough boost, but Seiko planted his wheels on the backboard. Able to get the save.
BDS forced to play high quality defense. Atomic, nice little dodge and cut around 1. Now he's in front. Seiko hits him with the stop and go and finds a clear.
Seiko, I mean, he could see the whole play develop in front of him. There was no blind side you were going to hit him on, so he knew exactly when to hit the brakes. That's a great touch from Atomic, but no follow-up, so no one will remember that greatness as Mark puts it up to the corner. And the Jeeves, we're all locked up again with about a minute left. Maybe we have another one of these. I mean, both of these defenses have been excellent. Even right there, Dorito, he's got the sense of Monkey Moon there. Monkey Moon only getting 1 free shot on Gamer's first net, but they're getting to every single one of these balls on.
Yeah, that's really the big takeaway. Like, yeah, both offenses really putting both defenses through their paces, and you have to commend how well both of them are playing, but this one too hot to handle. Extra gets careened on a challenge. Monkey Moon's trying to save the net. Extra can only adjust and hope he's got enough to get it into the corner. Marked by 8. Says not good enough. Boyo down 1. 48 seconds left.
Will we see Champions Field again? Many teams have seen it today so far. Gamers first, they'll get a big clear. BDS looking for a way around. Drills it through Mark. Oh, Atomic gonna find Mark. Mark now on the break against Monkey Moon, and didn't get the 50. Monkey Moon plays it around to the corner over to Seiko. Ooh, nice little plant. Gamers first really trying to seal the deal with a 3rd goal. The defense has been solid for BDS. Seiko gets the stealing to help him out. Oh, Monkey Moon gets bumped. He got chipped. He was actually in position for it. But Dorito comes on the back of the rotation. He chips Monkey Moon out of the way, forces BDS to go the distance, which they will, but can they score? Cut by Dorito. With no time left, he's got to get the ball on the ground through the smoke, over the defender. Extra dunked by Atomic, and Gamers first send us to Champions Field.
Couple of really good ideas there from BDS on those last couple of pushes, but everything swallowed up into the cavernous maw of the Gamers first defense. Can't get anything by them for free, and they will force Game 5. And what a show it's been. I mean, both defenses really having to work overtime to keep a lot of difficult chances out of the net. Monkey Moon, I'm still amazed he went and took that shot lead. That was crazy.
Yeah, I'm again overall surprised just that maybe not surprised by how many Game 5s already, just 2 Game 5s in a row now that BDS is going to, especially after we hear everyone talk about how this is good, this is going to be their region. That's proven to be a different story. Maybe they'll continue to get their wins.
I feel like who's saying that this was going to be BDS's region? Have they watched Europe? Have they watched Europe at all?
Yeah, well, yeah. Now I'm saying before when we saw it on paper,
No, I told you. Papers don't matter in Europe.
You did say throw them away before this even started. You did say that.
It's true. Well, okay, I'm just going to stop looking at papers then.
That's good. It's the digital age, Leaf. You should be using a monitor instead. Everyone's got a smartphone. Use yours. Game 5 underway. Team BDS versus Gamers First. This is the very last game of this Swiss round, so everyone is waiting on this match to finish up. It's been a brutal chess match, but neither team having a secret weapon in their back pocket achieves. It comes down to all skill and grit here.
I don't know what to make of it either. I mean, anything could happen. Oh, that's a tough bounce to handle. Extra's just trying to buy time at this point, but all bets are off in Game 5. Both teams have shown they can execute. Both teams have shown they can lock down on defense. It's been the same since the start of this series.
Ooh. Pushed out. Even when both teams get in front of the box and they're taking a quality shot, someone's always there, even in the corners. This time, Extra does work his way around. And it's kind of the antithesis of what we saw from Solary, isn't it, Chiefs, where we're kind of complaining about how they're positioning, and you see a lot of double commits to try to force these challenges. But it's, to me, second man is the hardest position to excel at in Rocket League, at the pro level. But both of these teams, I think, really have a great sense for how they should be positioning, and it makes that chess match that we're talking about. It becomes a battle of challenges in the thirds and how you're positioning against the other players off the ball.
Yeah, that's all built up through experience with your teammates, the synergy that arises. You understand how people think and what they like to do in situations, and that's only something that comes with time. Both of these teams have shown that they understand their teammates in spades.
I mean, even here, we're 2 minutes gone, and it's just one full launch, attempted bumps. That's the other thing, too. The bump avoidance for both squads has also been pretty good. Obviously, they haven't been able to avoid all of them, but we've seen excellent work. Dorito trying to shade how he was going to hit that ball. Atomic doesn't get another touch that he wanted. Mark in an awkward spot in the midfield. Monkey Moon going to get the clear for BDS.
A little bit of free space here for G1. Can they actually stitch something together? Try as they might. Some good boost deals as well. Now you're starting to get the key challenges. This could be a good press for him.
Oh, the best part for Seiko is he doesn't have to execute his inputs 30 times in a row perfectly. He just has to be there.
Just one.
Just one jump. And he timed it perfectly. It's got to be terrifying sometimes when you see that go in front of you and you think, if I jump at the wrong time, I am getting dunked. Marked by 8, getting the clear out to Atomic. Cut off by Monkey Moon, but it's a perfect touch for Dorito. Totally flubbed his touch. Monkey Moon back over to Extra. BDS working. Seiko gotta wait though, because there's the third. It's covered by Gamers First.
You just see BDS kind of trying to improvise a little bit on the offense. Great pass and shot. Atomic, with help from Dorito on the goal line, able to suss out how to push that ball to safety. And now BDS got a pretty decent grip already. 3.5 minutes gone. Doesn't feel like it's been that long in Game 5, but still the deadlock.
Oh, Monkey gets just chipped off the play. It made it a little easier for Mark. Recovery was perfect, and he didn't have to get a clean enough touch. It just had to stay out of the net. Atomic just flips off the ball. Monkey Moon doesn't get a clean touch. Now a double commit. Dorito's got no boost. Mark or Atomic, gets on the wall. Mark, perfect follow-up. Still scoreless. BDS, it looks like they might have knocked on the door. Mark up for this. Maybe this one's it for Extra, but he runs into the car instead. Monkey Moon seeing the play ahead of time, flipped back, and is in perfect position to send it right back to the orange half.
It's a good thing he did, because even recognizing it early, he still almost didn't make it back in time. How quick the counterattack came out from G1. And at long last, a breath of fresh air for G1. Flipped over to Atomic and unfortunately not able to skim it towards the net. Marked by 8 just to keep things on the offensive. And Monkey Moon, a beautifully played ball off his back wall. Overtime looming here in Game 5.
One forced Mark up and then forced the ball off of him for second man. Pass over to Seiko. High ball, but up to the task. He just makes the right touch. Atomic can do no wrong on the backboard, but here comes Extra around it. A pretty carry, but nothing on target and nothing BDS could shoot. Downfield, Monkey Moon shuffles the ball off of Dorito. End of regulation. Extra makes the diving stop against Mark. Around the corner, here comes Gamers First. Ball, Extra got the touch. Around to the corner. One more. Marked by 8 wants to play ball, but he just gave the ball to Seiko. He's only got 10 boost. Dorito maybe wants to put this on the ground, and he gets underneath it. Extra doesn't get the catch. Game 0's out. Overtime.
Catch your breath, everybody. I will say, Gamers First, I think they got the better pushes on offense at the end of regulation looked a lot more dangerous, putting BDS in some tight spots, but the shot differential was huge. Only 2 for Gamers First and 9 for BDS in regulation.
Another game 5 for BDS. The result against Guild was a dub for them, and they get another one. Dorito, on the backside, Monkey Moon got the touch. Oh, gets the go-ahead. What? Marked by 8 with no boost, trying to buy some time and 2 commit on the play. Marked by 8 still has nothing. The corner boost didn't spawn for him. He hasn't picked up any pads. Atomic buys him a little bit of time. It's not enough, and Seiko missed the net. Oh, surely that one would have been in. He had 2 players stuck on 0 in net. If you were going to have a window, that was it.
It wasn't a big one. It was
Not at all.
closed, pretty small. Had to hit it top left, and he just pushed it wide.
Those are the only
Close
chances
call.
that they've had.
That's true. That's what we've been saying all series long. You have to execute. Anything less than perfect is not good enough in this series.
Oh, the whifty leaves it open. Gamers First denied. Monkey Moon dives for the stop. Marked by 8 tries to keep it going, and now Seiko gets the clear for BDS. It almost looked disastrous, but the corner is Gamers First. Atomic. Oh, pass from Dorito. He just shuffled his way by Extra. Monkey Moon saves the day off the post, and Mark got caught looking. He had to push it back to the corner. BDS, another heroic stop by Monkey Moon. Atomic tries to drill it by Seiko, but he keeps it in.
Big bailout there on the misplay from Extra, but now they may end up scoring if they just get this back down into the middle. Dorito's in a very awkward spot. He's the only one with boost. Atomic has picked up some, but this could be a dangerous counterattack.
Oh, the pass in front to Extra is denied. Dorito got it on the corner. It pushed it to the far side. Extra can't get to the ball in time. Monkey Moon's got to wait. Atomic. Oh, he tried to catch it. It wasn't clean, and that's going to give Monkey Moon an angle out. BDS don't let Gamers First in that easily. Drops down. Maybe they can get it started here. Atomic around the corner. Denied by Extra, but the flip a little too early. It did put Dorito in a tough spot, so Extra, it works out for him.
Okay.
It leaves it for Monkey Moon, and it's cleared out.
Waste time here, Extra. Let everyone breathe for just a moment. And Gamers First trying their best not to allow even that, closing the gap quickly on Extra, saying, nope, we're still going 110% fast, as hard as we can. You got to do something about it.
In the corner. High bounce for Seiko. No boost, he can't chase him. You see Extra sitting, hoping he can get a chip. BDS trying to pinch forward and getting more aggressive with their positioning when they know they have the boost advantage. Look at the long clear. No one gets killed. Oh, leave him off the bar! Monkey Moon so close, and yet so far. Atomic, the net saved by Seiko. There's another one? No, Monkey Moon's in the air first. Mark saw it the whole way. And now he sees his way out, but he doesn't get the touch he wants. Now Extra, barreling forward. Big clear again. Dorito on the call for Gamers First. And they break through BDS's line. Mark not going to get a chance at a double touch. BDS on the pitch. Dorito says, no more pinches into my net in overtime, please. Seiko wins a massive 50. Mark by 8 to stop. Monkey Moon light shot. Saved again. Atomic had to fight off Extra in the net. Monkey Moon back in the corner. Get the 50 out, but Mark by 8 with control. Have the 50 over to the side wall. BDS, they've lost the game. They've lost control. Dorito underneath, and it's taken out. Seiko gets underneath. BDS got set up off the ceiling that is too far away for Atomic. Try as they may. Gamers First off the side wall. Nothing. Extra big clear over to Seiko, and he wins it big time for BDS.
Up one.
Oh, the 50! It's loose in front of the box! Saved! Extra tried to push it in the Monkey Moon, and the breakout play. Mark Atomic, Dorito barreling, and nothing for him achieves. 4 minutes in.
The wild roller coaster swings of who has the advantage. Just a matter of, do you make the perfect hit? And another gear being found in this overtime by both teams. Insanity.
This is the highest IQ you've gotten, right? Not you, I'm saying the teams on the field. I mean, you're always high IQ, Chief. That wasn't a thinly veiled insult, I promise. Extra, up high, looking for a bump, looking for something to clear a path for BDS. That's a good lead for Seiko. Now he's got the 50. He's over to Dorito, marked by 8. All reliable on the back end. Picking it up as we approach another full game. This might as well be a best of 7. With how many minutes of Rocket League have been played. Extra puts it down. Extra in the box. And nobody for BDS is there to follow up. Seiko playing the loss of the corner. Monkey Moon denied by Mark by 8. And now here come Gamers First. Atomic getting mechy. Underneath on the reset. Drills through one, and Dorito, he had Atomic in his path. 2 to commit from BDS. Dorito beat on the 50 by Extra.
Oh, and Extra's just nothing in the tank. Someone help, please. BDS is getting starved out slowly, but surely you can't afford to make a mistouch here.
The corner, Gamers first. We're building a little momentum, but that can all go away with one good 50. Monkey Moon shot taken away. Dorito had to be patient. Now he gets deleted. Extra, not a lot of boost. And he hasn't had a lot of boost on these pushes, but he's gotten a lot of value. Here he is. Oh, a great fake challenge on Dorito. Now he's got full boost, full control. Extra, fake, Extra. Oh, we got it. Go! The French take down Spain. 5 minutes and 45 seconds of pain. And BDS, they win.
Oh, and they were so close to saving even that. So the answer, what does it take? An air dribble, a flip reset, a fake, a huge change in pace, and 19 shots to get the job done for BDS.
What a game, man. That was honestly like that might be my favorite match of the season so far. I'm not joking about that either. It felt like a battle of minds almost, and then it came down. It just comes down to that nitty gritty play. It comes down to Extra, that fake challenge in midfield, which got him the midfield boost, gave him full control, and then he got the fake on the flip reset. Extra literally did like 6 things in a row, Leaf, to make that entire play happen. It all had to go perfectly.
Yeah.
Extra was the guy to do it. This guy is nuts. BDS are nuts.
Yeah, with all the goal line moments, I feel you had a couple quotes there, Junior Castro, that I think encapsulated that game, that series. One was, "Oh yee," and another was, "Wow," and that's all that needed to be said, in all honesty, given what we saw there. But that delivered, and I'm honestly looking forward to more European matches. If this is what we get for the rest of the season, we are in for something good, that's for sure. But we do have round 3 on its way, so do not go anywhere. After the break, the European Fall Open continues.
Became a king from a common man, and I turned my verse wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it, I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all, I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? Got me saying away. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I don't like to leave things unresolved. Maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all. I won't stay.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, day one of the European Fall Open. I'm Leaf, and I've changed my friends. It is Europe, so why not bring on some Brits here? We got Shogun and Johnny joining us in here, and you're ready for some magic. How you liking it so far, Johnny? How you liking what we've seen? It's chaos.
Well, it's the same every season. We know we underestimate just how chaotic Europe's going to be, and starting round one, we've already got so many close matches. Round two, even closer still. And you know, these elimination rounds coming up, I expect to follow the same suit here.
Yeah, it's a little hard to read with our faces under there, but there was a lot of matches, and honestly, it's been exciting because round one, game fives across the board. Shogun, it was just wild. We're like, okay, this is a good start. We don't really have a good idea of who's the best right now. We did get a little more 3-0s though coming into the second round, and maybe we're starting to see our footing. Were you expecting this looking at all the roster coming into the beginning?
Yes,
okay.
Of course. I've been here long enough to expect a certain degree of things from this region. I expected BDS to be good. I expected Moist to be good. I didn't know anything else that was going to happen because it always ends up going that way. So, joy of joys, we're back. We're Europe. It's the same as always.
Well, just looking at, again, BDS specifically, both of their matches going to game 5, G1, Johnny, was this an expected push from them? And do you think that's going to continue in the future? Third time's the charm.
Well, G1, they didn't really get tested in qualifying for... They didn't really get tested in qualifying for this event. I think they had one of the easier runs to get in out of all the top teams, but pretty clearly from that match that they just played against BDS, they know how to defend to a very high level, and they've got 3 players in their team who are all known for their offensive capabilities. So I think that they're going to be a consistent top 8 team right now, at least today. You know, Swiss is very different from playoffs, so looking good right now. I expect them to make it through despite that tough loss against 5 to BDS.
Well, let's keep talking about BDS here, because our next matchup on the stream here is going to be BDS yet again versus Karmine Corp. And again, of course, if you guys want to watch the rest of the matches that are happening, we still have all the teams in. They're on the team streams. Go check around where they're at. Follow and support your favorite teams. But here, this is our matchup. Shogun, I think these are 2 teams coming into this that I'm like, yeah, this is
Yeah.
These are teams I expect to continue to be at the top in this region.
Yeah, I think for the 2-0 matchups, we're relatively unsurprised. That will be the last time you will hear me say that for the rest of the broadcast. But hey, I'm enjoying it for the time being.
Hey, we'll see if we get this one to work here, because Karmine finds themselves a star in Vatira. We found ourselves a quick chat with them. Let's take a look.
I left Moist for a lot of reasons, and to have the opportunity to join K Corp for me is like the dream. Just to have the opportunity to join them, the roster, and like the project, it was like a dream for me. So it was a great choice for me to join K Corp. My old teammates were incredible, like in the gameplay, as a human, like everything. We had a good mental, like we are always saying that it's never lose, like never. You can still win, whether if you are in 0-2 or something, you can still win every series in the game. So yeah, I learned a lot of things.
Oh no! A complete gap on the kickoff, and Moist have tied it up!
Itachi is someone who's playing really fast, like who's getting pressure in offense, never going to lead the ball, surprise people. Exotic is the opposite. He's always going slow, trying to fake people, and it works a lot. So yeah.
Bottom though, what a shot! Exotic finds the bottom corner.
I think it helps a lot to speak with your native language, because you can just not think about what you're going to say and just focus on your gameplay, and it helps a lot.
My goodness, he almost got three. Oh, Vatira! He keeps Moist in it! Ball from Gordon now! It's still Vatira! He made it happen!
We all feel really good, like we are all happy to play with each other. And we have such a good moment when we meet each other. So yeah, I'm happy to play with them, and I think they are happy to play with me too.
Onto Vatira's hands, and of course, it is going to be a goal. Boys securing this game number 5.
Yeah, we almost had a moment earlier where that whole debacle was going on. I felt Rapid waking up. There was some sort of energy there. But Karmine Corp did get their dub, of course, in that first round. They grabbed a handy one in the second one, 3-0, just easy peasy. Let's move on here. And now they're trying to push on through. And I'm curious if you guys think they're going to keep pushing on, but they do have BDS in their way. Fan vote. Let's see what you got here, because BDS, the confidence in BDS might be a little tested right now, Johnny, with all these game 5s. Has yours been tested?
I don't think so. BDS are getting the job done. They're 2-0, so if you're going to judge them for going to Game 5 with Guild and G1, then you got to do the same thing with Karmine Corp going to Game 5 with Solary. So for me, no, I think BDS are still looking pretty consistent here. Karmine Corp less so. So I'm leaning BDS, but yeah, you never know. I think we've yet to see the best from Karmine Corp as well.
Yeah, Shogun, I feel like a Game 5 would be probably expected here.
I think the only thing that surprised me so far is that BDS haven't lost in round 1, because that seems to be what they usually do. They usually give us some false hope that maybe they won't win a regional by losing the first round or second round, but that's not been the case. So hope is completely out the window. BDS very likely going 3-0.
Chat, what do you got? What do you got here before we get into the matchup here? I want to see if we can. Oh, flipped. Ooh, Karmine Corp 65. Okay, we like the upset. We like the energy.
I mean, it is the blue wall.
Yeah. And in all honesty, I'm totally down for it, because Shogun, this is a great day so far when it comes to seeing how the landscape is in the region.
I mean, yes, the landscape involves a lot of very long matches, a lot of overtimes, and a lot of Game 5s. So same as usual, business as usual. Johnny, let's get into this then.
Yeah, we just had an almost false start there right before this game got underway. Vatira so eager to get going that he just wrote in the in-game chat, go, 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 and everybody must have thought it was an admin. They all joined, but luckily we didn't have a false start here, so we're off for the real Game 1. Vatira obviously cannot wait to face BDS with his new team.
We'll see what Vatira is capable of doing over on this one. Are you expecting immediate results from KC, or is this a long-term project?
I wouldn't be surprised if they have immediate results, but I'm leaning more long-term. I think Vatira joining Karmine Corp, whether or not they get long-term or immediate results, rather, it's a great move for a French player. But look at this great move from a French player. Seiko doubles it in. We've got some bumping on the goal line as well. And Tachi couldn't just get back to this one after that. Easy for Seiko as you like.
A reminder as well that our stream is going, and we are quite frankly fantastic. There are a whole bunch of team streams happening as well, and if seeing teams, the very tippity top go against each other isn't enough for you, and you'd like a little bit more chaos, well, there's a couple of teams also trying to play for their tournament lives right now, and they will be throughout the rest of the tournament. Basically, it is in a position where I think any team that is now 0-2 must win 6 series in a row if they want to take this entire regional. So a lot of work to be done over there. But I also wouldn't put it past some of them. So you do have this juggernaut right here. Team BDS. Team that everyone was clowning on coming out of London. Suddenly, they were the ones laughing. World champions. Justifying that Seiko move. Because I've never seen a move, Johnny, where there was no real middle ground. It was either go and win the World Championship or this roster move is a bust.
Yeah, until Vatira joined KC, I suppose. He's trying to following Seiko's footsteps here, trying to make a really big roster move between two top teams and make it work out. But it's BDS who have got the good start here, but Itachi fires back, a missed read by Monkey Moon. Allows this one to come through, rare to see. He was a little bit low on boost, but he had enough to get back to that ball. That left extra completely beaten to the punch by Itachi. No way to get top corner covered. And it's 1-1.
Shooting accuracy has certainly not been something to go amiss today as Monkey Moon 1-on-1 against Exotic. Exotic proving to be just too strong when it comes to the defensive side of the field. BDS not known for rushing. We're going to wait for their opportunities. This might be it off the post. Exotic away yet again. I'm not going to overpress for this. Good booming clear. And this has been the staple of BDS. No matter what iteration we've had, no matter what roster we've had, defense has always been hit it long, get it away, and we'll build on it from there. And it still feels, Johnny, 2 years later, like it's just as effective as when it was when they first came in for RLCSX.
Yeah, they do the simple stuff better than anyone else in the world. That's always been the motto of Monkey Moon and Extra since they've started teaming together. It's just play it simple, play it safe, keep the pressure on the opponents. Such an efficient team, such an effective team. And Karmine Corp, I doubt, will try and follow that same logic with their Rocket League gameplay. Here are not known for keeping things simple in attack at least, although his defense is very, very solid. They've definitely got a good foundation on Karmine Corp if they can really play together as a unit. Maybe they could be the next BDS, the next team who can just all read each other perfectly. Exotic's got to be the extra on the roster. It's not working out on this play though. Monkey Moon will fire into the far post, and that really wasn't it wasn't complicated at all. Seiko just slow playing at the near post. Monkey Moon charges in, and no one in Karmine Corp able to get goal side.
Yeah, once Itachi's slowed down on that wall, he is not going to be able to get to a ball that is, say, above him, like that one was. So, just taking the pace down a little bit, working out very well for BDS, as we do see Seiko almost bullied on the backboard. Karmine Corp find themselves a goal down. 90 seconds left to play over in this game. For BDS, it is now just about keeping that pressure on. They don't need to overstretch for this, although they are still trying for bumps. Seiko will be by himself. He's got Exotic, and it's just a failure on the execution of the play.
Yeah, that was a free double for Vatira, but he just didn't get the first touch right, so he had too much to do with his second. Angle proved to be impossible for even him to score. This is a bit of a more direct shot. It does fall to Exotic, but it seems like Karmine Corp is struggling to get that last touch into a position that BDS are going to struggle to deal with. You know, yes, Karmine Corp are able to send players after all of these clears and after all of these centers, but so are BDS. It's a two-pronged attack that you need. In Rocket League, you need to hit the ball into a place your teammates can catch up to, but also ones that the opponents can't get to. Otherwise, you're just creating 50-50s. That's not something BDS are weak in.
That might be the last big chance that they get. 30 seconds now. Karmine Corp in a nice spot to work with. And they're still getting blocked, but they need more than that because it's going to drop down for extra on the half volley. They'll try to keep the pressure on. That time has ticked away. BDS really not sweating too much of this at the moment. Karmine Corp did have their big chance. Be able to try and generate one more for Tira. That is a bit of a pre-jump there, pal. It's not going to work out on that play, and BDS have got game number 1.
And they just simply look like the more teamy team, for lack of a better description. I mean, they've been a team for longer, so it's no surprise. They're synergizing brilliantly, and BDS have just got the pressure on Karmine Corp, and eventually Karmine Corp caving every single time that does come through, whether it's a bump, whether it's a 50-50 in a back corner. You know, BDS are finding ways to break down the defense, and Karmine Corp just don't look like they've got a way against that right now.
Right, Leaf, everything's pretty calm over here right now. BDS looking good to move on. Casey, I don't really have too many doubts that they're not going to move on. Where's the panic? What's happening everywhere else? Who's really terrified? Leaf, tell me right now.
Absolutely no one. Actually, you know what? Guild might start to panic soon. They're down 3-0, and they've already lost one against EG. Also, it was Solary is just Braziled endpoint in game 2.
Ouch.
That's pain.
Ouch.
Yeah, so there's that. Yeah.
Not that surprising though. Solary, they're in the 0-2 round, but
I'm telling you, Solary are going to the major, okay? I'm keeping that one out there. That is my big prediction for this split. I'm sticking with it.
It's a bold one. I like how bold that prediction is. I don't like
no point of a soft prediction. You know what? BDS is going to go to the major. There we are. I get just as much kudos for that one.
No, I completely agree with you. You know, predictions are only interesting if they are bold, so that I definitely give you credit there, but I'm going to disagree. I don't think they go to the major. They're really surprising us all by playing as well as they are in this qualifier. If they can reverse sweep the qual, go 3 games, 3 series wins in a row, then I will be so impressed by that Solary roster, but EU is just so stacked. I can't see it happening just yet. They're doing well so far in that lower round 3. They lost game 1 to Endpoint. Now setting down an absolute destruction in game number 2 to come back and tie it up.
Let's get ourselves back over to Aquadome, Karmine Corp and Team BDS. 2 teams that you're going to expect to see an awful lot of each other throughout this season. Much I do want to keep seeing as well as the Gamers First up against Team BDS. I'm hoping that is a proper rivalry, not just played for bragging rights, but played for championships. I want that to be like, oh, wait a minute. I want that to be like the Dignitas Vitality matchup in the semi-finals of Season 8. You know, the good old K-Dot versus Violent Panda sort of match.
Yeah, it's a great return for Mark by 8. He had to finish off last season on the bench, and you know his name's on Champions Field right next to Monkey Moon Extra and Seiko, but he didn't get to actually participate in the last split or the World Championship after winning, or actually not winning, he's finished second in RLCS Season X with BDS and being the top team in Europe for pretty much another 6 months after that. So he definitely deserves to be there. His name fully deserves to be up there. On Champions Field. You know, a lot of the substitutes who are up there, you know, no disrespect to them, but they don't really deserve to be in the same conversation as a Mark by 8 who did so much for that BDS roster in the past. Some substitutes really were just a name so they could sign up and have somebody listed. But Vatira's not just here to get the paycheck, he's here to take names, score goals, get wins. He's open to scoring in game 2.
Starting with the massive pre-jump towards the end of the last game, Vatira wants to be playing not reactively. He just wants to know what's happening. Trust that his teammate is going to get the ball exactly where he's running towards. And that is a good play. Try and start getting that style of play style underway. We go off the backboard. Vatira will be able to carry this the entire way. It's almost a guarantee they get the reset. He's got attaching support as well. Loving sort of the mix-up game that you get from 2 teams like this as well. Is it going to be the full court carry with some resets? Why not? Everyone seems to be capable of doing that mechanically now. Or is it going to be a passing play? As a defender, you have to try and cover both options. Oh, wait, he's got him!
Wow, Extra is on one today. That was not what I was expecting. He's played a double off the ceiling into the far post bottom corner, but Zero was waiting and ready for that. He had boost in defense. He was not expecting such acceleration from Extra from that position.
Oh, BDS back in it. And in it in the most BDS way possible. Just sudden acceleration. You don't anticipate it until it's already happened to you. Another breakaway opportunity here. BDS, though, not afraid to play this match against K Corp with their backs turned, and that's just another one. As impressive as the first goal was, Karmine Corp might be staring at themselves for this one.
Yeah, Exotic's pushed up to the halfway line there. Seiko's bumped him out of third man position. Leaves it completely open for Monkey Moon. It looks that, very careless from Karmine Corp. It definitely is pretty careless from Karmine Corp, but great bump on the recovery there from BDS to take the last man out of the play.
Oh, wait, is Yuri there? Oh, dear. Getting a little bit harassed towards the back post. And BDS, in very typical BDS fashion, might just go game 5, game 5, and then 3-0. It's like a reverse tournament for them half the time, especially whenever we were used to RLCSX especially. It'll be, oh wow, they looked like they really struggled in the opening few matches, and it's 4-0 in the grand finals. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just not worried when I see BDS winning 3-2. It doesn't really... I don't think that's an indication they're having a bad day. Oh my goodness, what a save. That is a great touch to the side as well. BDS putting it together at both sides of the field at the moment. To really make that 3-2 look a lot better in the previous round for BDS. G1 are now dominating Quadrant. They're up 2-0 in the following round, round 3 that we're currently in here. Winner of that series will progress to the 2-1 round, just one win away from making the playoffs tomorrow. G1 looking good. They're answering all the critics. Everybody called their, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people called their qualification to this tournament a Mickey run. Definitely was one of the easier strength of schedules, but today they are showing up and they're taking on everybody. And already taking down Tundra earlier on today as well. Now looking to do the same thing to Quadrant, go game 5 overtime with BDS. That's a good run that they're on. BDS just a few seconds away from going up by 2, and that all but does it. Monkey Moon with a quick near post shot, accurately places it for 3-1.
You just know when to send the house. Seiko barreled through Itachi. No respect given, no quarter given, and no chance given to Karmine Corp. Unless they can get something with 1 second remaining. They need the kickoff goal. Is it going to happen? No, not quite. So, BDS, triple match point. Leaf, let's get you into this then, shall we? What is happening across the rest of the RLCS? Because BDS are barreling through this one.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. There isn't anything that's like super close. We got in those mid matches, Johnny just called out one of them too, but we got 2-0s. It looks like teams are starting to find their spots where they want to be, except for Aogiri. They're being told by Moist that they're in the wrong building right now. Granted, they are tied right now in this game 3, but Moist is looking like they're going for a sweep. And Guild, again, struggling here. They're on their final life. They're a goal down with a minute left in that final game. So EG looking to potentially sweep Guild as well.
Ouch.
Yeah. So
yeah. No other real way of putting that, especially considering that does mean that you would, I believe everyone that doesn't get top 8 or effectively get through today, you've got to go through the closed qualifiers.
Yeah.
Yet again. So
and if
there's any place you wouldn't want to be, yes, that especially.
You don't want to be dead last. You don't want to be 15th, 16th. With the new regional structure, if you're not averaging a top 16 placement between regionals 1 and 2, you're not in regional 3 at all. So finishing 15th, 16th is not that great because you're barely in.
I believe Direct mentioned that if you want to go to the major, I believe he said that the golden numbers was like between 21 and 23 points. So that's roughly, for those of you at home, what your team needs to get for winning this event. You get 16, so you're pretty much on the right path. And Karmine Corp looking to get on the path of redemption in this series.
Excellent play there by Exotic with the assist. Vatira with the open net, but Exotic taking the ball past both BDS defenders before that. Left it wide open for him. Karmine Corp they do look threatening every time they press forward. They look like they've got options, whether it's a solo play, whether it's a physical play, a team play. They definitely look like a scary team to defend against, but it's their defense and it's their, maybe their transition play in the midfield. It just doesn't look as clean to me, at least. They don't look comfortable in defense. They don't look like they're fully on the same page with their midfield play either, with players kind of getting stacked up in the same positions. That's where BDS has really been the significantly better team today. When your offense is comparable, but your defense and midfield is falling off, then you are probably just going to get swept. And even though we've got a 1 goal lead here for Karmine Corp, I would absolutely not be surprised if BDS come back and win this week. Then
I think the best way I can describe Karmine Corp's defense, or just the way they play in general, is they have to score 6 out of 10s. They can concede 4 out of 10s. And it's something that can work pretty well if you are capable of doing exactly that at a high level, but you do not want to be giving away the freebies.
Yeah, speaking of freebies, the possession is something that they, I think, have to work harder for, or make BDS work harder for. Time and time again, we're seeing the ball spill loose into the midfield, and it's not outplaying anyone. I want to see more patience in defense from Karmine Corp. They don't have to panic. BDS aren't really lunging in yet. There's so much time left. BDS are just playing this one out cautiously, and I think Karmine Corp have to play defense cautiously as well. And the opponents are standing back like this. There's no rush. You don't have to hit the ball away first time. You can just get behind it. They're in a bit of trouble here. Seiko tries to look for a pre-jump, and that was exactly the composure that we need from Karmine Corp. No unnecessary pre-jump as they just hold the ground and deflect another BDS attack.
There ever was a time to pre-jump, I feel like that was the one, because there was the lingering threat of a demo. Instead, just played exactly what was seen. Exotic leaves his nose clean in that one. Vatira, can he go the entire way? Not quite. Exotic and Natachi already starting to head back. Although Vatira will still be around. Quite have the boost to maybe threaten for a demo of his own. And just kind of hand it away here. This is far too easy for Seiko to take the ball in control in the midfield and get towards that backboard. This is where BDS do their best work, just trying to find that one spot. And there they got it. No, extra arrived a little bit too early.
He almost managed to get back on the end of the play though, as he rotated out in the box. There's 2 chances gonna miss for extra. BDS are still creating them. They're finding ways through. They're catching Karmine Corp on the wrong foot. They're surprising them with changes of pace. But hold on a second here. Tachi's just punched one in from the near post, and it looks like there's a goalkeeper in net for this one. Sure. Just a bad read from Extra. He thought the ball was going to roll around the back wall, drove up on it with no boost, and when the bounce came through, he just was not able to get back to it. No chance to create that much momentum with no boost there. So stinking defense from Extra.
And Karmine Corp not needing the 6 out of 10s. That one certainly will not be rated up high for that one. They're getting what they need. A couple of uncharacteristic mistakes here from BDS. Is this gonna be free? No, Monkey Moon.
It really should have been 3. A bit more time in the run up there. You can shoot that to the other corner, and then I don't think Monkey Moon can get there. Still good save by Monkey Moon, keeping the ball safe in the back corner. I think they are going to start to play a bit more aggressively now, down by 2 with just over a minute left. We're currently on track for no sweeps in winner round 3, as Moist finally lose game to Aogiri on the on the Moist and Aogiri channels, I would imagine. But we've got a very interesting series developing here in the main channel as well, with Karmine Corp finally finding a way to control that midfield.
Oh, is it going to get more difficult? Yes, it is. Karmine Corp have made that first mistake. Vatira, oh dearie me. Not there.
Yeah, he just didn't get up there quickly enough. Vatira had boost in this position, but he just let go of boost just for a moment as he was rotating back, and he wasn't supersonic, so he just lost a little bit of pace. Misses the back wall clear. It's these kind of mistakes that you absolutely just cannot allow to happen against BDS. For so many goals, whether you like it or not, if you're giving them free ones, then you're just asking to lose. BDS do have time to come back. Extra's in a bit of trouble here though. Itachi gonna make it 3-1. And now it's BDS starting to fail to recover quickly. Seiko's on the opponent's back wall. Monkey Moons. That would be a pretty cool alter ego for Monkey Moons. 50-50. Just went nowhere there. He's trying to knock that into the back corner, but he just kept it in the middle. Great job by Karmine Corp.
Oh, is it going to get what? All right, this one's done. Karmine Corp. They've got the 2-goal lead. It was looking a little bit tense for a moment, but that has now gone away. BDS are going to have to try and play yet another one. Heck, we might even get ourselves another Game 5 over on the main broadcast. Almost seems compulsory at this point. We got a lot of them last week as well.
Yeah, just when we thought that we were going to get a one-sided round, there were sweeps across the board. I think all but one series headed towards a sweep, and now all the teams who were being swept are starting to fight back. So
I don't know if we've managed to really watch that many of the other streams, have we? I feel like we've been the last ones finished the majority of the time.
It's true. Yeah, they're all waiting for us, so I guess it is good to go to Game 5, and then my favorite player, Moon, might be able to steal the show again with another great goal. Yeah, we are going to go, it looks like, potentially it's Game 5 in Moist Aogiri, the other undefeated matchup, apart from this one as well. As Aogiri take the lead in Game 4. It's a great fight back there. This is fantastic to see out of a team who just came onto the EU scene at the very end of last season. They're looking to start this one with a bang.
Leaf, what's happening?
Yeah. Well, you don't even need me. You got Johnny. He's
Leaf, what else is happening?
I'm watching all his streams.
I
purchased a lot of Oh no, Leaf! You don't want to know the setup that's happening over here, buddy. I can very quickly point to all the screens. Ba 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 ba.
That's pretty good.
There's a view.
I like the mission control setup, though. You know.
True.
But just to update anybody that is only watching the broadcast here, they don't have any other pages open. Just to let you know, in those mid matches, Tundra did take down Sonic. Sonic, I thought were looking like they might have a decent run here, but yeah, Tundra shut them down 3-0. Oxygen shutting down Team Liquid 3-0, and of course, as mentioned before by Johnny, Guild knocked out 3-0. That'll be the end of their run. That'll be.
I don't think I mentioned that one actually, Lee.
I thought you did. Okay, well, I got that one. I got that one. There it is.
On that one.
All right. Well, yeah, Guild.
Breaking news.
Yeah. So EG keeping themselves alive here.
Very crucial as well, especially for the rest of the season. Like this, if there's ever a tournament, just I'm not going to say settle for top 8, but please get top 8 at the very minimum. This is the one to go and do it for, because it gives you a little bit of leeway, puts you off on the right foot for the rest of the season, gives you easier qualification for future tournaments. And now everyone below you, everyone that got that 9th through to 16th, it's possible that they're not even there for the next one. They're going to drop even further behind, whilst you have guaranteed points, because, well, you're a part of the tournament, and they're not.
It's a different look compared to last season. You know, it's like mentioned earlier. It's a different point structure, very similar circuit
so much
system.
Easier to follow.
Yeah, but it's definitely an easier one. But you've got to look at the numbers to see exactly what's going on here and exactly what has changed compared to last season. And you know, when you can compare the percentages, you're going to see pretty similar numbers, but you're getting just that little bit more for finishing in the top compared to last season, because you're just getting a slight percentage bonus if you can get into that top 8 compared to a team who are finishing dead last in this Swiss stage. So it's much harder for teams who are finishing dead last to catch up. You need to go that one extra round in order to average out the same as another team have gotten out of regional number 1. Every single round matters, and Guild have started off their season with that last place. Karmine Corp not looking to go out just yet. I definitely counted them out a little bit here. These guys are showing true focus and great willpower to come back here against BDS. They've been scoring once again.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Vatira, especially at the moment, because there's a level of trust that is a couple of months ahead of where you'd expect it to be. You know, happy just to loiter around. He's gonna watch Itachi puts yet another one in. And yeah, no matter how good BDS were looking earlier on, the alluring pull of Champions Field seems to be too strong.
This is just fascinating to witness. This BDS just desperate to go all game 5s today, I suppose. Now, that does matter, of course. It will affect the seeding.
Okay, you could at least make it a little bit less obvious.
They're just getting absolutely nothing here. Miseko's turning back to net here after the kickoff, but he doesn't stay there. He just vacated the area and had no respect for the immediate shot coming in. So, you know, I'm going to give him props for instantly going back to the goal, but it doesn't really make a difference if you don't hang about and make sure there's no shot coming towards the net before leaving. It's going to be 4-0. What?
Leaf, where are you? Leaf, we need you back.
I don't know how to save this. I don't know.
No, Leaf, if there is another game, if there is another goal in this one, we're talking about other games, all right? I already feel like this one's done.
Well, I'll at least give you a stat here now. If you're going to include the
I love
qualifiers, yeah, if you're going to include the qualifiers, BDS has, I think now at this point, this will be 7 straight game 5. So like this is actually.
So what you're saying is we need to stretch this stat out for the next 3 minutes. Because it's guaranteed. Yeah, okay. We got 3 minutes to talk about whatever. This is finished.
Yeah, this is so okay. Monkeys just beat Williams Resolve 3-0.
Okay.
Does that help at all?
Can we stretch that out? We didn't get a single second out of the way with that one, mate. We were still in replay.
I'll stay at floor. Monkeys beat William Resolve 3-0.
That was a one-round matchup that Monkeys and Williams Resolve were in. So Monkeys going to be playing against the loser of either this match or the Moist Aogiri match, which is currently ongoing, and that's also in game 5. So despite Moist taking a 2-0 lead there, they've ended up in game 5. It's scripted in these runs. It's going to game 5. How are Solary getting on? They were, I saw they were up 2-1 on endpoint. Has that series concluded?
They're going to major. That's what's happening.
Sorry, Solary, yeah, 2-1. I believe that's still going. I'm taking a look at the moment here. But yeah, sorry, just to confirm, this will be 7 if we go to game 5 here.
When we go to game 5 here. This is 5-0. Like, I know people get upset at us on occasion when we call a match too early, but even those people can be looking at this result right now and thinking no chance. Now, the good news is that if K Corp do end up losing this, bottle job of the season is already sealed, it's done, and it's fantastically given over to KC. Outside of that, I look forward to Champions Field.
By the way, Solary, yeah, 3-1 over KC, so 1 point done.
These aren't bad goals over here.
These are really good.
I know there's always someone watching who's thinking, why aren't the commentators talking about the match when it's 5-0 and there's another, 3 or 4 matches happening off stream that we do have to talk about. They're all much closer, but hey, props where it's true. That is a banger top left corner, double tap from Vatira. They're really sending BDS a message here.
BDS's message will just be planned. We're going to
he's pre-jumped on them as well.
They love a pre-jump over there for KC. It's not pre-jumped, it's not worth jumping at all. As Itachi's just kind of toying with them. There's another one, just a little bit out of reach. I think Extra's given up as well. Extra has been in their side of the field for quite a while now, and I'm predicting an own goal coming very soon.
Did Rapid tweet or something? Did Rapid tweet after 2 games and Vatira decided to I don't know, stop playing KBM or something? Like this is a completely different team all of a sudden. It looks like he didn't actually send any shots at Vatira just yet. He's waiting.
So it's just like that match.
Yeah, waiting for a series loss. Yeah, is that actually true? They've had no shot. No, okay, 2 shots. 1 shot from Extra, 1 shot from Monkey Moon, no goals though.
If anyone would like to check out Game 5 right now, Aogiri and Moist.
You've got a minute.
They're 0-0, so if you want to see something else on your screen right now, check that one out too.
All right, so the real question is, are we going to get the 7-1? Will KC even allow the 7-1, or are we going to get an 8-0? What is, you know what, direct. What is the worst loss in BDS history at an RLCS level? There we are. He can have something to do.
Are you talking individual 1-game scoreline differential? Okay.
Did you have this one?
No, I don't know that one off the top of my head, to be completely honest, but this has got to be up there. I probably imagine someone like Dignitas had BDS number at some point last season, so wouldn't have been surprised if they dropped a big scoreline at some point there, but 7-0 is just ridiculous. This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
This reminds me of old school Flipside, where they would be winning a series pretty handily and then just drop like an 8-2 result where they lost and then just go in and win game 5. So we'll see how similar it is. I can't tell intentional. That one looked.
It was.
But this is, unsurprisingly, a victory for Karmine Corp. They are going through to Champions Field with 2 games, 1 in a row. Hey, Leaf!
Hey,
really long. Do you have any more updates for us?
Well, only a goal has been scored for Moist, but these are the last 2 matches.
That's the level we've got to now.
Yeah.
We're with the last 2.
These are the last 2 matches, so we're running out of
sorry.
saving material here. With 30 seconds left in that match, and if there's no goal, that will be, I believe that's Moist, is up right now. So then they'll take
Leaf's going to have to like run away and quickly get interviews with different players just to have something to talk about at this rate.
I'll just run around. Give me the GoPro. I'll just run around. We'll do wireless. I'd have to actually run really far. I am in the very wrong region.
Apparently,
luckily we're
apparently that was the worst one.
That's true.
That was the worst ever loss for BDS. And yeah, I'll let you say that one, Johnny.
Yeah, oh my. So Aogiri have just tied Moist with 12 seconds left in game 5.
1-1.
We're just getting started with game 5. Moist, Karmine Corp versus BDS over here. Aogiri Moist is about to head to overtime. Game 5. What a comeback. Aogiri, not just one, not just a comeback in the series to get it into game 5, but a comeback in game 5 itself.
Apologies if you hear some somewhat distracted commentary from both of us here, because I think we've both got one eye over on that one now. As we do get ourselves into this, BDS probably, well, should never look the exact same way as they just did. That seemed like the typical example of, all right, this one's done, and then the goals just keep happening and don't necessarily tend to stop. As good clear there. Monkey Moon holding on to that midfield. Yes, I am very distracted right now. I'm still looking on the other monitor at the same time. That one was close, though.
Do you want me to commentate that at the same time as you're doing this?
I feel like that would be incredibly distracting.
We might, but I've got a feeling some viewers might get confused. Saying, I don't see Joyo anywhere. What on earth is Leaf talking about? Rise clearly isn't on the field. He must have seen Batira and not realized it's a completely different roster now. Somebody tell him.
Oh, and reset there from Seiko.
I think I could tell everything I need to know about the Moist series from watching Rizzo and his reactions. He's on the edge of the chair. He was getting up. Monkey Moon is just
not on the entire
anymore. Roster, by the way. He's chipped it to pass himself off the sidewall. Fakes out Batira, fakes out Exotics, scores the opening goal. Looks like they weren't mentally affected by the 7-0 whatsoever.
The Moist one is still going, by the way, as they are 1 minute and 20 into their overtime. As the goal bonanza continues over here between BDS and KC. If they can just like hold that one for a good like 3.5 minutes, we can go and check them out over on this stream. So it's time to hold off on it. As Itachi looks to go across the entire length of the pitch, doesn't quite find the first touch. And that was not an inflection on my voice for this game. That was just right in front of the Moist net.
Yeah, we need to make a quick little note here. Like picture-in-picture for next week would be a great shout. If you fancy it, just let us know on social media so that we can send it to our bosses. This is for playoffs. And a very good seed in playoffs as well. Karmine Corp have fought back from 2-0 down and are now in game 5 with BDS trailing by 1. Almost trailing by 2. BDS woken up again after being destroyed in that last game. Monkey Moon almost had a good shot there. Well, a good opportunity, but the shot certainly was not as good as it needed to be.
Oh, well read by Patera. Where's the support? There it is. Exotic shot right down the middle. Needed some better quality on that.
Yeah, the shot just lacking there. Just accuracy needed to be better. Vatira's going to try and show him how it's done. It's denied by Monkey Moon, who's in these big games today been just an ace defender for his team. He was keeping G1 at bay earlier. Now he's shutting down Karmine Corp again and again. Vatira having to use all his boosts just to get a 50-50. Such big investment to try and put BDS in any kind of awkward position.
Seiko now off the wall. Will not have the infield option. Instead, he's got to go the whole way by himself. Good early challenge to give Exotic an easier time. And Seiko off the wall, 2 extra. No challenge win. The time ticking away over here. Minute and a half. BDS still holding on to their 1-goal lead. And this would be a very typical BDS result in a Game 5. Get that early lead, squeeze the life out of the series. Seiko now looking to try and stretch out where the KC defense currently is. And that's again across the face of goal. Tachi low boost, no real passing options. That should be given up to BDS, but does a good job at disguising the lack of boost. Forced an awkward challenge, and that could bounce anywhere. It just bounced straight over to extra.
Karmine Corp are pressing here. Pre-jump saved by Monkey Moon. Are they going to be able to hang on here? Looks like their boost is in a pretty good spot for the moment. But they're going to need to manage that effectively. Or are they? As the counter-attack nearly goes in along the way. Itachi just sneaks it past. Actually finds Vatira. He's going to try and bump Monkey Moon out of the sky. Oh, well defended by Monkey Moon again, though. He offloads to Seiko, who sends in a second, but that is all off the back of an unreal defensive play by Monkey Moon. Dodges a mid-air demo, and then wins the 50-50 against a dangerous attack. Manages to grab himself an assist. He's just done it all there, Shogun.
Yeah, 22 seconds, 2-goal lead. AC needs something massive, and they need it so quickly indeed. Although BDS have given up a couple of kickoff goals previously, it's going to be another one.
And they really are just not looking too comfortable immediately after kickoff. Seiko just leaves. And, you know, Extra should have that overhead read as well. You know, there's a couple mistakes. No ball pressure, just giving a free shot. And also, complete blunder to whip on an uncontested backwell play. 1-goal game, but can Karmine Corp do it again? Seiko's accidentally backflipped on a kickoff play. He had a free air dribble there, but now it's BDS's game to lose.
BDS, very crucial touch from Seiko. Does he get another one? Yes, he does. Just find the ball onto the floor, and they've got this. Easier said than done, though. Tachi keeps the ball alive. To Vatira. Booming ball. Monkey Moon, though, takes control of it. 0 boost. Can't keep that ball on. Back to Seiko, and it will drop. Team BDS have got this series. And also, the other series is going. It's just ended. It just ended.
We were hoping to catch the end of that one there.
So unfortunate timing. Literally the same moment that we end regular time here, we end a 6-minute overtime between.
They were listening to me at the very least, but they took it literal. I asked them for them to wait for this series was over. They did exactly that.
Well, Moist have won it, so no, I guess some things don't change. We can change all the rosters. You can change the season and make slight modifications to the format, but it's still BDS and Moist on top, 3-0. But BDS with 3 Game 5s.
Yeah, this, honestly, though, at the end of the day, even if it was a close first round, I feel like it's still to be expected that, okay, a 1-player roster move, you know, like on Moist probably shouldn't shift things too drastically. Those are still the teams, at least in my opinion, Shogun, that I would look at are the top teams that should make it through in that third round.
Yeah, I think KC, though, a brilliant shout as well to be
absolutely
up there. I think, in general, the top tier, the upper echelon of Europe should be pretty much what we expected. Everyone else, though, have fun. You know, we're talking that 4th, 5th spot to go to majors. That is going to be chaos to try and claim that spot.
Well, we have 2 teams qualified through now for day number 2. We need to find some more as we head into round 4 of the European Fall Open. So let's get past this break quick so we can get to those matches. Let's go.
Became a king from a common man, and I turned my I need therapy. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm so glad you could join us again here for the European Fall Open Day 1. I'm Leaf. Shogun and Johnny still hanging out with me for the rest of the day here as we continue on our Swiss bracket and try to find the final teams that will carry on into our bracket for the weekend here. We move our way, Johnny, into round 4. Round 3 saw BDS and Moist qualify, and EG and Solary, Endpoint and Guild getting knocked out.
Yeah, a disappointing tournament, but it had to happen to someone, and it is Endpoint and Guild who are eliminated last place, so they're going to have a lot of work to do in Regional 2 if they want to be in contention for the majors. Just to keep everyone who's trying to figure out what all the roster changes have been this season, that Guild roster is a 2/3 Spanish roster, duo of Steak and Luis P, and Acro from England. And the new Endpoint roster is actually Devo, Simas, and Crispy. So those guys went 3-0 in the closed qualifier, but they weren't able to bring that form today for the main event.
I mean, that's a big thing when you get thrown in the mix like this and a whole bunch of new rosters across the board. It definitely gets harder to be consistent. You have one good day, sure, but to keep it going can be hard. But we'll see if they bounce back in the future. They'll have to try at another time in the second regional. But here's our matchups coming up in round 4. We're actually going to be paying attention to an elimination match this time around, because we see winners all the time. Let's take a look at the people that might end their journey here as we take a look at Solary and Quadrant. Solary coming in as the you might accidentally call them Vitality, because we do have two of the old players at K Corp, Fairy Peak, of course, teaming up with Shazette now, French powerhouse. But look at the players on the other side, Shogun. We've seen Relating Wave, Ixo, and Cash, all three make a name for themselves in this region.
Yeah, I mean, these are all players that have just been sort of on the radar now as the next big things. Cash especially, I feel, has been sort of touted to be that next big player over in Europe for quite a while, and not quite there just yet. Relating Wave kind of had to take a bit of a backseat last season to the powerhouse that was Seiko. That was pretty much all of Europe. So, yeah, this is a team that will be going out of their way to try and prove themselves. They've got good backing behind them. I totally do not have F1 bias whatsoever. That will not slip into my commentary at all. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here, because it is a whole bunch of players that we feel have been on the come up now for a good 18 months or so, versus the players that have been there, that have done it, that have won majors, won championships, won world championships, and are out there to prove that they are still capable of doing it.
Let's take a look at what chats before I say my thing. Let's get chat involved here. Hashtags in the chat. You guys are already starting them here, but Quad and Sly in the chat. We'll tell who's up in a second here. But looking at this matchup, you say you have your F1 bias here, but honestly, looking at this matchup, I would say this would be, for me, Shogun, a favorable pick. I've been watching this team when they were called Goldridge before, through all the quals and that, and I'm like, that's a team I really think is going to slip through and really keep people on their toes.
Look, you put me in a rough position here, because I was stupid enough to say earlier on that I've got Solary going the whole way to the major. So I feel like I've kind of backed myself into a corner now where I have to predict a certain way. Otherwise, it's not happening. So I'm stuck with Solary. Good job, me. You really did yourself good.
You did it to yourself.
I did it to myself.
I'm going to agree. Earlier on today, I wouldn't have done this. I would have backed Quadrant, but I think I'm going to back Solary because this is a really, really high-pressure situation. And I think that the veterans are going to have that, the presence of mind to just focus up and get the win.
All right, chat. You going to help me out here? I think it is going to be a good match regardless. I think it's going to be, okay, so it makes sense. Honestly, I totally get that. So, I mean, Solary's come into this day, and I think they've surprised some people too with how close they've kept some, even Karmine Corp going to game 5. Johnny, I do believe Solary's making a statement here today.
Yeah, that's why, I backed Solary to do this. It's not just because they're experienced players who are very familiar with these high pressure situations, but today they've looked like they're playing really well. They've got a couple of losses on the record already, but this is such a stacked event, and coming into the season, nobody expected these guys to even be here. So the fact that they're in this event and they're looking competitive means that they clearly have what it takes. And at the other side of the field, I think so far, Quadrant, previously Goldbridge Ball, have been a little bit underwhelming, and pretty shaky. I saw some very, very nervous performances from them in qualifying for this very event.
Is this the sort of series here, Johnny, where if we took the individual names of all the 6 players in here and stacked them against each other, would you put Quadrant's individual talents above Solary?
Oh, I think it depends on what you're looking at specifically. If we're talking mechanical play, certainly. We're talking
I'm asking
euros per minute.
you're putting together a brand new team. Are you picking a player from Quadrant first, or are you picking a player from Solary first?
Yeah, again, I think it's a tough question to answer because everything's situational when it comes to team building. You don't really want to build a team around a player who is just a kind of like a role player who's just filling the spots, and that's kind of what Solary are. They're just all rotating around. They're on the same page with what their game plan is, and they're executing that to a decent level. But is it enough to win events? I don't think so. I think they've got a chance at scraping into the major. That's about as high as I'm willing to go right now. But if I was going to build a team around a player, it would probably be Cash, even if you're hiding the nameplates here.
As soon as I asked the question, I was like, yeah, Cash is here actually.
I think that's who you. I think for me at least, I think that's who you build a team around. You build a team around someone who can 1v5, and Cash is someone who can do that. But that's a great save from Fairy Peak. Free jumps to block the aforementioned and deny the opening goal.
Yeah, for those of you that maybe didn't get to join us for our first series of the day, that's pretty much Solary summed up by that save. They might not be the quickest team out there, but they've decided to counter that. They will only rotate in their third of the pitch. And hey, it works. Smaller pitch to work with. As they take KC very deep into their series. As K-Dop waits, he waits, takes the shot, follows from Fairy. And just looking to try and keep that pressure on, but I get the feeling that they will eventually just get outpaced and out-mechanicked, and that does seem to have been what has happened. Chaussette, though, I mean, he was the player. The last time we got to see these guys on the field, Chaussette was extraordinary in defense and very big. That was well struck. It's K-Dop now against Cash, and it's good enough from K-Dop.
This is consistent from Solary. Almost forcing the first goal there. Could have been a slightly better shot from Fairy Peak, but they're really up against it at times here as well from Quadrant. And that's a mistake from Fairy Peak. He didn't realize the shot's coming towards him. Chaussette's able to dive back and cover him. Just left the net a bit too soon there, Fairy. Didn't see the threat coming. Although it was looming. There was a bit of a challenge about to go down at the edge of the box.
This just seems like a continuation of what I saw earlier on. Minute 45, no goal scored. As we look to see who is going to be able to break the deadlock. We have hit that point of the broadcast, everyone, where teams are going through or teams are going out. The sort of easier ride that rounds 1 and 2 have come to an end, and that shot just before the demo. Not on target. Chances are coming through here for the lads over on Quadrant. Not able to finish one off just yet. And when you get stuck in a match like this, you're up against K-Dop shooting, and he's got it!
Rocket League's most legendary strikers not done adding to his tally just yet. That's a beautiful sidewall read. Ixo did not respect it, and K-Dop opens this scoring. Absolutely love the fact that he's played that around Cash, who is so obviously coming towards him for a big dunk. K-Dop, safe decision with where he hit that ball, and it has the upside of being a self-pass as well.
Solary have got the upside of you feeling like you need to send all three in order to get a goal past them, whilst also having these booming shots that punish you for doing it.
You know, this game is, I think, a decent illustration of, well, why I think Solary might be the favorites to win this one. It's because you look at Relating Wave's car after that goal's gone in, he's completely motionless. And that to me is usually the sign of a player who might be a little bit tilted and a player who might be getting inside his own head a little bit. You know, this team in qualifying for this event, even in this event itself, have just not been consistent. And meanwhile, Solary, they've been very consistent. They've been at least giving good games and good series to pretty much everybody that they play against. They are doing it again against Quadrant. They were massively outshot. They were hanging on at times defensively early on this series, but just a couple of good chances, and they've clinically taken them both.
I think the big thing there to learn if you're Quadrant is do not dare give over the half volley on that defensive side of the field because everybody that you see on Solary is capable of scoring from those positions. It's been effective ever since the RLC Pro League. They don't need the resets to do it. Whack the ball as hard as you possibly can. And that is going to be game number 1, Solary. Now starting off very well over here, but Leaf, what's happening elsewhere?
Yeah, so it's interesting because we were talking about G1 before, and just how exciting they are right now. It's great to see them actually come in now that they're up against a real challenge and do well. But they're not doing too well against KC right now. It's currently 6-0 with 10 seconds left in game 1.
Oh wow!
Sorry, yeah. Say that one again.
It is 6-0 for Karmine Corp against G1.
My brain and my ears were like ready for a certain range of numbers, and then you said 6. I was like, oh, that one's not quite there.
That's not in the range. I was thinking, yeah.
No, even though I saw a 7-0 not too long ago. But there goes to show you on that one. My goodness, I mean that's such a big match as well for KC and Gamers First because you get the feeling that those are the teams that are going to be fighting for. We're expecting BDS to be first, but those are the teams that are going to be up there fighting for, and as well as for championship contention. But you need to be able to at least get earlier stage of the season going your way against that kind of competition. As we're off the backboard again, a shot set. Only stopped by Ixo.
Indeed, elsewhere we've got Sonics, I believe, 1 game up on Williams Resolve. I think they forgot to update the overlay on their screen though. Somebody better tell them to go do that. Like video.
I would understand this a lot more if it was Sonics that lost that game and they just didn't want to update it.
Oh no, they just never mind. They're just showing highlights. I think they're just showing highlights. I can't tell. I'm trying to keep.
Nah, there's no way. Here, that is a live game. And K Corp is going back to the old school here. Got the goal off the infield pass.
Classic.
I mean, yeah, this is just everything still works. I feel like has been the message. And as long as you can do the foundational work really well, it's gonna keep working out for you.
You know, I just so impressed again and again by what Solary are doing here. I don't think that Very Peak and K Corp were all that bothered by all of the chat about their failures at the end of their tenure at Ren of Vitality, but it must have gotten to them a little bit. We're all human, and they're all here, and everybody in the Rocket League community, the more casual fans and the hardcore fans alike, even esteemed analysts in the scene, all saying that Alpha 54 deserves better teammates. And now here they are with Shosset, not a young. It's not like they've been carried here by like no disrespect to Shosset, but it's not. We've not got a Zen situation here where he's just come in and completely taken over and taking all the credit. They are playing this one out like a team. They all look like they know exactly what they want to be doing. They're all on the same page. They're just proving that they might not have been the full problem. There's 3 parts to every Rocket League team, and Alpha 54's team's not in this event. Vitality not in this event. Very Peak and K Corp are, and they're taking it to a very respectable roster in Quadrant once they've gotten in here, not just here to participate.
We see 1 shot on net, but that's not going to really trouble shots there. And I do like the point that you bring up there as well, because you just got to look at how you have to play around certain players. And again, reiterating what you said about this is nothing against Alpha 54, but when you're playing with Alpha 54, you're trusting that you're going to have to rotate around him. Shosset is maybe the exact opposite, about as close to the opposite as you can get over in Europe. And maybe allows players like Fairy Peak, like K Corp, the most tenured players out there, to trust their first read.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end for Alpha 54 or Vitality at all. We're only 1 event in, so we don't want to jump to conclusions about them.
No, I mean, this could be event, of course, for both overall.
Yeah.
Like, we could be 3 months into this, and both sides are like, oh, great.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that, they can bounce back, and we could see Alpha 54 and Rados and Sizen returning to form. They've definitely had a lot of chat about them in the pro scene being excellent in practice. So if they can bring that to the next event, they could be a Regional 3 participant. They could be a major participant yet. But, this is just really, for me, the positive outlook for Very Peak, Shosset, and K Corp. They're far from done. They are here to really take names.
Oh, that could be
another one. It is indeed. Shosset makes it to And it really hasn't been a dangerous game. You know, there are plenty of moments in the last game where they were up against it from Quadrant, but it completely controlled them in this game number 2.
It's just impressive. It's very calm, very calculated Rocket League. And more importantly than anything else, it is working. If they get red maybe in future tournaments, then there'll be some criticism coming their way. But for now, you are getting wins, and as you said, you are getting them without really being tested. This has been a convincing game so far. Still a minute to try and put that a little bit more into a question mark. Right now, Quadrant have had nothing. Because Solary do not think too much about getting to the other side of the field. It is a secondary purpose. Their first purpose is to keep it away from their net and keep it away from danger. They are happy for you to take another crack at it as long as this play is not the one that they're worried about, and there's the mistake. And it's a big one.
To say it's not the ideal play there. A bit of a bump on the ground. I think K Corp was trying to wave dash and get back to the ball, get a 50-50 at the absolute worst, but he's landed on Chaussette, and that's killed all of his momentum and allowed Relating Wave to just get a free goal. You know, was that the best decision in the first place? I'm not sure if it was. You know, K Corp had an idea there, but it was a risky idea, an unnecessarily risky idea. He could have just played the ball on the back wall instead. I think that would have been the safer option.
You know what, as a true Rocket League analyst, I never liked this play style. I always thought it was going to lead to mistakes, and Solary, I can't believe you ever went for it.
Still a decent position to be in, though they've got the 1-goal lead, and it doesn't really look like Quadrant have got that much in the way of inspiration and flair at the moment. Quite flat, at least in terms of what we have seen from these players in the past. Cash and Ixo, just absolute highlight reel players when you look at their careers that they've had up until this point, but not unable to produce that magic at the moment. Relating Wave waiting in the middle, not going to have anything to play off. He's all the way back into the corner. Quadrant going to need a heroic 0-second goal, and it just doesn't work out for them. Solary 2-0 up in the series.
This is the sort of team that I want to sort of keep track over their win conversion rate when they take the first goal versus how often they come back when they concede the first goal, because I could imagine it being pretty difficult for them to try and drag themselves back into a game, but that's all stuff to find out in the future. For now, what I want to find out, Leaf, is what's happening elsewhere in the RLCS.
Yeah, in all honesty, most of these matches are pretty close. Anybody that lost their first round is either winning the second game or tied right now. And that, well, that did include G1 until a few seconds ago. Now they're down by a goal with 10 seconds left. But Sonics is the only one that really looks like it's going to potentially be a sweep. They're up 2-0 now over Williams Resolve. So yeah, Williams Resolve.
Relic looks very happy about this. So yes,
yeah,
they're
on the last leg. But everyone else, yeah, looks like they're kind of back and forth right now. Again, Team Liquid lost the first game. They're up 3-1 right now. So a lot of back and forth in these this fourth round.
Well, are we going to Champions Field again, or are Solary going to be able to close this one out? This is the big test right now for Quadrant, and not of their mechanics, not of their gameplay, but of their mental, because they now need to keep playing at a high level, knowing that Solary aren't going to change much. They are against a brick wall that very rarely makes mistakes.
Yeah, Solary have just been too consistent. They've been too solid, and we need more out of this Quadrant roster. They just really need to go for it. I don't think that they're going to win today by playing safe. It doesn't look like it anyway. They've got to just really go for this. Just send it, see if it works out. I think we've tried a very tight angle reset double there. Nope. Able to get anywhere close, unfortunately, for him. That's how consistently Solary are playing. I think we do need to see the big mechanical plays. That's an advantage Quadrant have got, and that's a great pass, but Fairybeat cuts it off. Maybe a bit too telegraphed there from Relating Wave.
Yeah, that'll be the only downside if they do want to send it, is that's kind of what Solary wants. More space to hit the ball long, more chance for you to have all three in their side of the field and for them to put the ball over the top of you. As Chaussette is harassed, where's the follow? It's a bit of a miscommunication there between Ixo and his teammate as to, are they going to go off the backboard and wait for the rebound, or are they going to try and go straight into the net off the air dribble? Ash this time goes low. Can he outplay? No, not quite. Chaussette too good on the back line Now he's tasked to clear it. Not the best first touch, but hey, everybody was already retreating into that blue side of the field. Very Peak drops himself back down. There's, again, no commitment from Solary to something they do not feel is a high percentage. They are so happy just to drop back in their own side of the field.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a very impressive series from Karmine Corp in the 2-1 round at the moment. If they can win against G1, they're qualified to playoffs. And they are doing that right now with a sweep. At least they're winning game 3 after already winning 2 games. Great stuff out of Karmine Corp. You know, it might end up being a good move in the short term. Ixo now does manage to punch one through. It was K up on the goal line. The shot was just good enough. It wasn't perfect, but it doesn't have to be perfect from that range. It's all about the power. K-Dop did not have enough of a goal side position.
Yeah, K-Dop's just arrived a little bit too early there. Needs to be arriving on the scene as the shot is happening. Instead, got there, had to turn, realized that car is not going to be able to generate the momentum he needs to get over to the ball. Now we do get to see Solary from that goal behind. How does this playstyle change up, or do you just leave it to Fairy Peak for the ground pinches? Everything has power. It's never faint, it's never delicate, it's just raw power. It's working well enough, although demos also work pretty well. Possession retained here for Quadrant. As Relating Wave waiting on the wall. Does get it. Has he got a second touch? No, he hasn't. Fairy Peak with K-Dop downfield. These are the sort of plays that you're going to need Quadrant to start relying on. Holding onto that midfield, buying some time, getting players back into position, and then launching another attack. As K-Dop, I don't know if that was an actual attempt for the musty or if he just missed it, but here comes Chaussette. Delayed the shot. Has he caught him out? No, Fairy Peak doesn't jump.
Yeah, it was almost awkward. It looked like the defender really couldn't tell if that was hitting the post, if it was hitting the back wall, if it was maybe sneaking in off the post. Oh, what a pass that is. Very big. Giving it to Chaussette, and Chaussette should be doing better there. A pass of that quality deserves a shot of higher quality. Chaussette hit the bar in a position he couldn't follow up on. Now K-Dop's at the post in a position he can't follow up on. Will that be the big chance that Solary have in this game? They've been clinical up until now in this series. They haven't been creating a whole plethora of chances.
It's just been get that 1-goal lead and then let the timer do the work for you as Fairy Peak can come in from the correct side of that ball. Had to try and hook himself back around. Cash gets another save. Well, everyone wants to claim this ball. Nobody's quite got a good enough purchase on it. As now K-Dop goes straight for net. Not too easy for Ixo to deal with. And those sort of positions are where the lack of creativity that we've seen from Solary is going to start catching them. They've been good at catching Quadrant out on the retreat, but once Quadrant have got the goal line covered, then things get that little bit more tricky, although Cash up against a bit of a difficult situation here. Ixo pops the ball up, he's got second contact, and that just dissuades Solary from diving on in. There's Cash, now there's no way.
Indeed, Cash just in a good enough position there to get back. Little 1-2 play from Chaussette, and Fairy goes nowhere. Time running out for Solary. K-Dop going to pop the ball up high for Chaussette, but Ixo's first to it. Will this be a game on the board for Quadrant? Yes, it will. They get one. And they avoid elimination for now. They need 2 more if they're going to progress to the last round of the day.
All right, Leaf. What's happening? Have we got any series finished, or are we all still going on?
No, I do believe I was just looking at the Sonics one. The screen just closed off, and they look happy. So if that's the case, then it would be a 3-0 for them. Or maybe they're just excited that they'll win it in the next round. But yeah, if you give me a few more seconds, about 30 seconds, I can tell you Karmine Corp's going to win against G1 in 3-0. So they're up 2 goals right now with 20 seconds left. So good chance. K Corp makes it through on a nice day, showcasing they're one of the strongest rosters right now in this region, in this tournament. Especially, again, G1 showing promise, but they just not getting a game off of them right now.
I mean, it could take some time. We don't know. It could take some time. This could be one that we see go back and forth moving forward. I am upset. Williams Resolve are out. They gave me a shirt, so that's the reason why I'm upset.
Easy bribes for Shogun, apparently.
Mate, my standards could not be lower.
That's brilliant. And then just a shout out to Team Liquid and EG. They're going back and forth right now. Same with the Oxygen Monkeys match. That's all very close back and forth. So again, make sure you're over on the team stream supporting your favorite teams.
So should we just go straight to Champions Field? Are we, Johnny, are we convinced this is going to be Champions Field? It has to be, surely.
I wouldn't hate that, you know, a big best of one Swiss format. Sounds pretty exciting to me. I'm not sure the players would be too on board with that one, but...
No, I've seen your best of one tournaments.
You know, at the end of the day, who cares what the players think? Let's just do it. I reckon that's a great line of thinking.
All right, here's the question for you. RLCS best of one, would you want that on Manfield Night or Champions Field?
I mean, I'm a little bit biased there. Oh, hold on a sec.
Okay.
Ixo has popped off. We were asking for this earlier. Can Cash and Ixo? Well, I have Wave as well, but I think mainly Cash and Ixo are the two on this team that you need the big mechanical plays for. Can they start making it? Well, there's one. Ixo flicks it over two to open the scoring. Now, in answer to your previous question, I would have it on Manfield Night, but I am biased as I'm a Manfield Night main. But Champions Field is, of course, the RLCS equivalent of Manfield Night, of what Manfield Night is to me, so I guess it's going to be there.
Well, we'll get to see Champions Field potentially in 4 more minutes. Solary again have to try and find a way back from that 1-goal deficit. I've sort of struggled to create opportunities, and that's not really been a massive problem because they've typically only needed one. They're now against a team that doesn't need to press forward. And this Cash just takes time.
They have looked good counter-attacking Solary. They've waited for...
Oh my goodness,
oh, that's not the bounce that they're looking for. The absolute nightmare bounce if you're the attacking team into the ground and then
I have a question.
Next to the crossbar.
When it hits the crossbar like that, has anybody ever scored? Because I feel like I've never scored in that position. I don't think I've ever seen anybody score from that position when you just jump and hope that you're going to hit the ball when it hits the crossbar.
Yeah, well, you know, the jump there is anticipating the ball hitting the crossbar, bouncing into the ground, and then coming back up into the crossbar again. So it is rare. It needs to be a very precise bounce for that to happen. But yeah, a more common thing is hitting the crossbar, bouncing into the ground, and then just hugging the wall, which is impossible to score from, essentially. Very, very tight angle shot needed from that position.
Cash taking his time up the wall. That is such an early read, though, from Chaussette. Way up on the ceiling. As we have 3 minutes left over here. Very Peak takes his time yet again. Gets past two. This is a good chance for Solary to break away. Wasn't quite taken, and it is still Quadrant on the attack. Is that going to be the infield? No, instead, backboard, double tap attempted. Not quite on target. Still Quadrant holding all the cards. And you wonder what it's going to look like for Solary to just send everybody.
We didn't really get to see that until last game. I don't think it's really part of their game plan. I think they know their strengths as a roster, and they're trying to play to those strengths. If they are going to stick to that game plan, it will make it a bit harder to come back, but they've done it early here. Chaussette finds a way through. That is a very welcome goal. Great shot. And K Corp managing to force Relating Wave out of position in the net at the exact same time. It's great to see from Solary, forcing the issue, not just waiting for a mistake. They've made the play themselves.
Yeah, just playing the ball and then continuing to move onwards. You don't need to just immediately scramble back, although you can see now, with the game being 1-1, why they might want to try and focus back on doing that again. As Relating Wave passes to Cash. Off the ceiling, Cash actually might be able to keep this one going. It was Chaussette by himself. Happy to see sort of a whiffed touch. Not really much on it. K Corp up to the backboard. Good challenge from Ixo. Straight over to Cash. Chaussette B. Cash beats himself. K Corp over off the backboard. Again, it's just waiting for the chance here for Solary. Relating Wave. No further. Every challenge so strong. It's just next man up here if you're Quadrant. Although that's a bit wasteful from Ixo. Maybe could have done with letting that one dribble back to his own corner. 1 minute left. And Solary still have not sent everybody. Cash delays. Cash scores. 1-0
Deception wins the goal for Quadrant. It's Cash faking a controlling play there. Chaussette actually turned to challenge him, thinking he's going to bring the ball down, but he managed to clip it as it bounces and launch it into the roof of the net. That is such a difficult shot to pull off, so that's off to Cash. He manages to hit that big mechie play that we're waiting on. It's not the most obviously mechanical play like a flip reset would be, but it works out just as well. And then K Dot's redirect crunches the post. There's time running out for Solary once again. And they've got to come back from behind once again.
Yeah, it's time for the full send. Just over 30 seconds. Fairy peeking K Dot. Well, they have full send. Double the commit, double the chance. And maybe doubling up their scoreline. Not going to happen this time around. But Solary, the gloves are off now. Time to send everything.
Really have almost come back there off the back of a mistake. We've been crediting them for their communication working out so well today. They double committed and almost scored off the back of it, but now they've just got 10 seconds left, and it's actually Quadrant who are knocking on the door once again. But now time for Fairbeak to control the ball. He's going to try and bump the man in front of him. Cash dodges that, stays active, and dunks in a winner. 3-1. Well, Solary just couldn't get it going in the closing seconds, and at the end of it all, it is a fairly comfortable win for Quadrant. We're going into game 5. Well, you asked for it, Shogun, and you've got what you asked for.
Well, it was maybe the easiest prediction of my entire life. Speaking of which, that was full checkmate for that final goal. Cash fully aware, you have to keep this ball up, and I'm going to go to that one position where you can keep that ball up. Leaf, we're going to Champions Field over here. How's everyone else looking? Are they going to Champions Field as well?
Potentially for EG and TL. They're a little bit behind. We're ahead of them right now. Tundra is currently winning 2-1 with 50 seconds left, and they're on 2-1 in the series, so they might actually take down Aogiri to qualify through, and which honestly is catching me off guard, because just the way they were playing, I figured they might have actually been one of the teams to pull through either in round 3 or in round 4 here. But the TL-EG one is the one I'm kind of keeping an eye on most, because they played each other 3 times in spring of last season, and it always went TL's favor. But right now, EG's up 2-1 in the series.
That's crazy. Wow. I mean, Team Liquid were one of the teams everybody's talking about as just a shoe-in to get top 8. You know, there's 4 or 5 teams that we just know are going to be top 8, and we're speculating what the others will be. But that's an elimination round. If they lose to EG, they are out, and they're out before round 5 as well. So absolute disaster currently happening for Team Liquid as they again struggle to just get the consistency early stages in a tournament.
I mean, there was a lot of people asking. Sorry, Leaf. I'll let you go on there. I'm about to derail us massively.
I was just going to give you an update. Oxygen Monkeys, fun game, close. It's been 1 goal games, overtimes, all that kind of stuff too. So keep an eye on all the streams.
Yeah, to your point there, Johnny, Liquid were a team that did so well in their first split that people were wondering, like, how on earth can we not find a way to get a team like this to Worlds? And if they then start this series or season without a good result, that's kind of a blanket reset on all of the expectations for them.
You know, they've had a difficult run though. You know, they've got Karmine Corp round 2. They lost that. It was 3-0 for Karmine Corp. They got Oxygen round 3. They lost that 3-0 as well. It's the fact that they're not picking up games in any of these series that's giving them such tough draws. You know, the matchups are determined not only by series score, but also by game score. The teams with the best game scores across all the series played will be playing against the teams with the worst game scores across all the series played. Of course, every round, you play against somebody with the same series score as you across all series played. That's the problem for Liquid, is they're just not getting anything. They're just consistently being swept here. And
I mean,
even now they're
we as fans could be pretty happy because if Liquid do make it through, and since they have taken these 0-3 matches, we might get them with the worst game differential of the 3-2 teams up against Moist, who had the best differential of the 3-0 teams. So maybe a soggy showdown tomorrow.
Well,
that's a big if.
If they can make it through.
I mean, they've got to get through
first of all.
Let me be the positive one for a change.
Also, enough of this soggy showdown. We all know the real name for Liquid vs Moist is El Splashico, and I'll take no arguments on that at all.
You know what? No, that stays. I completely forgot about El Splashico. There was a lot of names floating about there.
there were a lot of suggestions. They can't be thinking that far ahead. Yeah, they need to beat EG, and EG's went 3-0. So, you know, like for today, they've played against both the teams that went 3-0 in the Invitational Qualifier, and they've also played against Karmine Corp. So it's a tough draw, but so is every draw in Europe, essentially. Every team here, so tough to go up against. And even right now, we're seeing two teams who look like they're more than capable of being a top 8 team. And they're up against each other in the 1-2 round. One of these teams eliminated after this game is done.
That's the backboard. This is a good position, at least for now, for Solary. Not a team that have done the best job when trying to find a way back into a game, but my goodness, can they hold on to a lead? The last few game 5s that we've had have been incredibly tense affairs. Are we going to get another one? K Corp holding on to the midfield. Ixo now lines up his opportunity. He's gone. His boost is gone. His car is gone. His hope is gone. But thankfully for him, the ball is also gone from his side of the field. Now a chance. Ixo against K Corp.
Oh.
That was big. Ixo had to win that.
Yeah, K Corp trying to be a bit sneaky there. He was hoping that Ixo would lunge and block the high flick. Ixo managed to read exactly what K Corp was up to there with the low 50-50 attempt. Just a drive challenge. No flip there from K Corp at all. It's a very, very risky play at times, but he managed to do it at a good enough angle that Ixo's dunk didn't really impact Solary in a negative way.
Our shot. Quadrant being a lot more deep with their rotation at the moment. They are making sure that somebody's always covering the net, especially from the first 2 games where they were conceding those cross-map goals. This feels like a necessary change to make.
Oh.
Off the post, and not a single bead of sweat from those over on Solary.
It's a great touch by Cash. Follow-up should be there, but still shot set. Shot is on target. Fairy Peak can't get there. Relaying Wave opens the scoring with just over a minute left.
Well, have a look at where Fairy Peak's positioning was. He pops out off the wall and then tries to get himself back around. So just try to play. Yeah, if the ball bounces in a position where he can then run on to challenge, then you want him to be there. It's just a slight misread.
I mean, that's what he's trying to do. He doesn't have any boost there, so he's trying to close the gap. He wants to pressure the ball and close down the shot, make himself as big as he can, but he just didn't have enough time to get there. The ball's running away from him. He's got no momentum. And he realized too late that he's actually got to be on the goal line. Suddenly, the reverse sweep looks like the most likely outcome.
Very curious how many of those we've had. We had a lot of game 5s today. I don't know how many reverse sweeps we've had. As just set. Got very close. Fairy Peak lofts it to the far corner. Now with 40 seconds. Time running out here for Solary. They've been in this position every single time for the last 3 games. They have not managed to turn it around in any of them. Do get Relating Wave.
We're striking from Solary in these games, and at the other end of the field, we have Quadrant looking threatening. I mean, they are the more tricky team. I think they've got more offensive options, so that's no surprise to see them continually knocking on the door, but where's the clinical shooting we saw earlier on from Solary? They hit the bar several times this game and the last, and now they only have a few seconds to work with.
All right, infield, and everybody went, but it's not enough. Reverse sweep, the second on the day. Quadrant are moving on.
And not only are Quadrant moving on, Oxygen got a victory over Monkeys. So they'll find themselves qualified through as well. But I want to talk about that TLEG one. They went to game 5 now. TL did get a dub back. And then we have Tundra Aogiri in game 5 currently right now with a 1-goal lead, 1:20 left on the clock for Tundra.
My Solary to major prediction just took a little bit of a hit.
It did. It took a pretty big hit, I'd say. With that loss there.
Listen,
but
Solary Grand Finals, next event, all right? It's guaranteed.
I think clearly they just didn't have the shooting boots on today. They didn't have the shooting, the striker wheels, I guess. Need to.
They didn't know it was live, all right? That was practice.
Well, at least we've got yet another game 5 to jump into. Tundra 2-0 up on this one. This is a 2-1 round, so neither team being eliminated if they lose this, but one team will be confirming their spot in the playoffs. And could be Chalsette's former teammate Cassio. He's just got on the end of lovely little pre-flip there. They're running away with it. Aogiri starting to tumble out of the tournament. They really gave it their all against Moist earlier. They've gone to game 5 against Tundra as well, but they keep losing these game 5s. They just can't clutch it up.
I mean, that could be reverse sweep number 3 if that keeps going on. But right now, Liquid Evil Geniuses just getting started over in their game 5 matchup. I don't know which way to go on that one. That is a very, very difficult one to call.
Well, call it. You have to call it, Shogun. You've got to take a side here.
Oh, I'll go Liquid. I mean, I bigged up the El Splasher Co. Now that I know that that's definitely what it's called. So we might as well go with that. Although my predictions today have not really been worth much.
Okay, in that case, I'll go Evil Geniuses. Now that you've mentioned your predictions are going horrendously, but also because I think the way that Evil Geniuses play suits this kind of situation. They're just a difficult team to play against, and you don't want to play against just awkward teams in these kind of settings when the pressure's on. They don't need to rely on mistakes to get the majority of their goals. They don't need to rely on clinically finishing the majority of their chances. You know, EG they're a very efficient team. Similarly to BDS, they get a lot from very little when it comes to boost.
Cool. Well, why don't we take a listen to a couple of our other Commonwealth friends here. Cole and Stumpy are actually doing Team Liquid.
Oh, boo.
Oh, okay.
Pass towards Oski. He really took all the pace out the ball there. And Oski can keep it going. Chronic is coming in. Oski wants to get it to a Chronic. Ivan steams in there, and that's great clearing from Evil Geniuses right there. I'm just above the goal line as well, so it's so tough to defend when it's landing at that point of the pitch. Team that could have done okay. They've managed to just take away the sting from the Evil Geniuses' tail for 10 seconds or so. Trying to swallow up this pressure, but they are getting a little bit boost starved. Chronic is on nothing, and there's no pads either. He's getting bumped too, so horrible times for a Chronic. Tox's touch is an interesting one. It's a little bit too heavy. A Chronic still boostless. Tries to get it away. Desperate for his team to come in, but Catalysm steals the boost. We are stopped, Stumpy.
Okay, we're starting to work back though, and that miss is going to be good for us because it slows things down. It starts to burn boost for EG, and now we've got the advantage. It's becoming just those small misses mean so much. Chronic tries to flick it over, but he goes really low, and Tox actually baits it out as well and gets that back boost, and then gets another demo. 2 out of 3 are dead. Joke's on them though. They give us 333 boost per player. Atto? Nothing coming from that one.
Catalysm is going to be able just to take a couple of seconds on the ball in the corner. He had Tox behind him. Even if he'd lost that 50-50, Tox would have been there to save the day for them. That's what they need. A lovely first touch from Oski. Leaves it to a Chronic. Can he get it past Ivan? Ivan was up well, nice and quickly. And Evil Geniuses once again happy to camp in their own half. But Liquid, if they can beat them for pace, they're in. Atto's there. He has a shot. He puts it into the top of the net. And as it stands right now, Team Liquid are making it through to the 5th.
Huge, massive pass from Oscar. We love that. The finish as well, barred down. That is huge. The Quabs underwater are waving. Massive performance in the latter half of this game. 1 minute 40, Liquid leading by 1.
The Quabs are waving, they're waiting, but we're not wavering. We'll keep on fighting up until the end. That's a good touch from Catalysm to the ceiling. But Atto just stays behind it. And Oski's able to get a 50-50 into the corner. That's not a great touch for Evil Geniuses. That's going to come out for us into the centre, but they turn it into something good. A Chronic uses all of his Octane's hitbox there to get something on that one. Evil Geniuses have been brought out of defense. Now they have to attack. There will be spaces, gaps to prod into if we can just get hold of this ball with a little bit of boost. But so far, Evil Geniuses are taking control very well indeed. Shamato might be the difference, but no. Ivan comes forward again. Where's this one going? Can Catalysm get an angle? He can't. A Chronic solid in defense. Takes his time. Forward we come now. And now Team Liquid maybe can put on some pressure of their own.
A little boost though, but also a little boost on EG. It slows down the entire game. It slows everyone down. Todd's going up for that double as well, but a lovely touch coming in. Now as Atto manages to get that one. High though towards Tox. Tox is up for the double. Can he get it? Yeah. Oh, it's just too high.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
Saves. Your defeatist yep can go screw itself. That was never going in.
You're right, it's just that there were 2 Liquid players in the centre in the same place. I care, because the attack is still coming on from that moment. No! Finally, Tox breaks it down. It's been coming. The mistake was made about 40 seconds earlier. Some of your casters noticed it. The other ones were ignorant. Fools, if you will. 25 seconds left. Evil Genius has come back in.
Some would say it's a brand new phase of play because it was 40 seconds prior, but instead, the goal will be standing. We're 20 seconds off on overtime.
Oh, we'll take the overtime. We'll
God,
take the overtime.
This save is huge.
No overtime. Right, counter-attack goal, no overtime. Bish Bash Bosh will take the 3-2 win. Someone close that ball down. Why is no one in the air? Oski is. Good lad. Send it
Large
long.
Oscar.
Evil Genius is coming forward again. We are starved, or are we just scared? I think we're both at the moment. A Chronic, great little take there. No, lovely play from a Chronic. It's scary, but it's good. Oski's
overtime.
pre-jumping. Is he going to get it? Oh, it's close.
No overtime.
Ato's coming in. He shoots. It's on target.
Overtime.
Ivan sends it down. We will take the overtime, never in doubt. Game
Always
5
take it.
comes down to the next goal. Loses out of the tournament.
Oh, demo. Oh my gosh. Loser goes home. And this is going to have implications for Worlds, for everything, but Majors. Oh my, it's the entire season. A lovely block coming out there from the Chronic on that back line. That goes towards the centre. I think we're going to be seeing that double touch from EG is going to be terrifying. Oxo, go for the bump.
No, we're fine. No, we're fine. Because
okay,
Ato knew exactly what was happening. He saw it in his big old 7-head brain. He knew what was about to happen. He knew that Oski soon would be coming forwards. Getting challenged by Ivan, admittedly. But Team Liquid would be alive to tell the tale. Now there's bumps flying in. A Chronic up against Ivan.
Huge. Boost. 20.
He's coming forwards.
Backboard. Terrible. Shot. Oh. Okay, final 50. So first 50. This is massive. But again, Liquid so low on boost. That lovely half rotation from Atto.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, just keeping that pressure on. EG have boost for now, but Oscar has other plans.
Lovely touch.
That rolls down. No, he's there just about.
Put it
And the
in.
shot comes in again.
Yes!
Boost.
Yes!
Atto does it. We go through to round number bloody 5.
Oh my goodness, I forgot what this felt like. Look at the Atto's going for, he's pre-jumping on that hit on the post for some reason.
Oh, there you go. That was an exciting finish.
A partisan response from Cole and Stumpy really caught it down the middle.
Yeah, as much as I hate to hear them enjoying themselves, that is good to see Liquid, delaying the bottle. We know it's coming at some point. Hasn't happened yet.
Hey, again, they carry on the record too with the team. It looked like EG maybe had found that answer. Maybe Tox was what they needed, but yeah, just it was close. It was a good fight. But of course, it shows for almost nothing now because you don't make that day two, as Evil Geniuses will be knocked out of that, and that wraps up our round 4 as Solary, Williams Resolve, and Evil Geniuses are the teams knocked out of the tournament. And again, it seemed like chaotic beginnings, Johnny, but now that we're getting to these round 4s, everything seems to be like on paper. The higher percentage teams I would have thought to be here are there now in the red spots.
Yeah, there's just one difference, and that's that Tundra are in before Team Liquid. I think most of the predictions I saw, the top 5s had Team Liquid in the top 5 and Tundra not in the top 5. In fact, I don't think many had Tundra even making top 8. So that's a huge win for Tundra. Casio, Rizix, and Raziers are in already. They've got a decent seed for themselves. I think they've already confirmed their matchup for tomorrow against Karmine Corp, actually. So good chance for them in that one, I think. Karmine Corp still not fully consistent.
Well, one more round. We have 3 more teams to let go and 3 more teams to push on through. So let's get to a break, then we can come back and continue the European Fall Open.
Became a king from a common man, and I turned my first race to my staunchest fan. They say the grace always aim high. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Only one round remains now for day one here in the Swiss bracket of the European Fall Open. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leafex, and alongside me, it's Shogun and Johnny. They're here for the rest of the day. They sat down and they said, let's watch some Rocket League. And that's exactly what we're doing as we send some teams tomorrow, send some teams home. And we get to do that yet again as we go into round 5 here. Johnny, again, I feel like this makes sense. Maybe I would have expected G1 or Aogiri to be through a bit sooner, but Europe, close matches, but still following through.
Yeah, I'd say we've got 4 of the expected top 5 in. Just to mention before the break, I kind of thought Team Liquid would be in there. Definitely think that they'll get in this next round though, and G1 as well. They were the question mark team. People were asking, are they really a top 8 team based on the teams they played to qualify for this event? I think they've looked like a top 8 team today. So they're two of my favorites to make through this last round. But Aogiri versus Quadrant, that's a tough one. I think that's the toughest one to predict in my opinion.
Yeah, a good thing we won't have to, because we're going to watch a different one. We're watching Team Liquid versus Monkeys. We're going to keep it on that Team Liquid hype. They just took down Evil Geniuses in the round before. That was an elimination match. It went to game 5, but now they're ready, coming off a win into this next round, whereas Monkeys coming off a loss to Oxygen 3-1 Shogun in the round before.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, Liquid at least got that monkey off their back in the previous round, where they did really solid job over in that game 5. They came through, they got the win, and they're going to be looking to do more of the same over in this one. For those of you just joining us as well, we need to keep reiterating this. It is so important to get top 8 in this tournament, especially because it means you do not have to re-qualify for the next tournament. You are already in. You can go tomorrow, you can play, get your extra points, get your extra money, and just relax. Everyone else, chaos. They have to deal with Europe. So you don't really want to be in that position.
Chat, let's get you involved one final time here on day 1. You'll have more time tomorrow and the next day, but for now, it's the last chance. Hashtag MON, hashtag TL in the chat. Now, Shogun, you just said they got the monkey off their back in the last one, but
yeah,
they got 3 more apparently on their way here. So how do you think it's going to fare? Do you think this is going to be a They're in the rhythm now. They're in a good run, or what's it looking like for them?
I'm feeling good about at least ending today on a positive prediction run. So I'm going Team Liquid on this one. I really respect Monkeys, but you know, some of these players have been around now for long enough that I feel like I know where their limit is, and I think we've found where their limit is. It's this round.
How about you, Johnny?
I agree, because Team Liquid, I think if they were going to choke this, it would have been last round. I think that now that they've got Game 5 win against EG of all teams as well, that's going to give them a ton of confidence here, whereas Monkeys, you know, their wins are not against the strongest teams today. They've beaten Williams and Endpoint. So I think that the fact that Liquid have beaten EG, for me, has them above them, at least in this matchup today.
I think you nailed everything there. It's the I was cheering for them, but again, the run wasn't maybe as testing. So Liquid, of course, for me too, across the board, and now we've just cursed them. It'll be GG's for them. But yeah, TL coming into this looks pretty strong. They had a good test against EG in that round before, and we know this roster can do really well. So Team Liquid taking the win there, nice. We'll see if they can take the win in the actual matchup, because again, it's another best of 5 here. Shogun, and you know, anything can happen in this region.
Yeah, it certainly can. And the thing is, as well, is that we can come out of this one. Liquid could be the losers, and we'll go, okay, that was kind of shocking, but not too shocking. Like, it's not something that we'll dwell on for all that long, because hey, that just sort of seems to be the way it goes as we start off with our skill. Okay,
yeah,
that explains a fair amount. Yeah, okay.
That's going to be a pause. Yeah, we did not have motion.
Interesting time to pause it.
Yeah, we did not have motion on a couple of the players there. It looks like yeah, Smokes has some FPS issues. We're going to get that sorted as soon as possible. He's just having a quick restart, but Oski's going to be devastated. He really wanted that goal.
Can we get some like
scenic
shots of that goal explosion? That looks pretty good from where we're at.
The sound of it too, I felt like my world just paused or something, like I was in a simulation. That goal explosion sound.
Leaf, what's happening in the other games? Come on, Leaf.
Well, in the other games, well, probably not much at all. Right now, I honestly didn't have enough time to even
3-0.
Really?
3-0. 4-0.
Never believe it.
4-0. There's a lot that's happening, actually. A lot is going on.
Yeah, no, that I guess
I left some key information out there, Leaf. I left
the game.
I left some key information out. I said a scoreline, but I didn't say who. I didn't want to take everything from you there, but
no, that's fine. I legitimately was going to open the streams up, and then it paused. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be right here. I wasn't prepared for this.
It's Quadrant. It's 5-0. They're just
5
absolutely
goals
stomping
now.
Aogiri right now. This
Quadrant,
is insane.
yeah.
I mean, every time I tell you the scoreline, it just increases again. So maybe
I got to find the stream at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing again, just watching the matchups that Aogiri had throughout the day and how close some of them had been, watching some of the gameplay, I thought, okay, this is a team that qualifies. This is a team that we see on day 2. But if you're going to start off like this, that's not a good sign. Granted, we've seen a few teams have blowout first matches and then pull it a bit closer for the rest of them. So it's not over yet, but not the start you want.
Slight update over here as well, probably to no one's surprise, but we'll just confirm it for you. We will be restarting that one from 0-0, 5 minutes on the clock. So just a complete reset over there. So we'll get this game up and running pretty soon.
I thought you got your wish and we were just going to restart it on Champions Field.
I feel like it's
we might as well.
Sort of a necessity, but we need sort of the steps to get up there. You know, you always know in most stories that the good guy's going to win. You still read the entire way through. So we're going to read through this series anyway and then go to Champions Field.
There are some psychos out there that read the last page of a book first. And I'm calling y'all out. That's weird.
Do you know any of them? Is there anyone on the talent team?
No, I don't think there's anyone on the talent team, or else they won't be on the talent team. I'm just calling you out. I've seen people do that and they won't read the book until unless the last page sounds engaging. I don't know what that kind of logic, but I guess it's the same kind of logic of jumping the game.
I'm sorry, I know I'm supposed to talk right now, but I had to process just the idea of that one. Johnny, is it 6-0 yet?
I don't think so.
It's 5-2. It's 5-2 now.
I got kicked from the lobby, so I had to rejoin really quickly. I think we all got removed on that one a bit, unfortunately. But yes, it's actually 5-2. So Aogiri mounting a late comeback. It's looking like it might in fact be an interesting ending over there. For Aogiri, who are currently spiraling out of the event. they've lost 2 straight series after a very promising start, all the way to Game 5 overtime against Moisten, winner the 2-0 round, to now be in the 2-2 round. It's pretty disastrous for them for it to be going like this. And there is a 6th goal. In fact, it's just relating with mercilessly slamming another one in the back of the net.
I do want to discuss with both of you as well. We just saw Evil Geniuses eliminated from the tournament. Are we seeing this as maybe a little bit of a continuation of what we got last season from them? Because they always seemed like they were on the cusp of qualifying for everything, and they did get to go over to London. But is this going to be more? Are they further away now than they were previously? What are we expecting from them this season?
I think they're better. I think EG's made an improvement on their roster, but the issue is that there are a lot of very good teams now. I mean, Europe just even with the absence of Nolly, apparently Jack and CRR, there's significantly more players. Like 3 good players have left the region, but a whole lot more than that's managed to find a good team for themselves. So I think it's just a matter of the rest of the region seems to have improved even more than EG have, because I think they've made an upgrade there with Tox instead of Rizix.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is still a team that potentially sees middling. When I say middling, I mean you're 5 to 6 to 7.
They were 5th to 6th like all of last season. Unfortunately, more often on the 6th side. And here's the thing: I still see all these other teams still getting stronger too. So it's like I don't know if that's really going to change. Tox is a great addition, but I don't think it's going to change the overall landscape of where they sit in the region. I'd love to be surprised.
They've got to beat Liquid, Karmine Corp, Oxygen, BDS, or Moist. I mean, that's 5 teams right there that are obviously world class and going to be contenders at any lands that they qualify to. So to get into a top 5, to qualify for majors, you got to beat one of those teams. And then you've got G1 as well. You've got teams like Monkeys who are on a good run of form. Tundra have already qualified. I mean, the list just goes on. You could list honestly every single team in this top 16 and a few more who didn't even qualify. Yeah. I mean, the talent across all the teams is really quite ridiculous this season, evidenced by round 1 being so close in almost every matchup. It's a tough day for everybody in round 1.
So my question then, I want to ask. I was going to ask Shogun here since he was grilling us.
I'm buying time here. We're trying to get into this lobby.
Well, I know that's why I'm asking you now, but I know you're trying to sign in, so I'm trying to.
I can multitask. Let's go.
Oh, you can multitask. Okay. Coming into this, I think I heard a few people, even some talent, say that all these roster moves just made BDS look even stronger, but obviously
who said that?
A bit of that shakeup.
Who said that? I want to know who said that.
Wow. Leaf refusing to throw anybody under the bus.
Throw them under the bus. Who said that everybody improving their rosters makes
Come
BDS
on, mate. We got good public transport around here.
Because I could be wrong. I was in a group conversation, and I don't want to throw the wrong person.
But if you had to guess who it was, who would you throw the dart?
Oh my God, Gibbs.
I know what? You heard it here.
He's watching. Says that Gibbs doesn't know what he's talking about.
But my question for you was, do you feel like it is clearly not? I guess that's the answer. Is stacked, and there's a distance there, or do you feel like it is going to be full chaos, or a couple teams at the top, or just BDS at the top? What's that?
I've got too used to the landscape of just BDS staring down at the chaos below them and just not being remotely worried about it. And now that I've gone through that for a good 2 years, I don't see it changing. I feel like somebody else has got to change the narrative and even do it consistently, because we're not going to come out of this tournament. Let's say tomorrow BDS are just done. They're out. Are we really going to be convinced that BDS still aren't the top team? I feel like
they are the top team for sure. There's no question BDS are the top team, but
we need 2 or 3 tournaments where BDS aren't that.
I think saying that the gap has widened is pure speculation at this point. We've seen one qualifier and one day. Pure speculation to say that the gap has widened. I think it's a crazy speculation as well. There are so many, at least in my opinion, Mark by 8's not on the bench anymore. How can you say he's not got a better team situation? I think loads of players got better team situations. Archie Jory is on Oxygen. That's a big step up in my opinion. So I don't think it's going to be easier for BDS this season. I think it's going to be harder. I do still back them to be the best team though. I think they're the best team in the region, but I think they've got a tougher task now than they did last season.
I mean, it looks like it. We're going game 5s across the board, so that sounds accurate.
All right, good job, Leaf. We managed to get through all of it. You figured out my strategy of gaslighting Johnny is the best way to kill time on a podcast. Let's get ourselves into this.
It works.
It works every time, 9 times out of 10, as we do get ourselves into this. G1 also 2-0 up against Sonics. Those matches have been continuing without us, very rude. And yeah, as we got to see, very dominant first match as well between Quadrant and Aogiri. Looking to see which teams are going to join us and also which teams can maybe do it in a bit more of a dominant style. If you get that better game differential, you might be able to avoid BDS and Moist. That's pretty big in my book.
Yeah, and on top of that, you know, we've got to give a shout out to Smokes here. I think this is a chance for him to get further in an RLCS tournament than any other Northern Irish player before him. And, you know, I'd love to be corrected if I'm wrong on that, but at least off the top of my head, I think when it comes to Northern Ireland, he is blazing the trail with Arjun Mithane, the remaining 2/3 from the old Monkeys roster when they played with Cash, who has left them. And, you know, kind of similarly to Creepy and Kid Up, they're very, very talked about third. I think deservedly talked about third in Cash. Just took all of the fans with him when he left, and now it's only after seeing the new Monkeys roster succeeding that people remember, hold on a second here, we've got some successful RLCS players on this team we might need to still pay attention to. Arju actually with a good shot early on, a good chance early on the shot. Not quite up to the task. But this would be a big, big win for them. A massive win for them if they can get into the top 8 with a win over Liquid. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
No, for Liquid, this is full pressure for them. The last season, last split even, of what they got to play with this roster was just to test the waters, so to speak, make sure that the roster was going to work. I mean, there was never really any doubt, and they really didn't have anything to lose. And that was the big thing that they always had on their side last split, was they either make it to London or not really anything else is on the line. But for them this season, they are now coming into this hoping to end it as world champions. And they need big results, and they need them early, and they need to go to majors. And in order to do that, you have got to beat teams like this right in front of you. Monkeys,
absolutely, yeah.
Expectations are a little bit lower.
Yeah, I mean, Monkeys, they're on a good run today, but Liquid should beat them. You know, I don't want to get it twisted here. Monkeys are a team to be respected. Everyone in this tournament is to be respected, but Liquid have to be beating Monkeys in these kind of situations if they're going to live up to the expectations that they have for themselves. But they're already under a bit of trouble in this matchup here. They look a bit awkward at the near post, all stacked up. Bit of a blockade being put down on any clears as well, but clutch save from Atho, denies Monkeys for just a moment longer. More needed, Oski having a lunge. He's pretty much all his boost to do so. And Monkeys find a way through. The continued pressure is testing Liquid, and Liquid are passing the test.
Monkeys so far have been the stronger of the two teams, but now the breakaway. Chronic puts the ball into the corner. That's pretty well covered there by Aju, who will be very happy to see what a Chronic's touch was. Maybe saw all 3 members starting to bear down on him and thought, oh, what's this going to be? That ended up being a little simpler than maybe he was anticipating. A Chronic now with a second chance to try and set something up. And dropped down very nicely from Mithane, although he was under pressure. Oh, that's a good block. We're still waiting for that first goal in this series. Whilst the other series are hurtling through their second game, we are still searching for our first goal. It's a Chronic. Just back over to Aju, both teams. A Chronic especially, I've been a little bit disappointed with his first touches. They've been very loose, and it feels like it's letting he's allowing a retreating defense off the hook quite often.
That was well played there, though. He's broken his team free of the constricting Monkeys. That really does sound quite terrifying. If anyone needs any Halloween costume plans, then you're welcome to take that one. Liquid are, you know, trying to just stay composed in all this, because it's easy to double commit on nothing in situations like this. Very easy for, you know, just a panic clear to go straight to an opponent and then straight into your net, and they're avoiding those, you know, desperately bad situations. At least they're managing their boost as best as they can, and now they've got a chance to put some pressure on their opponents. So Chronic shoots to the bar first time, and it's that nightmare bounce to the offense again, where it's just got no follow-up immediately, but they make something of it. Well played, Team Liquid. They didn't get the shots on target. They didn't get the bounce that they wanted, but look at Atto sniping the curve to bring it down for Oski, who finishes it off.
Yeah, look at the boost amounts over on Monkeys. There's nothing left. They tried everything they could. They ended up double committing, and that was the last of the boost reserves gone at that play. Now we go to kickoff. Smokes loses the challenge. That's so much time off the clock. They have to keep the ball up in the air from here on out. Aju sees the ball a little bit too far below him, and Team Liquid had to fight for it. But they have got their first game in this series. 2 other series going on as well. Leaf, what's happening over in those?
I should unmute, shouldn't I?
Yeah. That's a very good idea.
Yeah. So right now, we have G1 looking pretty good. They're up 1 on Sonics, and they're up 1 in the next game halfway. So again, we in my opinion, expected G1 to come out as victors on that one, right? So not surprising too much there. And then over on the other one, it's currently 1-0 for, I believe that was, who was that? That
Quadrant.
was Monkeys? It was Quadrant.
Quadrant,
Yeah.
Yes. I think it's 2-0 Quadrant.
Well, 2-0 games, but 1-0
in the game.
Okay. Sorry.
It's absolutely falling apart for Aogiri today. I mean, they were in that overtime with BDS, or rather with Moist early on. If they just had one more goal against Moist in a really, really long overtime, actually, they would be through almost top seed, in fact, for the playoffs. And instead, they're now being reverse swept out of the entire tournament. They've lost round 3 to Moist. They've lost round 4 in another game 5 to Tundra, and now they're just losing the Quadrant as well. It's completely gone down the drain for Aogiri today. It's a shame. They were so close, and it's slipping away from them.
Oh, Leaf, give us a shout if that one ends up getting confirmed.
I will let you know
as we get ourselves for game number 2 over here. Over to Aquadome. Both of these teams had at least good looks, despite the fact that Monkeys did not win the last one. They will at least take some comfort in knowing that they look like the stronger of the 2 teams for that amount of time. Now, the downside to that is that as good as it's going to get? Did you just waste your dominant opportunity in a series?
Yeah, they definitely had Liquid on the ropes, and they just weren't able to apply that finishing touch. They are now have a very uphill battle against them. Liquid, known for their defensive stance, that's something that they've become quite famous for, just continually defending against top-tier talent in the European region for minutes at a time. So if you can't get through them, you start to doubt your offense against them. It's not just like, you can't really just put it down to Liquid peaking. Like, everybody knows that that's just what they do. Monkeys just have to keep on grinding out these positions, and you know, if you're not seeing goals at all, it is time to take just a slightly bigger risk on any given play. Got to wait for the right moment, of course, but you know, if goals aren't coming, you're probably playing a little bit too safely.
It's just difficult to know when you can go against Liquid. They're a team that are very good at sort of using your own expectations against you. You think you're the faster of the 2. You think that they've no longer got control of the ball. As a matter of fact, that they've kind of reeled you into a position that you don't want to be in anymore. Zato is not going to quite find that ball. Matane powers it over the top of Oski. Trading possession back and forward at the moment, trying to find those small little gaps. Get the boost advantage, maybe get a positional advantage, and then launch as soon as you see a slightly bigger advantage open up for you. The backboard, Aju, not the best clear. That's going to continue inviting Liquid back in, but the second touch, so much better and so needed as well, because as we saw in the background, there was a demo hopping on in. And Liquid, if Aju did not get that touch, were probably on their way for their first goal.
Got to give props to how well Monkeys are able to go toe-to-toe with Liquid here, but all it takes is one demo. It's a double demo. Smokes and Oski both removed from the map, but only one of those players needed to be there for his team. And it was Smokes. He wasn't able to get the save, taken away from the play by Oski. Great timing on that one. And you know, this is the danger of trying to just go safely back and forth against Liquid. Eventually, they've got that all-star player in every single position. They've got 3 solo players who can just do anything they want. They've got such speed, and yeah, I think Monkeys have done well for a while here, but are they asking for trouble by trying to play an end-to-end booming game against Liquid, who are just so good at recovering and hitting the ball hard?
Recovering is the big one for me at the moment, because I've been sat on their POVs and I'm just so impressed at how awkward it looks, and they still land in Supersonic and utilize that to go hunting for a demo. It's so impressive, because no matter how bad it looks like it is for them, how late they're going to be on the recovery, it's like, well, we don't need to recover. We don't need to get back into our own sort of field, because I'm just going to go and take out their third player, and we'll stay in control of this rotation.
Yeah, I think Monkeys definitely need some changes of pace here, whether it's just controlling the ball entirely or trying to just get those bursts of pace we saw BDS using earlier. They need a change, because trying to outpace Liquid, trying to even match Liquid in pace, it's just not the way to beat this team. You've got to try and make them awkward on the pitch. You know, teams like Moist have shown us how to do that in the past, but you know, teams like BDS as well. You really don't want to go against this Liquid roster the way that Monkeys, I've got to say, valiantly played the start of this series, just playing like a giant pinball table. Well, you know, they've got one here, and there's still plenty of time left on the clock, but you've got to feel like Liquid are going to be good enough to hold on a 2-goal lead with 1 minute and 44 left.
Yeah, it certainly would go down as a bigger surprise if Liquid were just to let this one slip, and even more of a bigger surprise if they got reverse swept after that. Should they see this one out, the 3-goal lead has been re-established. Chronic getting himself on the board, his first goal of the game. A couple of kickoff goals coming in for either side. But this one looks to me right now as solid as Monkeys have been, and as you mentioned, valiant in the way they played it. The teams that you mentioned there, the Moists of this world, it just doesn't seem like this is a matchup. I'm going to continue my sentence. I'm going to commit to this sentence. This doesn't look like sort of the way the teams play, like this matches up well for Monkeys, where they're going to be able to cause that chaos.
Also, what on earth what are these kickoffs? We've just seen 2 kickoff goals from double 50-50s, followed up by a bottom left corner shot. One at one end of the field, one at the other.
We can add another one here.
I just don't see, well, first of all, why this is the kickoff strategy that Team Liquid are going for. I mean, why are they playing volatile against... Oh, I don't know why they're playing volatile kickoffs when they got a 2-goal lead, but then again, I don't think a lot of the top teams in the world right now have got a good kickoff to lean on when they've got a 2-goal lead. And, you know, they've let Monkeys back into this. They're playing some very volatile plays right off the bat. Again, you know, we've got a close cheat here. This time it does go in their favor. And it looks like Oski might be able to sneak it in. A Chronic will follow up and put it in, but I mean, this volatility does favor Monkeys, it is worth mentioning. Every single kickoff is going to result in an immediate chance for someone to score. That favors the team who are losing the game, not the team who are winning. The team who are winning just want to get into midfield back and forth and waste some time. So, Liquid, I think I've got a bit to learn here, despite the fact that it's currently working.
Using it yet again. Are we going to get another kickoff goal? Shouldn't do, Aju. Puts himself in a good position from the off. And a little bit of midfield back and forth. Maybe not lasting for long if a toe is going to keep landing it on like that. I was waiting for another goal to go away. I was going to bring Leaf in to ask what's happening elsewhere. But now, given the volatility of this game, I think we'll keep our attention over here. And Matei now off the backboard. That was going to maybe drop down for him. I feel like he had the right read. Was taken away nice and early. 45 seconds left.
Well, one thing I can say before we get into the closing seconds here is that G1 are just 1 goal away from advancing. In fact, they might have just scored it, marked by 8, putting G1 up 2-1 in game 3. They're trying to sweep Sonics right now, and that's exactly what Liquid are trying to do on the mainstream. They're about to be 2/3 of the way there.
We're 20 seconds away of a 2-goal lead, and I still don't believe we're not going to game 5. That's how today has been. I'm almost kind of frustrated. We're going to have 23 of the 25 possible games that we could have played on today's mainstream. But Liquid, despite making it a little bit more difficult for themselves, are well on their way towards that sweep. They're 1 more game away, and they have got game number 2. Leaf, what's happening elsewhere, buddy?
Yeah, I was going to say this final round is not, it's not a close one. We're just going to get it over with, but Aogiri is fighting back. They did grab a dub off of Quadrant, but you know, they got to do it again and again after that. Quadrant's still at match point, but they got to win. That's a good sign. We just talked about it. Johnny was mentioning it too, that we see this roster like, hey, it looks like they're having a good run. It looks like they might be able to do something here. And then it slowly disintegrates as the day goes on. And it is hard to play this much Rocket League across this many hours, but they're keeping that one close. But as Johnny also mentioned here, the G1 matchup right now is looking very much in favor of G1. It's 4-1, 2 minutes left. Looks like we're going to get a probable sweep there, as potentially here on the mainstream.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that. G1, after what I've seen from them on the mainstream, look like they very much belong.
I want them in the next one. Yes.
Yeah, the professional part of me that wants like the highest quality Rocket League on for our top 8 is pretty happy that G1 are going to make it. The fanboy within me just starts crying from it as we have another kickoff goal. Johnny, this is your territory.
Well, you know, Chronix just played a risky 50 is really all there is to this. He's tried to get the ball past his opponent, and instead he's been dunked on. So maybe not enough thought to what, you know, goes wrong if that plan doesn't work out. I mean, it's not a terrible idea to try and chip the ball around the outside of a player immediately after a kickoff. If it goes past him, then you're clean through on goal. But you know, also consider, okay, well, what happens if I do get dunked on? Well, the ball's in your top left corner.
This is the most kickoff goals I have seen in a series in quite some time. And that is, I'm not including the time that we've had off for the off-season. It's been a weird one, it has to be said. And Liquid are actually starting to put the style on at the moment. Here comes Oski's shot, and Smokes, he knows his only option is to dive at it. It's contact on the ball, it stays at 1-0.
Well, you know, I've got to shout out, you know, Rocket League globally here, because while North America and Europe are the oldest and the longest standing regions and the largest regions for competitive Rocket League, they're not the regions that are really pioneering and you know, pushing the kickoff game forward. It's the only set piece in the game, and you know, I had a chance to tune into the Middle East North Africa regional the other just last weekend, and I'm so impressed by eventual winners KRN, because not only are they mechanically brilliant, but they're also, you know, putting together the strats that we're not really seeing from the top EU and NA teams. So, you know, EU and NA's got to be taking notes. I know a lot of these guys don't really want to be paying attention to what teams from around the world are doing, but I think they should be. Oh, they've also got to pay attention to their goal here. That's well saved by Liquid. They've cleared their lines as well. Monkeys coming to life in game 3, and now they're up by 2.
Oh, dude, Champions Field is guaranteed. It was known. As Aogiri, what a play that is. Just kept full control. Even flinch at the oncoming challenges towards him. And that is now 2-0 off for Team Liquid to try and find the plays. And maybe now those more chaotic kickoffs are a little bit more advisable.
Yeah,
you need to get those 2 goals back.
Exactly. I mean, when you're losing, it's a great idea. It's something that I think Monkeys were smart to do in the last game. It didn't work out every time in their favor, but when you're losing, you just want the game to be as volatile as possible. You want everybody to be on the opposing team to have as little boost as possible, and a good time to do that is right after a kickoff. If you can just quickly get a shot on net, then very high likelihood that 1 or 2 of the, maybe even all 3 of the opponents won't have boost to defend that. So this is where Liquid should be bringing back the strats they were using in the last game. It's when they've got a lead like they did in the last game that it doesn't really make much sense, and they actually gave a chance for Monkeys to come back at them. They were able to close out the game nonetheless, but see if they can now be the team making those strides towards a comeback in game 3.
Oh, bit of a missed call there from Team Liquid. Is this going to be the 3rd? Yes, it is. And Team Liquid well up against this here. Oski up, Ato up. Neither of them get the ball. In the legendary words of Greasy Meister, double the commitment, double the chance. Unfortunately, it was double the chance of going in your net.
Yeah, double commit, double the chance of success is sometimes true, but not in those kind of conditions. I think, you know, funnily enough, I really don't think Greasy, we know he was joking when he said that, but there is some truth to it. You know, double
I think
commit.
everyone heard that and just went, that's really dumb, but yeah,
no,
actually,
there's some truth to it, you know? There's some positions, you know, if there's a point-blank range shot and one player can pre-jump top left, another player can pre-jump middle of the net, then that sounds like a good double commit to me.
I mean, the other one that kind of
shot
is when people say faking when they miss the ball. When, yeah, actually, they kind of did. Like, You missed the ball, but your opponent now has had to react in a weird way.
Yeah, it's all about position, but there's no chance that double committing.
What we're saying is don't play good Rocket League.
Yeah, if you're double committing on a uncontested ball near ceiling height, then that doesn't make any sense at all. So I don't think that we can really give Liquid any copium on that one. They're really struggling in this third game. Like, full credit to Monkeys, who are actually winning out the mechanical war, and they make it 4. And the disgusting assist from Matane. Smokes is there to finish it off.
All right. Well, since Champions Field is pretty much guaranteed, I'm gonna call Leaf in over here.
I was about to jump in and double commit.
Yeah, because Sonic, I haven't seen gameplay over on the Sonic stream for a while, and I'm not seeing very many happy faces.
Yeah, no, that would be because they don't have any faces anymore because they're not in the tournament. That didn't work out. They're done. They're done. G1 3-0 for G1. So we got what we wanted. Sonics did not. And we got G1 into the next day. And
Wait, that's such a negative outlook on it. I didn't want Sonics to be eliminated specifically. I just
no, we got what we wanted. G1 winning.
I think that's not what I heard, Leaf, is all I'm saying. I heard you say that we got what we wanted, Sonics are out. Like, I just don't want it to be a part of that, line of thinking.
No, I didn't want Sonics to lose either. I like Metzenaris.
Yeah, unfortunately somebody's going to lose, but they've done well to get into the second or third round, actually, because that could be relevant later on in this split.
And the other update I do have for you right now is Aogiri. Game 5, Champions Field for that matchup. They're looking at
we're going to be in 10 minutes.
Yeah, potential reverse sweep situation there. So maybe they're down a goal, but maybe they get another goal and hold off for us. And try to make it as long as possible.
They need the longest overtime for us to make it over to them. Either a long overtime or we just start seeing kickoff goals. Okay, actually. Yeah, there's a good chance Team Liquid can give up, 20 kickoff goals I think we would need. Actually, no, we need them to speed up, don't we? Not slow down. But either way, this one is very done indeed. Monkeys have put themselves on the board. 2-1 still for Team Liquid. Johnny, you said before we got into this that if Team Liquid are going to bottle anything, it was going to be the previous round. Yep. Team Liquid fans out there, Colin Stumpy especially, are hoping that you are right.
Yeah, I still think they've got what it takes to win this one. I think maybe they got a bit too loose in that game, and when they did end up trailing by a goal or two, they didn't put the plays together. They double committed on an uncontested ball at ceiling height, like they conceded again. They made some big mistakes while already losing the game. So yeah, not the consistent game like we were looking for, but I think they can put it together in game 4, if not game 4, surely game 5. You've got to think that this team, this talent on this roster will get the job done.
I couldn't see Team Liquid not getting the job done here. I think it's very possible it's hard to get 3-0s, right? Your opponent's likely going to get one, especially at this round of matches. So they get that one and then onwards. But for Aogiri Quadrant, quick tell me, who's going to win it?
I was going to be really obvious with that one because Quadrant almost put their second one in. As you were saying that, but I think Quadrant, hold on.
Yeah, surely Quadrant. They're winning 1-0 with a minute left. I mean, I'm not going to go against them on that one, but Aogiri have won the last 2 games, so impressive stuff by them.
Imagine reverse sweeping to escape being reverse swept in the Swiss. What redemption that would. Oh, okay, maybe not happening. Quadrant 2-0 against Aogiri.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Just when it was all looking like it might change the tune for them, it might all be over for Aogiri. Reverse swept out of the bracket. 3 straight losses. The worst possible way to go. That's not the first time we've seen Team Liquid double committing there. Just another one. That one not quite so devastating. They've got to get the comms in place here. They've got to spread out a little bit more in offense. It's becoming a pretty consistent problem game to game.
Yeah, I mean, you said at the end of the last one how it just seemed like Team Liquid kind of pulled the foot off the gas a little bit. It got a little bit too loose. And that's all good if you think, okay, this game's done. Okay. What is that? I think... Okay, I'm hoping there's a challenge on this. My view said that this was an incredible own goal redirect, and I might be right.
You are. It's a great job by Oski to get that last touch on the ball and lift it over the top of Smoke so that his touch is not the touch that he wants. But yeah, what a screamer own goal redirect that was.
You couldn't hit it better, unfortunately for you. As Team Liquid have got that first goal. Do not want to see any more Champions Field. We are at 24 of possible 25 games played on the main stream today. I'm kind of up for rounding it out. But Team Liquid do not seem to be in that sort of charitable mood. Off the backboard yet again. What are the boost amounts that are even left here? For Monkeys, well, good enough to at least escape into the midfield. We need some follow-up here. There's another double commit. And I giggle at that one, but at the same time, if that's a good challenge and they lose it, that double commit leaves nobody back.
Yeah, it's just not necessary at all. You know, the risk being taken here in positions where the threat is not, I think, big enough for it to be worth committing so much to these plays. But that being said, Liquid are still leading by 1. And Monkeys have only got one really good game. I think maybe a shaky start for Liquid in game 1 gave Monkeys good chances, but outside of that, it was just that third game, and that's not the best clear, but nice recovery by Liquid to get back to the ball and clear. Less than half the game to go. Liquid are currently on track to securing their top 8 spot.
Oh, what a pre-jump.
It's a great read, and looks like for now they have at least spread out a little bit more, so comms are going to be easy peasy for Liquid in these positions. Oh, what a shot that is! Goal line save for Atto, denies. Smokes from a very impressive angle.
Monkeys are at least giving a good showing of it. They have not been the team that have been up against the pressure for the most part since that goal has been in. And they're putting themselves in dangerous spots as well, coming in from the blind spots. Happy just to loiter in the opposing side of the field, but this is the dangerous part now. You've got Team Liquid starting to run at you off the backboard. First one to it was Smokes. Another good challenge. Aju with a chronic. He's just respawned, and he doesn't get there in time. 1-1.
Wow. Well, out of nowhere, a massive dunk comes out of Smokes. It looks like Liquid are trying to set up an attack there, but just not paying attention to the big dunk coming towards him. Smokes slams it over the top of one. And it comes down into the middle for Arju to score.
Oh my goodness. Is it going to happen like that? No, not quite. Not for now. But it's that kickoff again. They put themselves in a position where they could have been caught.
It's a dead ball every time. They're just going for that dead ball kickoff. And I really don't like it from Team Liquid. I mean, it just looks risky to me. I don't think it's necessary for them to be making that risk. No disrespect to them against Monkeys, who, you know, Liquid should, I think, be able to control the midfield against. You know, why are they taking risks against the team itself?
You put these two teams against each other and said, all right, neutral gameplay. The ball is already in motion as the game gets started. You would expect the majority of goals to go Team Liquid's way.
Exactly, yeah.
You're adding something there for Monkeys where they might be able to gain an advantage. And with 1 minute left, any advantage will do. Trying to get themselves over to Champions Field. Team Liquid trying to finish today's broadcast off. They are the final series going on. Everybody else, their day is done. They're waiting either to play in 2 weeks' time, play next week if you're in the closed qualifiers, or maybe even just play tomorrow if you've made it into that top 8. It's a chronic off the ceiling. Good challenge. Good block yet again. Monkeys are going to have to keep an eye once again on those boost totals, but it's just not able to keep going consistently for Team Liquid as the booming ball comes in and a toe clears to his own teammate.
It's, again, just consistent risk from Liquid, but they're through. Oski spots the gap in the defense, and with 10 seconds to go, he puts Liquid ahead. Now, we're going to need to see that one again. Arju is motionless, and we do have a pause.
Okay.
So no doubt that one is going to be taken. We're going to get a look at that again, but before that, Team Liquid are continuing on the current trend of overextending. They're just committing for 50-50s in the back corner again and again. They're taking risks against Monkeys that I don't think are necessary. And wow, does Arju share an apartment with Leaf? What is
Join you. Which one of us is next to go?
Like it.
Wow, the timing on that one is a little bit suspicious. No, we're gonna get the.
Oh, he's back.
There he is. He's back. He's back. He's still. Oh, never mind. He's gone.
Oh, now I'm here. There we go.
I still hear you, Leaf. We can still hear you.
There we go.
I was role playing as an RLCS pro, and Arju was my target. So that's where we ended up. But yeah, I saw that goal, and I'm like, that is a player not moving at all right now. So we're gonna pause. I could give you an update though. I wanted to give you an update, but the game got too hype. Quadrant is through. They've done it. They shut down the comeback from Aogiri, and they get into that final day. So they're one team left. It'll be one of these two teams. Looks like Team Liquid again. They look like they're starting to fire up those final cylinders here in that final match. We're seeing a lot of mechanics coming out, which I like, but you would have hoped they'd stay on that from the beginning and not let the series be this close, Shogun.
It's an interesting one. I was talking earlier on about how this is a completely different environment now for Team Liquid, because there are now things on the line. You know, going to London would have been great for them, and I'm sure they were so happy when they got to do so. But now you are out there playing for what you've been watching, you know, for your entire childhood. You're watching the RLCS. You're hoping to go out there and become an RLCS world champion. And this is the first season that they've had where they are capable of doing so. And I believe we have an admin ruling on this one that I'm seeing. The goal is revoked, and we are restarting from kickoff with 16 seconds remaining.
Yeah, no surprise there. That's pretty clear even from the first replay. Arju was completely motionless right where the ball was on the field, so no one's going to be asking questions about that one, I'm sure. But what I'm immediately thinking is, are Liquid just going to play another dead ball kickoff? Are they really going to do this? Are they going to just are they just going to flip a coin with 16 seconds left in a tie game against Monkeys, who they, I think, have the number of in the midfield game, like you mentioned, Shogun?
Yeah, I mean, they would have preferred a rolling start compared to this.
Exactly.
This is going to be interesting. 1-1. 16 seconds left to play, potential overtime on the horizon, and if you look even further beyond maybe the bright lights of Champions Field to give us our 25th out of 25 matches for the team. Oh, it was so close to being real.
Well, that's not what I was expecting, not the specific outcome I was expecting, but wow, what a shot that was by Smokes. He just narrowly missed with the pinch immediately after the restart. We're going into overtime, so back to the center circle we go.
And it's worked out pretty well, actually, for Team Liquid. That's playable. Ato's first touch didn't really do him justice. It allows Monkeys to escape, at least temporarily. Chronic keeps that pressure on. It's awkward. Arshu covers well. Smokes will leave himself downfield. The pass over to him, though, not very good. Team Liquid have had all of it in this overtime.
Oh!
Is it done? No, Smokes puts it up above the crossbar. Ato on target.
Oh, he's done it.
It is done. Took 30 seconds. But Team Liquid denied Champions Field and send themselves to top 8.
That's a banger by Ato. He's done well to air roll through that and get enough power on it to put it past all the defenders on the goal line. Smokes just not able to get that ball clear. He kind of panicked with that last touch. The ball's right in front of his goal. He's obviously wanting to get rid of it, but better to hit it to the side than out into the middle. Players like Team Liquid are not afraid of getting up quickly and smashing in a backboard rebound. Liquid do make top 8. Monkeys unable to get the job done. That's all of our teams confirmed, I believe, for tomorrow's playoffs.
Yeah, I can't turn around here and say, Leaf, have you got any updates for us? Because, well, all of the updates are now finished. So I'll ask you a different question. Leaf, did you enjoy yourself today?
I had the most magnificent time I've had of my life. And I'm glad that you two were able to join me along in that journey, and everyone at home as well. Because, you know, I don't have any other words for it. It's just been so good. So thank you for asking.
I feel like I want to ask the same question to Johnny, but there's no way you can give a response that's as good as that one.
It was fun. I mean, here's the thing. It was fun. We started off a little chaotic. I thought we were going to get some wildness throughout the day. I'm like, ooh, maybe BDS won't make it in. Maybe, you know, but obviously that's not.
No human being said that.
No. There was like a small sliver of like something in me that was like, you know, but at the end of the day, yeah, we got all 8 teams that I think absolutely would it like 4 again. There's 4 teams
is it safe to say that we got the big 6? We got Moist, BDS, Oxygen, KC, G1, Liquid. I think everybody was talking about those teams. G1, the only question mark being that they didn't have the toughest run into this event. Now they're in, so I think that answers that question. But Quadrant, great bounce back from them. They scraped into this event. They were the last team to qualify. So they scraped in. And Tundra, also getting through. But the question mark that was previously on G1 has now been moved to Tundra, because Tundra have beaten 3 teams who didn't make top 8 today to make top 8 themselves. So they beat Guild, Sonics, and Aogiri. So that's not the strongest strength of schedule in hindsight, but they've got the job done. You can only beat who's put in front of you, and now that they're through to the playoffs, the team in front of them is Karmine Corp. So by far the toughest task, but they can answer all the critics with a win there.
This is a question I want to ask. And again, a team that made it through Oxygen, their first match of the day was Aogiri, and they lost. They lost in a game 5. It looked like Aogiri might be a team that makes it through. How do you feel now seeing this team? Of course, they fizzled out at the end there, Shogun. Do you feel like that's a team in future regionals we're going to see a lot more of, and potentially into those top 8s, or maybe they just had a hot start and we're not going to see that again?
It's a difficult one, because of all of the tournaments that stick with you, the first one of the season is the one that sticks with you the most. That's the one that sets the pace for you and even sort of adds long-term effects. Even if you can get that out of your mind and no longer worry about it, you're still going to hear it from fans, from us. You know, they're going to turn up next time and we're going to say, hey, Aogiri, they're doing well here. They might even be 2-0 next time. We'll say, hey, it's already happened. You're going to have that constant reminder there, even if you are mentally strong enough to get rid of it yourself. So it's not the best start. They have still got to requalify. We got to reiterate this. If you did not make it to tomorrow, I believe you, again, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you do have to requalify through the closed qualifiers. And that is horrible. And I would not want to be in that position.
I think they do it, though. I think they'll be back. I think they're going to be devastated losing 3 straight series. But coming into today, I think if you told them you're going to get into the 2-2 round, they would probably take it, because this is such a stacked event and they're still, making those improvements as a team. Yeah, Stizzy's still relatively inexperienced, and I can see him improving, that team improving a ton. So expect to see more from them. But tough loss, 3 in a row today. You got what you wanted, though, Shogun. I think I'm taking a little sneak peek at the bracket here, unless I'm mistaken.
And well, hold on, we'll get there. We're gonna don't spoil them yet. Of
course I'm gonna spoil. We got to let them know. We got to let them know Shogun's actually predicted this.
Let's take a look at the Swiss here first. Let's see what led to this. With 16 teams drop in today, it was just chaos at the beginning, madness, game 5s across the board, and then we continued to see game 5s, Shogun, on the stream here. It was just as much Rocket League from Europe that we can give you guys. But as Johnny said, we got a lot of those teams by the end of the day we expected through.
It was a broadcast where sort of the secondary function of this broadcast is to help everyone at home keep up to date with everything else that's happening. But we were going so long over here that everyone else had to keep us up to date with what was happening. It's been amazing. Europe sort of delivering, but I feel like we've got the best teams through. Swiss has provided us exactly that. And Johnny earlier on used the term big top 6 or big 6 for us. Yeah. We can only send 5. Somebody's not getting that, and there's no guarantees for any of them that teams like Tundra, like Quadrant, can't suddenly get themselves a semi-final or even a grand final going into this weekend and put themselves so far ahead in the points.
Okay, Johnny, you can do it now. Let's look at the bracket tomorrow. We got 8 teams pushing on through, and they're going to fight over the next 2 days. And look at that first one.
There it is. El Splashico is happening. Moist Liquid. We talked about Karmine Corp Tundra already, and the Karmine Corp Tundra and BDS Quadrant, I think, are the only 2 series with a big favorite in them. G1 Oxygen, Moist Liquid. They sound like minimum semi-finals, but they're actually quarterfinals. So this is going to be insane.
Let's, the important thing is find out like when this is happening so you can watch your favorite team, So I think we got to schedule. Look at us being proactive on this.
When is that?
We got everything for you guys. There it is. They'll be last. Yeah, you got to wait a little bit for El Splashico. You got time. You got time to wake up. But any match here, Shogun, for you specifically that excites you right off the bat?
All right, I'm going to try and not go too obvious on this one. I'm going to go for the game that starts us off, actually. I'm going to go Oxygen Gamers first. I think that's a big test of the teams that are going to be there or thereabouts. And I'm going to keep that phrase going for the majors, for the World Championships. These are 2 teams that I expect to not be shoo-ins, but they need big performances and they need a semi-finals more than anything else to get that big points haul that you get for getting a top 4. So that is a massive matchup for both their splits.
I would say, yeah, that El Splashico is definitely the match to look forward to.
I didn't want to go too obvious.
Yeah. And I think that's just that's the real answer here. So a lot of good matches, though. As we end up going through that bracket, we'll have those 4 matches tomorrow. And then, of course, the last 3 on Sunday, that final day there where we crown a champion for our first European Fall Open for the 22-23 season. We're done here for today, though. Lots of Rocket League. We'll let you guys rest, but we better see you back here tomorrow. Final thoughts as we just see the beginnings of a new season here. If you want a quick word, Johnny and then Shogun.
I think EU looking scarier than ever. I think the only difference from last season this season, well, we're continuing to see a deeper talent pool every season, but now also consolidation. EU's best talent all seem to find themselves on competitive rosters straight away. So yeah, we've got everything here in Europe now. You got the depth, but you've also got the cream of the crop. So yeah, stunning performances, and all the top teams doing well.
Yeah, I'm going to sort of be a bit of a continuation on that, really, because throughout the entirety of the offseason, myself and anyone else that was trying to keep up was just like, what on earth is going on? This is going to be impossible to keep up. But once everyone's got onto the field, it felt like today was actually pretty manageable in terms of knowing what to expect from certain teams. And more importantly, in a rare showing for Europe, getting what we expect from those teams and them delivering sort of performances that you would expect top teams to deliver. So yeah, good job, Europe. Just sort of reinforcing what we had last season.
Well, I'm glad they're here. I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad the RLCS is here. We started off the new season now for all these different regions, and we have so much more exciting Rocket League to come your way. For Europe, the action continues tomorrow. We'll see you for day 2 of the European Fall Open.
Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.